Stack that bitch up, Mike.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. The truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darned. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sparing. You got white privilege, so you don't need sparing. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens, made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted, it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut our trees down and made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privilege is real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read what we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there together, pay attention. We got ancestors but the papers is missing. Kings and queens we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon Killer still walk around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I've stated. Read still oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm taking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. That ain't my story. History, it's his story. Probably ain't your story. History, it's his story. It's his story.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God of Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English plotted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of angels, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Tell you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God, it's never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
I call it. Rest 3000. Enemy of my tribe, but I for mine, so what's happening? Government and all, y'all crossed the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you crossed the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my need you, my need you, my need you, my need you, oh yeah, my need you, my need you, my need you. I do this for my need you, 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 my need you. I do this for my need you. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my need you, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Wire Cherokee, the Chief and Dr. Gia Lee. I'm still a G like EST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knees, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this here is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost they right like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that sense is finna say. Everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to. Me and my tribe are opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Oh, wow. You're doing great with that twirling.
Dad, I'm spinning.
Oh.
Hey, yo, Tariq, run them bands up. Yo, we got homie on. Nigga flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, caught my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas, I done retired. Yeah, one time, turn the beat down. Let a nigga go crazy, see now. Fell off, got it back, had to retry. Bitch sour and shit, had to remind.
Excuse me, it's Big Dope, straight drop. Yeah, I'm white, Mayo. Everything good as a 10-4.
Pour some drink, roll up some ganja. I'm about to blow like a motherfucking roster. Big dog status, you know I ain't flogging. Go in the way that I want, I ain't bothered.
Yell up on women feeling like a martyr. She wanna kick it, she my no karate. I just want head, I don't want nobody. Might take a nigga, bitch, that's a rob.
That whole back, stop it, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking option, nigga. Oh, I got your little hoe up on my side like a motherfucking option, nigga.
Big black nigga, my persona. Yes, I'm guilty, Your Honor. Of killing these niggas and fucking these bitches. Yes, I admit to the charges.
ABR be the mafia. Tell them ain't nobody stopping us. Lot of sucker niggas wanna copy us. Still dripping on the floor, you can mop it.
Let me pop my shit. Niggas be killing me. Gotta swap my shit. Niggas watch my shit. Since you niggas stealing, well, let me lock my shit. Let me stop my shit. Yeah, I'm from the bottom, but that don't stop not shit. Bitch, I'm an underdog. I mean, underhog. Still, nothing top my shit. Bitch, I'm the truth. And I showed you over and over again. This shit ain't no fluke. This is the proof. I set the bar in this bitch, and I'ma raise it like the roof. They counting me out. Yeah, they gotta be tripping. I don't know shit about a dish. Subtracting myself from anything bullshitting. I move forward, expedition. Since I do music, now I gotta move different. Be damn, I move without a tools. And rappers is dangerous, and I just can't be caught slipping. Be damn, I let a nigga do me. I ain't no killer, but I ain't never scared to shoot it. Don't run up on me like a groupie. We got some beef, nigga shells come included. This won't be a Taco Tuesday.
Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. I want to say shout out to everybody. Yeah, I got my PIC in the building. Y'all big homie, the one and only. The CEO's in the building. I want to say shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for capping in. Hey, we got a late little start. I want to say peace to everybody. It's going to be listening to this later on. See what we got in the building. We got Miss Elizabeth Young in the building. Reginald Jones, Nikki Nakia, Kenny K, Jan, Naya Knight, Mound City Mellow. I say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Shout out to everybody else listening right now. Appreciate you guys, man. You guys is gonna do us a favor. Like, share, subscribe on So I like this right here, man. It's my Twitter. Okay, get a chance. Follow me on Twitter, man. We're gonna be hitting the Twitter space real soon, you guys. Man, doing some stuff over there. Speaking of that, man, we're gonna be doing some shout out to Tariq Nasheed, man. Shout out to the FBA. Um, you guys see the title, man. You guys already know over here, man. When we talk about slavery, when it pertains to the American Aborigine, we say slavery is fake, right? Not that it didn't exist, but when it comes to slavery, right? We're gonna break some of this stuff down tonight. um, also, um, we're gonna be showing also like they talk about a lot of times it's to this to me when I'm sitting back, just analyzing, you know, just culture, right? And it just seems to me that our slave narrative, for instance, has been turned into a culture, right? I even remember thinking back in the days that soul food, right, is slave food. You know what I mean? Even all the like a lot of the connotations, like the leftovers and all this other shit, right? Well, think of it from this perspective, right? What were they eating in Europe that made them want to leave up out of Europe and come to a place that has plenty of food? Just pick it off the tree, right? Just think of that mentality. You know what I mean? So if you come from somewhere and you don't own anything, right? And you don't have any land, that means you're gonna have to work, you're gonna have to beg, you're gonna have to steal, you're gonna have to do a lot of things. Hence prisons, nursing homes, orphanages. We didn't have these things before they came here. I just want to point that out. um, yeah, man. See, Misa L, only the wise in the building. Libra Sun, peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man, tapped in. Um, you already know, man. If you guys, you already know about the Only Builders membership club, man. Hit us up. Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com. Also, anybody looking for any opportunities, hit me up at cheapholiday at gmail.com. Yeah, man, we're just matching people up, good people, good companies. If you have a need for employees or any services, also hit me up, cheapholiday at gmail.com. Keep it super simple, you guys. Also, tomorrow, we're going to be having a Only Builders pop up. So, if you're not Only Builders, you're Only Builders. Be on the lookout for that tomorrow. We're going to be posting that and be sending you guys notification for that via email. So, be on the lookout for that. What else we got going on? So much going on, y'all. Now let's just get right into this thing. What I want to do. What I want to do. I want to get. let's just get right into this Tariq Nasheed video. What I want to do once we hear something, then we just basically go to it and explain it. Matter of fact, before we get to that video, I want to pull up the etymology of slave. If you guys seen this before, bear with us. Whatever, we're gonna go through it a little bit, just so we understand who is, whatever. Put in the chat room so you guys can have it yourself. Let's just get right to this real fast, you guys. Real fast. As a noun, right? Just real quick, you guys. Late 13th century, right? So late 1200s. Okay, think about it. Quote: a person who is in chattel or property of another. Okay. Now, when we think about property of another, right? that comes in different forms. Even when we talk about husbandry, husband, basically a wife, um, a husband having ownership of his wife as well as his children, right? Let's keep going. From Old French, esclave. We're just gonna ride through this real fast, you guys. Just gotta see it. Medieval Latin, sclavus, slave. Source also Italian, schiavio. French, esclave. Right? Spanish, esclavo. Originally, Slav. Now let's go see what Slav are. 'Cause it says originally slave comes from Slav. Okay, let's go to Slav. See Slav. Just real quick, you guys. Go to Slav. Real quick. Click the Slav. I don't know if you're on, if you click Slav or not. Slow. All right, Slav. Also a noun, you guys. It's kind of interesting. It says it's late 14th century, right? Which is a whole century um, younger than, like, I don't know if how something can be the origin of something is 100 years or 100 or a century, right? So younger than where it came from. But anyway, we'll get back to that. Esclave from medieval Latin, sclavus, 800, right? So from Byzantine Greek, sklabo, right? Proto-Slavic, Slavonia, a Slav, probably related to Slovo, word speech, which suggests that the name originally identified a member of a speech community, right? Compare Old Church, Slavonic, Nemishi, Germans related to Nimu, dumb, Greek, heterophonos, right? Foreign, literally of different voice. And Old English, peod, which meant both race and language, right? Let's go back to slave. We're going to get into that a little bit. He got, yeah, slide back up. Okay. Yeah, go back to the top of this page, or the top of this paragraph. Kicked out. Okay, it says the oldest written history of the Slavs can be shortly summarized, right? Myriads of slave hunts and the enthrallment of entire peoples. The Slav was the most prized of human goods with increased strength outside his marshy land of origin, hardened to the utmost against all privation, industrious, content with little, good humored, and cheerful. He filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Now, I pointed out that it just logic, because if your brain works, right, that means you have a brain. If Slavs came to America, right, then they would have also been in America. Hence, the 1910 law called the Mann Act, or, or otherwise known as the White Slave Sex Trafficking Act. Okay, now we're going to get back to that. That's a 1910 law, so that also proves that they had slavery, right, in America. So I don't know why they wouldn't put that in here in America. You know, there's don't take any pale slaves to America. That wouldn't make any sense. Would that make any sense to you guys? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Sounds crazy. Okay. So let's see. Where we at? Okay, Asian Africa. It must be remembered that for every Slavonic slave who reached his destination, at least 10 succumbed to the inhumane treatment during the transport and to the heat of the climate. Indeed, Ibrahim, 10th century himself, in all probability, a slave dealer, says, quote, and the Slavs cannot travel to Lombardy on account of the heat, which is fatal to them. Hence, their high price. Now, I think that would be kind of like, unless you just have them in air conditioning somewhere, right? That would be kind of like, why would you have a higher price for somebody that is perishable goods, so to speak? You know what I'm saying? In an agricultural society, I don't know. Like, once again, even in this situation, motherfuckers be trying to put themselves in a more I'm not gonna say, just in a more of a better light, where it's just this white slavery. But you know, black slavery is worse than white slavery. No, it's just slavery. Okay, it's just slavery. It's just slaves. Okay, and once again, still haven't said Kunta yet. I still haven't seen Kunta yet, you guys. Okay, still haven't seen Americans, right? Still haven't seen you guys, right? But I do hear the word a lot: enslavement, employment, husbandry, apprenticeship, imprisonment, right? Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. It's the high price, my ass. Says the, the Arabian geographer of the 9th century tells us how the Magraya, right? Probably said that wrong. And the Pontus steep. Now, remember the other day when we were talking to Seth, Seth guy from Germany, and he was talking about, originally he say he's not from Germany, and he talked about Pontus Steep, right? Now he said this is where his people come from. He's Slavic, right? I reminded him of that because he made up this whole Aryan thing, right? This is all Norse mythology, okay? As well as Johnny come lately information. But Pontus Steep, right, where he comes from, right? He's the origin of the Slav slave race. Okay, it's not me. It's him. Dominated all the slave dwelling near them. Huh? Right there. The Maguire, right? The Maguires, right? Like Maguires, right? Made raids upon the Slavs and took their prisoners along the coast of Kirk, where the Byzantines came to meet them and gave Greek brocades and such wares in exchange for the prisoners, right? All right, and that comes from the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, 1913, okay? All right. It says, meaning one who has lost the power of resistance to some habit or vice. It's from 1550s, okay? All right, so let's go out of this and let's pull up that video, last video I sent you before we pull up the Tariq video. It talks about the history of pale slavery, right? It's just slavery. We don't say pale slavery, just slavery. I just want to point out as well that black is blotted out, or pale, or bleached out, or blank, right? Without color. Okay, so when you translate things, as we
Slave
seen
trade
last
refers to the
night,
white slave
you
markets that
translate.
flourished on the Barbary coast of North
Okay, go ahead.
Africa, or modern-day Morocco.
Well, I was talking about how they change words like maroon from brown to runaway slave, right? Seminole, as well as they can change black from being blotted out, bleached out, without color, right? Blank to black, and white is blanco. He still be scratching his chin like, huh? You would think that blanco would be black, right? But it's not. It's negro. So let's go. I just wanted to point that out, you guys. Let's go.
Trade refers to the white slave markets that flourished on the Barbary coast of North Africa, or modern-day Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and western Libya, between the 15th and 19th centuries. These markets prospered while the states were nominally under Ottoman suzerainty, but in reality they were mostly autonomous. The North African slave markets traded in European slaves. The European slaves were acquired by Barbary pirates in slave raids on ships and by raids on coastal towns from Italy to Spain, Portugal, France, England, the Netherlands, and as far afield as Ireland and Iceland. Men, women, and children were captured, to such a devastating extent that vast numbers of seacoast towns were abandoned. Ohio State University history professor Robert Davis describes the white slave trade as minimized by most modern historians in his book Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters, White Slavery in the Mediterranean, the Barbary Coast and Italy, 1500 to Euro 1800. Davis estimates that 1 million to 1.25 million white Christian Europeans were enslaved in North Africa, from the beginning of the 16th century to the middle of the 18th, by slave traders from Tunis, Algiers, and Tripoli alone, and roughly 700 Americans were held captive in this region as slaves between 1785 and 1815. 16th and 17th century customs statistics suggest that Istanbul's additional slave import from the Black Sea may have totaled around 2.5 million from 1450 to 1700.
Hold on one second. Did they say 700? From 17 something to 18 something? So that's kind of a weird number, 700. How did Americans, who are they calling Americans at the time? Especially if it's before America was formed. Can we go back? I got to hear that part again, the actual dates that they're talking about, that Americans were held by the Barbary. Not saying that it's definitely possible, but if this is happening at the same time as so-called Cristobal Colon and De La, De La Casa and all these other guys. How are they going into Africa? How are they moving all these slaves if this is happening to the 1900s in Africa? Y'all have to make this make sense. How are you going into Africa and they're enslaving you in Africa into the 1900s? It doesn't make any sense. Okay? You have to make it make sense. You had to pay tribute. You had to do certain things. It was too. The cost of doing business was too much for pale skins at this time period, guys. They're lying. They're writing things in the history, as we pointed out, with Columbus and the Casa. They don't have any evidence of these things happening. No primary documents, no nothing that they translate and say, well, nothing. They don't have it. Okay? They do not have it. So, but you do have documentation of these people, right? This is not fiction. This is not Roots. Roots is fiction. We got to pull that up tonight too. Show you guys that Roots is fake, right? And the Pan-Boo-Boos have roots and DNA, fake. Like, you have to make this make sense. So, yeah, let's go back. Let's hit this again. Let's go. Shit.
Additional slave import from the Black Sea may have totaled around 2.5 million from 1450 to 1700. The markets declined after the loss of the Barbary Wars and finally ended in the 1830s, when the region was conquered by France. Origins: the slave trade had existed in North Africa since antiquity, with a supply of African slaves arriving through trans-Saharan trade routes. The towns on the North African coast were recorded in Roman times for their slave markets, and this trend continued into the medieval age. The Barbary coast increased in influence in the 15th century, when the Ottoman Empire took over as rulers of the area. Coupled with this was an influx of Moorish refugees, newly expelled from Spain after the Reconquista. With Ottoman protection and a host of destitute immigrants, the coastline soon became reputed for piracy. Crews from the seized ships were either enslaved or ransomed. Rise of the Barbary pirates. After a revolt in the mid-17th century reduced the ruling Ottoman pashas to little more than figureheads in the region, the towns of Tripoli, Algiers, Tunis and others became independent in all but name. Without a large central authority and its laws, the pirates themselves started to gain much influence. Pirate raids for the acquisition of slaves occurred in towns and villages on the African Atlantic seaboard, as well as in Europe. Reports of Barbary raids and kidnappings of those in Italy, Spain, France, Portugal, England, Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, and as far north as Iceland exist from between the 16th to the 19th centuries. It is estimated that between 1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were captured by pirates and sold as slaves in Tunis, Algiers and Tripoli during this time period. The slave trade in Europeans in other parts of the Mediterranean is not included in this estimation. Famous accounts of Barbary slave raids include a mention in the diary of Samuel Pepys and a raid on the coastal village of Baltimore, Ireland, during which pirates left with the entire populace of the settlement. Such raids in the Mediterranean were so frequent and devastating that the coastline between Venice to Malaga suffered widespread depopulation, and settlement there was discouraged. In fact, it was said that this was largely because there was no one left to capture any longer. The power and influence of these pirates during this time was such that nations including the United States of America paid tribute in order to stave off their attacks. Supplies from the Black Sea appears to have been even larger. A compilation of partial statistics and patchy estimates indicates that a little fewer than 2 million Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles were seized from 1468 to 1694. Additionally, there were slaves from the Caucasus obtained by a mixture of raiding and trading. 16th and 17th century customs statistics suggest that Istanbul's slave import from the Black Sea may have totaled around 2.5 million from 1450 to 1700. Decline. In the first years of the 19th century, The United States of America and some European nations fought and won the First Barbary War and the Second Barbary War against the pirates. The Barbary Wars were a direct response of the British, French and the Dutch states to the raids and white slave trade by the Barbary pirates, which finally ended in the 1830s when the region was conquered by France. The white slave trade and markets in the Mediterranean declined and eventually disappeared after the European occupations. After an Anglo-Dutch raid in 1816 on Algiers immobilized most of the pirate fleet, the Dey of Algiers was forced to agree to terms which included a cessation of the practice of enslaving Christians, although slave trading and non-Europeans could still continue. After losing in this period of formal hostilities with European and American powers, the Barbary states went into decline. However, the Barbary pirates did not cease their operations, and another British raid on Algiers took place in 1824. Finally, France invaded Algiers in 1830, placing it under colonial rule. Tunis was similarly invaded by France in 1881. Tripoli returned to direct Ottoman control in 1835, before finally falling into Italian hands in the 1911 Italo-Turkish War. As such, the slave traders now found that they had to work in accordance with the laws of their governors, and could no longer look to self-regulation. The slave trade finally ceased on the Barbary coast when European governments passed laws granting emancipation to slaves. See also, Ottoman slave trade, Arab slave trade, Barbary corsairs, Barbary wars, North African slave narratives, Republic of Salah copyright. External links. When Europeans were slaves, research suggests white slavery was much more common than previously believed. British slaves on the Barbary coast, seabed gold clue to white slavers, America and the Barbary pirates, an international battle against an unconventional foe, Barbary captivity narratives. References.
That's that's Africa, right? And then talk about the enslavement in China, in Asia. How many people were enslaved in Asia? Why do you guys think that the modern Asians are lighter right now? Why do you think the modern North Africans are lighter right now? Right? It's all a part of this um, slave trade, as well as subsequently, like late 1800s, 1900 colonization of Africa. Now, when did they according to them, when did they colonize America? In the 1500s, right? Now, I'm thinking to myself, I said to myself, damn, they right there. They're right there by Africa. They're 9 miles away. They're dealing with them until, right, 1492, according to them. Well, no, y'all dealing with them until the late 1800s, going into the 1900s. So if you're dealing with them, beefing, battling, getting enslaved, getting humped on, how are you going to doing all this enslavement and bringing all these people over here when y'all asses is broke? It's a joke. Destiny broke. How's you doing all these great things? How'd you build the boats? How you fund it? How you do these things? No, they had to, according to them, leave Europe, come to America to become rich, because this is the land of milk and honey. They didn't go to Africa to get rich. They had to come to America to get rich. So I just want to point it out. Yeah, Choctaw, Montana, 808. CO, Black Native First. Sheesh. And all their thieves. That's a fact. Christopher Creer, Peace King. So peace to the guys, man. Tapped in. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. We definitely be going, bro. I once again, you gotta account for this Barbary slavery, this Barbary Coast Wars during these time periods. That, according to you guys, would have just been a continuing of hostilities. You know, if you guys just ran, if they had just ran out the air quote Moors out of Spain, where'd you run them to? Ran them back down into Africa, right? According to you guys, right? So, but did they stop and they just turn around and just started slaving niggas? That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of these stories just don't add up. If I'm running you out of something, how do you turn around and slaving me for hundreds of years? That don't even make sense. Make it make sense, you guys. What they said from the 1500s to the 1800s, 1900s, right? So I don't know, yeah. Just even their story is not adding up. Doesn't add up with time, doesn't add up with anything. So I just want to point that out. Yeah, let's pull up this Tariq video, guys. And it's really interesting. Once again, we wanted to give a kind of a baseline of what we're talking about. So when you're talking to somebody, you kind of have a context, a foundation, because etymology matters, especially when you're talking to people who are trying to put slavery or slave on you. You will know what etymology of this word come from, not a new dictionary that was written in 1988 that's putting right slavery on you and Kunta. Okay, no, slavery comes from Slavs who were historically slaves. Period. Press go. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull this up right here, you guys. So shout out to everybody, man, tapped in. Man, I'll put the link in the chat room. Hold on one second. My loved ones will come on, man. Rapper Taste. Some interesting things, that I heard, you know, on these call-ins, with Brother Tariq Nasheed. So, that's some things that, I think that we might need to be, we might need to pull his coattail too. So that's what we're gonna do, you guys. Um, anybody know Tariq? Tag him in this. I tagged him on Twitter and Instagram. So yeah, man. So peace to everybody, man. Last night was crazy, you guys. Crazy bill, man. Shout out to DJ ZPE coming through, man, and blazing. I think it was 14 hours, yo. Shit. I think it was crazy, yo. Crazy. Went in, man. My brother was hot last night, man. Shout out to DJ, man. He probably still recovering somewhere. Hey, did you guys know I'm the marathon man? Hashtag a marathon man. Let me put that in marathon. Let's go. Let's go. Let me put some of these things in there. You guys looking for a speaker, man. You guys want to be a part of this tour we got coming up real soon, man. Hit us up. I don't give a fuck. Bookings at Gmail. Bookings at gmail.com. With Sahab up. Chief Holiday at gmail.com. You already know, man. Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com. You guys are interested in the Only Builders group, the things that we dropping. Shout out to the builders, man. You already know, man. Got a lot of great things that we're going to be presenting to the tribe, man. So definitely appreciate everybody that's working as well behind the scenes. Peace to you guys, and thank you very much. All right, man. Support the real, man. Only builders. Y'all get y'all Aboriginal drip at weare2am.com. weare2am. As well, you already know, man, Walk Like God, AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. You know what I'm saying, man? Shout out to Libra Son. I'll be showing a little something a little later, too, man. You know, what you got in here? Black Uhuru. He said DJ ZPE was pseudo. He said that the buildings in black neighborhoods were ancient and made of alabaster. I definitely missed that. Black Uhuru. Legend of Naga. Charlie is in the building. Peace and power to your brother. Appreciate you guys. Hey, Black Uhuru. What about these slaves, though? What about these Slavs? What about these waste people who they just wasted into our lands here, brother? You gotta account for this. And they didn't come here owning your ass. They could even own their own ass, right? No skills, no anything, and that's just what it is. So you guys are pushing a narrative because you're pushing like black and African. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that. Shout out to Sun Baby in the building. Peace to the God, man. Thank you for tapping in. Hey, Black and Hulu, thank you for tapping in as well. We definitely appreciate it. But as far as, I don't know if the brother said it the way you said it, black neighborhoods, ancient and made of alabaster. Well, we'll say this. Well, I would say this, that everything was built on top of our shit. So, you know, our ancient land, our ancient grounds, let alone ancient cities that were flooded, tore down, broke up, blew up. It's just facts, right? So I just wanted to let you know that if you didn't know that. So once again, you guys got to get on the right side of history, okay? History, right? Got to get on the right side of history, man. So I want to point that out. So peace paradise, everybody, man. Like I said, man, y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. And I come in peace, man. I really do. Yeah, let's get this Tariq video up from his Twitter. You guys, let me Twitter up in here again. That's not it. That's the StreamYard. Let me get it fast. That's your boy. Follow me on Twitter. I'll follow you back.
Let's get borderline psychotic. Speaker. Let's get borderline in here. All right. Let's get borderline.
Yes, sir. What's popping, Tariq?
What's going on, borderline? How are you, sir?
I'm outstanding, brother. This is my first time talking to you. I've been fucking with you for years. It's funny. I've been in a few of these spaces in here, and every time I go into one of the rooms, they think I'm you. There's a few people in this room right now who know what I'm talking about.
Hilarious.
So I am the official Tariq nigga when you ain't around.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I just left a room right now. They in there fighting about your museum and everything else. And the shit is funny to me. So, I'm just in there having a little fun. But I just want to say that I fuck with you heavy. We out here watching what you doing, man. And fuck the haters. Shit.
Real talk, man. Real talk. I'm not even tripping on whiny niggas with daddy issues. These niggas just whining for attention. But thank you for the call, brother. All right, let's get some more folks in here. Yeah, those are other time wasters too. Niggas who just get in rooms and whine about another man. That's very homoerotic. And it's a time wasting, attention whoring type of thing. Niggas just trying to latch on to another man for attention. It's very basketball wife-ish. A lot of these niggas got basketball wife syndrome. These are goofy dudes who can't get no shine and they got to latch on to another man for some shine. That's real that's hoish. That's real basketball wife-ish. I'm Mendices and them niggas is Yandy. These are some old love and hip hop niggas latching onto another man for some shine. You ought to be ashamed. I won't even entertain niggas like that. Stop it. Let's see who else. We got a lot of folks. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's have some real combo in here. My dude from the UK is trying to get back on, but okay. And I wish some UK people, if y'all in the UK, let us know what's going. Not the UK, but in the Ukraine. I'm sorry, because it's going down out there in the Ukraine right now. All right, let's get we got a few people I'm putting on.
What's up, Rick?
What's up, bro? Who is this? Ace?
What's happening,
Ace?
man? I just real brief, man. I just wanted to say we appreciate everything you do, bro. From Ohio to Atlanta. I'm a little bit everywhere with the production side, but we appreciate everything you do, bro.
You still in Brazil?
I'm in Brazil. Yes.
Oh, okay. How's everything going down there in Brazil, my nigga?
We are experiencing worse economical troubles than the U.S., but it's still doable. We're living. At least we're not in Ukraine getting bombs on our heads.
At least you're not getting bombs on your heads?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. That's cool. Y'all in those favelas out there doing what you have to do to get your...
Yeah.
I hope you ain't out there running around the favela looking for a fella trying to get you a little money. Y'all dudes be out there Bucci selling too, so that ain't a good look.
I'm not getting butt broken.
All right, man. Don't be out there slinging that Bucci for some Goya powder, nigga. All right, Fred Barbs. You be safe out there in Brazil, man. And stay out the fellas, bro. All right. These dudes are funny. Well, what's up, Camilla? You trying to get back on here, Camilla? What's up, Camilla? I added you on earlier. You didn't want to say nothing, Camilla. Turn your microphone on.
Привет. Как дела?
Hello, Camilla.
Привет.
Uh-oh. Are you from the Ukraine? Camilla? Okay, Camilla, you over there doing something real strange. What are you doing over there, Camilla? What's up, man? What's your name, sir? Where are you from?
From a lot of places, actually. But had something to ask you.
Okay, before you do that, I just want to know a little bit of something about you, sir. Where did your family immigrate from?
No immigration here, 100%. American born and bred.
Okay, well, somebody in your family had to immigrate here. So who immigrated?
Well, I have direct blood going back to, I'm a direct descendant of Cabeza de Vaca. It's like minor Spanish nobility from Spain.
Okay, so you have a Spanish, you're Hispanic, right?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Where in South America did your family come from?
South America?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's an interesting one. South America.
Because if you have Spanish background, they had to have come because there were really no Spanish settlements here like that.
Oh, dude,
that lasted.
Read up on him, dude. Read up on Cabeza de Vaca. Just like, sorry, I'm shooting pizza at the same time. Yeah, just read up on him. Wikipedia him. He went all through those territories. Yeah.
Right. But there were no permanent settlements here. They went down to South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. So your family has to be from one of those places.
Sure. There's a lot I don't know, man, honestly.
So which one? Which one? Because you're stalling. Why are you ashamed to say where
No,
your
I had a question for you. I'm not stalling. I'm just kind of just answering your question.
Okay. You are kind of stalling. And I find when people do that, I'm kind of questioning their motives before they even ask the question. So again, you seem ashamed to admit where your family is from in South America.
I don't know of where, like I just explained to you. Like if you look up who he was like all.
So you are a white male. You're a white male, and you know exactly where your people came from.
More or less.
They immigrated here. They immigrated here, sir. They immigrated here from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're ashamed to say where you immigrated from, just say that.
I didn't immigrate from anywhere. I was born.
Well, your family.
I am the son of 2 Air Force comm school. What do you want to call them? Like students at the time in 1986.
If you are
if
you're ashamed to admit where your family immigrated from, that's okay. I can understand the shame. Okay, but go ahead.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what you're referring to. I mean, if you could tell me what I'm not ashamed.
You are a white man. White people are not indigenous to North America. They had to come from somewhere else. You talked about some Spanish nobility, man, but there was no permanent Spanish colonies in North America like that.
I mean, my father is Anglo-Saxon. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Now, where did he come from? Well, where did his family come from?
Somewhere in England. I couldn't even tell you. I never met the guy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. England. Yeah. Now, how hard was that? That wasn't so hard at all, was it?
No, I didn't.
Okay, now what's on your mind? What's on your mind, sir?
Why is slavery bad?
Why is slavery bad? For obvious reasons, because it mistreats people, and slavery is basically you harming and mistreating and controlling a person, and that person doesn't know how to stop it. That's all slavery is. Now, why would you ask, why is slavery bad?
Well, because white people were slaves too at one point to other white people.
Was it bad? Was it bad when they were enslaved?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Hold on.
Was it bad?
Hold on, real quick.
People were
Hold
enslaved.
I gotta catch this. I just caught something. This fool said white people were enslaved too at one point to white people. He literally just said that. Even though white is a social construct, right? If your ass was property, chattel, or whatever, you wouldn't be considered white in that social construct. You also, as a woman, as late as the 1920s, didn't have certain rights that men had. Y'all remember this? Susan B. Anthony and all that shit. So it was interesting, though, that he said something that was facts. That keep saying white. You can't say white. Pale skin, pale people, pale Europeans, Slavic people, hence Slav, Slavonic people are not indigenous or aborigines to America. That is a 100% fact. Right? Neither are mestizos, the mixed people that they created to become the buffer class in this caste system. You understand? We talk about Indian schools, we're talking about bleaching out the Negro or the Indian. Negro predates Indian, same thing. Same descriptive term of the same people. We're talking about the West Indies, and you know what we're talking about. Talking about the East Indies, you know what we talking about. You're just talking about a descriptive term of dark people, period. Okay? Now, talk about this concept of slavery. We've already seen what slaves are, Slavs are, how long they were Slavs, how long they were in bondage, right? So when you hear a narrative that's continuing to be pushed by everybody else that, oh, you guys were slaves. We wasn't the Slavs. We wasn't the slaves. You guys were the slaves. And if we were slaves and we were only owned by other pale people, that's just not true. They say that the Irish were the first slaves here in America. Well, once again, for us, slavery never existed. It's not legal in America. But guess what? If you are a Slav, you've always been a Slav. You've always been a slave. You came here under whatever laws that apply to you. You guys act like British law applied to us or certain laws apply to us. Those are concepts that they are writing into history. They're writing colonization. They're writing ownership of other people, right? Of other things, of inventions, of ingenuity, attributed to other people. I just want to point that out. So once again, Tariq, we're not slaves. They're the slaves. We're not black. They're actually the blacks, but that's too confusing. No black, white shit. Leave that alone. Specifically, go to the tribe. The tribes are Slavs, period. Okay? Let's go.
It. That's all slavery is. Now, why would you ask why is slavery bad?
Well, because white people were slaves too at one point to other white people.
Was it bad? Was it bad when they were enslaved?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Was it bad when white people were enslaved at one point?
That's difficult to answer. That's difficult to answer. I am not nearly smart enough to be able to answer that.
Yeah, slavery was bad. When any mistreatment is bad, and the fact that you think that there's some type of caveat to mistreatment, oh man, what kind of mentality do you have? Do you think mistreating people is good in any shape, form, or fashion? No mistreatment is good, sir.
What about the purchase of death row inmates as slaves?
All of that is bad. They shouldn't be on. Why are they on death row?
Take a pick.
Hold on. Oh,
and
God
what
damn
death row
on.
inmates are you talking
Hold
about?
on.
Because
Hold
this is a
on.
lot of.
Shit. Wouldn't a person who was condemned to death in England, right, and was granted to come to America and work off their death sentence, whether it was 14 years, right, 7 years, whatever the case may be, that is death row inmates. Fool. See, once again, people say stuff without logic, or like examining everything that's coming out their face. So the story of his people, according to him, they came here because they were criminals who were, a lot of them were condemned to death because you stole a chicken back in the days, your ass was to get hung. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that people could do that was corporal punishment back in the days, right? So so people was, okay, well, we're not gonna hang you, so you can go to America and work in for 14 years or whatever, and then from that, that's a contract. If you ran away from that or whatever, they would come get you, you know what I mean? So these things happen when pale people came here or whatever, they ran away from certain things. They would send out the slave catchers, primarily niggas, because we knew the territories and stuff because we from here, right? Go capture their ass, bring their asses right back. Same concept, right? All the stories they told, they just been told in reverse. Now, if you believe that they had slave markets like they had in Europe, then why would that guy, I mean, in Africa, why would that guy believe that Europeans or pale people were only enslaved to pale people? It makes him feel better. He doesn't want to even have that image in his head that niggas own pale people. Well, I ain't got to tell you guys, that's American history. The largest slave owners, according to them, were Negroes. Don't fuck with me. Don't go back and forth. You're going to lose, okay? And they also, according to them, not just owned or right, people of color. So that's just facts. That's a fact of history. We showed you guys Sarah Bass, who was a former slave who was owned by Richard Allen. So y'all talk shit. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? That's a case point, hook, line, and sinker, right? So my bad, y'all. We'll get back to this video. Try not to stop it this much, man. But goddamn, Tariq, shit. Let's go.
Weird whataboutisms. What are you talking about?
Just what I said. Death row inmates. Is a guy to be able to purchase death row inmates as slaves?
I don't know. When did death row inmates be purchased as slaves? Sounds like this is a lot of deflective whataboutisms to kind of justify enslaving and mistreating Black people. Is that what this is? You can unmute your microphone. I didn't mute you. Okay. Want to try unmuting your microphone? Okay. All right. Well, he muted his own microphone. His microphone is not on. And I guess he ran out of troll material. Let's get Cobra in here. I guess he ran out of troll material. Let me get him out of here. He just muted his mic and I haven't heard from him. All right, Cobra, let's hop on, bro.
What's going on, Lex?
What's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm all right, sir. Yeah, that last speaker is the definition of your room, the TWT.
Yeah, time wasting troll. Time wasting. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to just give you respect. I've been rocking with you since about 2011, since your first Hidden Colors, and that's about it.
All right. Let's get shout out to Sonny. Let's get our homie Sonny in here. Let's get Sonny in here to chime in and show light. What's up, brother Sonny?
Flex, what's good, family?
What's going on, Sonny? How's everything going?
Nothing. Everything is pretty good. Copacetic, man. Today is my birthday, man, and
hey, happy.
We have to vote on that. So even for them to even bring up the conversation, well, not the conversation, but the bill to vote on it, that they wouldn't even bring that up because they're so anti-Black. How do we even go forth with doing that if they're so against us?
Well, we got to be bold, man. We have to be bold, and we have to be willing to let the Democratic Party crash and burn. We have to give them a real ultimatum. The problem is we never give them an ultimatum. We sit here and we keep saving the Democratic Party, even when they tell us to kiss their asses. We sit up here and say, we want this, we want that, and they say, nope, vote for us anyway. And instead of letting them crash and burn, we'll sit up here and run to the polls talking about, well, we can't let Trump get in office now. We can't let no real racists get in no office now. We start talking silly instead of sticking to our guns.
So
them burn.
Oh, no, my bad. So I mean, well, not just the Democratic Party, but both parties, because they're both pretty much the same evil, I feel.
They are. They are.
So it's like, how do we even? Because I feel like if we go and even try to get reparations, that shit seems like we would have to do that by force. Like, and I mean like real like guerrilla warfare type force that we would have to do that. Like, what other way is there other than violence? I feel.
But this the thing. If we pull out, if we say for real, we're not going to support this political party, and we're not going to even support the political process if you don't do what we want you to do. Because all of this, let's do a study and let's do a meeting and all of that. So these are time wasting tactics. We got to get real bold and put our foot down and say, hey, look, we'll pull out of the process altogether. And they understand when people pull out of the political process altogether, they will naturally start looking for their own solutions to their problems. And then that's a problem for the establishment. So they have to be in a position where, okay, let's not let these folks go rogue on us. So this is why we have to understand how to be strategic as far as withdrawing our support for certain things. We got to understand that, because we sit up here and we make idle threats, but we'll go support them anyway. That's why they won't do anything. We sit here and say, we want this, we want that. They say no, and then you go support them anyway. It don't work like that. If they know you're going to keep supporting them, they're never going to do anything for you. They know you're going to support them no matter what. They're not going to do anything for you. I want Black folks to get this. That means you have to not, if they're not going to give us tangibles, leave them alone. And that don't mean go vote some damn down Democrat and all this goofy nonsense. That means let them crash and burn. Let one part of the party just crash and burn. This is why they're trying to cobble together some tether grassroots base for them now, the Democrats. They're trying to find another substitute base because Black people are the base of the Democratic Party. And we sit up here and let these folks trick us into voting for them in exchange for some damn catfish nuggets and black-eyed peas. Just silly plantation nonsense. If we stay focused and mean what we say and say what we mean, we can make these people give us some reparations, but we have to be focused. And this is why they keep putting these tethers our way. They keep throwing these people in because they know ultimately they're going to have to give in with the reparations. So what they're doing now, they're going to muddy the reparations water. This is why they're putting all these tethers around us and trying to expand who should get reparations. Because they know ultimately, in order to get our support, because the reparations movement is a lot of momentum going on right now. So they know they're going to have to say, okay, we're going to give you reparations. But what they're doing now, this is why we're talking about this. They're in the process of getting all of these non-FBA tethers in so that we can somehow include them. And then once we include Black folks who are from the Caribbean and from Africa, that's going to open the door for Latinos, then for Asians, and then we're going to be right back at square one. This is why we cannot, under no circumstances, have anybody else included in the reparations claim except foundational Black Americans who descended from American slave plantations, who are supposed to get 40 acres and a mule, and the descendants of those people. We got to be so clear. We can't let them move from that at all. And as you see in these reparations.
Now, here's the thing, right? When you say that, right? Tariq, who are the foundation of Black Americans, right? Now, I think this is interesting because now if you have somebody that would qualify, say one of the parents would qualify as a foundational Black American, right? And the other parent is half foundational Black American, right? Not full, half. Y'all follow me? Everybody follow me? Okay. Now, does that make your children, first off, does that make the half person, the half caste person, does that make them foundational Black American? And does that make the children from the union of a a full-blooded foundational Black American and a half-caste foundational Black American. You guys are the children foundational Black American. Is there some type of admixture chart that needs to be, like who checks these things? Like who's the checker for this, Tariq? Who checks this? Right? And how do you check this? Who makes the decision on that union, right? Half caste foundational Black American, right? And a full-blooded foundational Black American, and the children that come from that union, who is foundational Black American other than the foundational Black American? I just need to know. What do you guys say in there? Any FBA people here? Do you guys know? If you guys had a meeting, say, hey, we're gonna do this at the meeting. Hey, Copper Tone, Follow Our Heritage Apparel is in the building. Sister Soul Main Radio, Empress Awaken, The Realist, N-Word Alive. That's what's up, man. Nicholas Fontenot. I want to say peace to the guys, man. I see Khalil Finch in the building. Big Dog, Philly OG. I say peace to the guys, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Tapped in. Hey, man, I hope you guys getting something out of this build so far. Let's get right back to it. I had to, fuck y'all. Damn, Tariq. Words matter, y'all. Words matter.
Out in California, they got like Jamaican immigrants. These people who are all on these immigration platforms, their goal is to ultimately try to undermine us. We got to keep our eyes open on that. Amir, turn your microphone on, man.
Tariq, what's up? What's up?
What's up, Amir? How are you, sir?
Yeah, man, good, bro, good. Been checking you out for quite a while too, like many say, and it's a lot of different sources for that information, but it's great to see how you put it together, bro, for sure. FBA out of Miami right here, by way of Houston, Texas, and Louisiana, with history going back to the natives. Yep. Yeah, and I think it's interesting, man. I was doing some research recently, looking at how Native Americans who have connections to tribes within the past, with a grandparent or a direct parent that's a part of a Native American tribe, they get free schooling at a lot of different universities and colleges. And I thought that was crazy. When I went and dug through, there's like lists of different universities and colleges where Native Americans have access to free schooling. And, without Black Americans having some kind of lineage and some sort of way to delineate ourselves from other groups, I mean, don't you think we would deserve at a minimum free university, free schooling with 300 years of slavery, 100 years?
All right, let me touch on that. Thank you, brother. I wanted you to kind of land the plane because I wanted to touch on what you were saying. Very good points, brother. Very good points. Yeah, if you look at some of the government grant sites, boy, Native Americans or people who are federally recognized, let me say that. Let me be very clear. We've got to be clear with the words because let's be clear, a lot of these people ain't really Native Americans. Let's be very clear. A lot of these people who are claiming Native American, who are federally recognized, when you really look at them, they're not Native Americans. These are people whose family finessed their name onto the dolls rolls and they fraudulently got labeled as Native American because somebody paid $5. That's why you have so many white-looking people claiming Native American. And the only people who get questioned about their native status are us, Black people. That's the only time it's a question. Now, some lily white, Justin Timberlake-looking white person, they'll claim Native American and nobody bats an eye. This person ain't got one drop of Native in them, and you can tell they don't, but nobody bats an eye. You don't want to see no paperwork, no DNA or nothing. A Black person, we've been here for centuries, longer than everybody else. And the minute a Black person says, hey, well, I'm connected to a tribe, my great-grandmother was this, whoop, 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 then all of a sudden we got to show some DNA, we got to show some fingerprints, we got to show some semen samples, whatever. It's always questionable with us. Let's get some other people in. Sister Sean.
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? This is Sister Sean.
How are you?
I've been following you for a while, but I have to admit and just be transparent. I kind of was on the fence with you, brother. And I loved everything you do. I've been following you for years. I've always had the hidden colors, and I kind of just got on this Twitter world probably in the last 2 or 3 years. I don't really have a question, but I have a statement. So I actually have a newfound respect for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I want people to really understand. I think you've been misunderstood. But what I take you as an entertainer, I take you as an author, I take you as a historian. You shared some of the things that you do within our country and out globally. So that makes you a philanthropist.
Right.
And you're also a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that people don't really understand your scope. But I had enough time to sit back and to really make a very critical decision about you. So I'm FBA now.
Right.
I'm FBA. And let me tell you why I called you, because I was really upset about that tweet about the AB 31 21 dude, the Smith, the Caribbean dude.
Right.
Let me tell you why that's very, very important for the FBA family to really, really understand. Because number one, I believe that you are a resident of California.
I am. Yes, I am.
So you have a right to testify as a citizen and give your voice.
Right.
There's no way that is totally inappropriate for him to block you.
Right.
Because that's your city.
Right. Right.
And that's not even my city. That's your city.
Right.
So I want to let the family know what the politics is, that is actually inappropriate behavior.
Right.
I'm in the DMV. I'm the DC, Maryland, Virginia. Now, maybe I'm a different scope or different, type of citizen, but that is your city.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
he is out of line. So
Yeah.
I think we need to jump on that however we can to say that.
Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you so much. Let's get Itati. I think that's his name. Itati GI, something like that. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, sir. Itate Guy. You want to turn your microphone on? If you want to turn your microphone on, that's great.
Yeah, brother. Greetings.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, greetings, my brother. I from the Caribbean, you know what I mean?
There you go. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, my brother. I'm good. I appreciate your content. I've been listening for years.
Yes,
I put you as a historian. Your research is very in depth and always on point,
so much, brother. That phone was starting to act up, brother. Them phones be acting up. All right, but let's try the young lady with the Haitian flag. I don't know your name, ma'am, but you got a Haitian flag on. All right.
Hello, Tariq. I spoke with you last week about the phenotypes and stuff, and I just wanted to touch back in because it says watch out for time wasting tactics.
Right.
And I think that after I said that, it was so much Photoshop going on instead of African people from the diaspora and the continent saying, okay, well, just let me sit here and actually research what this young lady has said. And nobody really wants to do that. They want to throw mud, they want to throw dirt because we don't want.
Okay, thank you. I don't know I have no idea what you're talking about, sister. And I don't want to confuse the people because I'm confused. Sometimes a lot of people will hop on and they will assume that we remember them or what you're talking about. And I just have no idea what you're talking about. And it was completely out of context. I just don't know. And I don't want to have to try to dig back and try to revamp with love and respect. No disrespect, no love. But no hate, but it's all love. But I just didn't know what you're talking about, man, to be honest. What verb? Oh, y'all names, man.
Well, it's whatever, bro. I'm from the UK. How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good. How you doing? What city you in, brother?
I'm in London.
There you go. Shout out to London. What's on your mind, sir?
Thanks. So, as a global citizen, somebody from outside of the States, America's a powerful country. We kind of observe a lot of the politics that go on over there. Yeah?
Right.
Now, one thing I wonder about is like your headline, watch out for time wasting tactics, right?
Yes.
And then you got the hashtag reparations, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, as a thinking man, in some ways, I look at this and I kind of think, although reparations would be nice, yeah, we know full well that this is not something that's going to come easy. So in some ways, seeking reparations as opposed to unifying, getting together, building communities, Black Wall Street type of situation, yeah, would
Can
that
I
not
add
be
to that point?
would that not be a wiser move?
Hold on.
Can I just add to that
Hold on,
point?
D. Bruh. Hold on, bro. Hold on, D. Hold on. Let my man finish speaking, brother. Let him finish speaking. So whatever, Bert. Okay, so you were saying instead of looking for reparations, how about we just get on some like a unity thing so we can build another Black Wall Street?
But essentially, yeah, especially with today's technology,
Okay, so we're already, Black people, especially foundational Black Americans, we're already building what little communities that we have. For example, down in Atlanta, I was just in Atlanta. They got some great things going on down in Atlanta. A lot of Black businesses there. Foundational Black Americans got a Black Wall Street type of mall area down there. So that groundwork is already being done. There's a sister down there that I'm going to meet up with again. My brother Raheem Shabazz hooked me up with her. She has a lot of acres of land where she's building a town out there in Georgia, and they're getting a lot of people to invest. I'm going to invest in that property as well. So we're already doing stuff like that. We're doing that. We're already doing that while
Very
we're
interesting.
waiting for reparations. Let's be clear. We're not just sitting around doing nothing waiting on reparations. All right. Let's be clear.
Mhm.
We're already building. We're already doing stuff. I'm still getting the museum. When I find a place, I'm still getting the museum. So we're building, getting property, acquiring land, acquiring buildings, and all of that. And we're still trying to get those reparation packages popping off too. So we can multitask. We can do both, right?
Okay.
Yes,
Very
sir.
good. Sounding good.
Thank you so much.
You're
All right, now D, now you can talk, sir. Okay, what's his name? Doc Ellis, the Agent Noir.
Yep.
Okay, now you can talk. What's on your mind, man?
How we doing? I was just wondering if you think there's like a tax that should be taken from certain white people in this country that should maybe go towards the reparations.
A tax?
Yeah.
No, man, just the federal government, man. They got money. The federal government. It should come out of the federal government. The same money that they gave to Afghan refugees, the same money they give to Japanese and Asian groups, the same pool of money, the same COVID relief money that can go to us. Same thing. We don't have to.
All right.
Yeah, doesn't have to be a special. Go ahead.
To switch over to the Ukraine crisis,
Yeah.
do you think we should allow some of the Ukrainian women to come into America, or
the women?
The women.
Why just
I know. Well, so I guess they're not letting the men out. So just like the beautiful woman to come to America, just kind of wanted to get your take on that.
Okay. Now, where are you from, by the way?
From the East Coast.
Okay. Where'd your family immigrate here from?
Southern Italy.
Southern Italy. Okay, so you got a little Black in you, right?
Exactly.
There you go.
That's kind of why I'm thinking about all these reparations,
Bullshit.
taxation, stuff like that.
Right, because you got Black in you. That's why you're thinking about it.
Pretty much.
But you're classified as white now, so you wouldn't qualify for the reparations, right?
I mean, it depends.
Well, that's part of the thing. You have to be a foundational Black American, and you, sir, you're not a foundational Black American.
All right. Well,
Wait a minute. Hold on.
We'll
Wait
look out for you.
a
I can
minute.
get you some ravioli
Time out.
and some spaghetti sauce.
Time out. So, reparation would be for slavery, correct? It would be for if that was a crime, right? It would be for that crime of slavery, right? They're not gonna say, wait a minute, you're a pale skin, you're mixed, right? You got a little of you understand what I'm saying? So what you're saying is they wouldn't distinguish in law who would get reparations. They would just want to see somebody who can prove that they were slaves. I don't think none of you niggas can prove y'all were slaves. I, you might, some of y'all might be descendants of slaves because these people were taken in, were mixed into our families. That's a fact. But they didn't own us. See, the narrative that Tariq believes in and that the pale skin guy believes in or whatever, he believes that slavery is only for black people. But you're not foundational Black America. Now we got to have all these conversations about who's black, how much black they got in them, what type of black you got in them. Once again, I asked the question: as a half caste foundational Black American, are they eligible for reparations to FBA members and Tariq Nasheed? I have to ask this question, guys. Once again, it's too many answers, too many questions that have to be had when we're talking about FBA. So I just want to point that out, man. I want to say, man, press GOAT. Let's go. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the real. Appreciate everybody. Shout out to all anonymous.
The way I see it is, if you're like 2% Cherokee, you can own a casino.
Terrible.
In the U.S.
If it probably the white ones, they'll let the white looking ones do that. They don't let the dark skinned natives do that at all.
Cherokees.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, look, man, if I get some reparations, even though you're not qualified, you got a little black in you. So I get you some Lowry seasoning salt and some pasta. I'll do that for you, my good buddy.
Well, do I take at least like some of the reparation taxation?
No. It'll come out of your tax dollars, but you can't. You're not qualified to receive a check. We get a check. You're not qualified. But I will. But I'll give you a coupon to Olive Garden. That's the best I can do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Come on.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. All right. All right, Miss B, Miss Berry, Miss Berry. How are you, Miss Berry? Hop on.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Miss Berry. How are you, dear?
I am doing great. I'm calling you from Chicago.
What's on your mind, dear?
Just one quick question, and then I'll be brief. What would be your what do you suggest that the everyday person do, like, who don't have a platform or anything like that, besides voting, to keep this reparations momentum going? Like, what can we do?
With certain representatives, especially out here in California, and even if you're in other places, you don't have to be in California. But when you get these reparation task force going on, and they got a bunch of non-FBAs on it, y'all can get on the phone and start hitting these folks up and start hitting up these offices and letting them know displeasure, because a lot of them do a lot of stuff in anonymity. They do it behind closed doors, and people don't know about them. So. We start putting these people into the forefront and letting you know who they are and publicly speaking on them on social media and other platforms, exposing who they are. That's the way that you can let folks know who's with the flim flam out here. Because there's a lot of folks out here trying to flim flam everybody. So using your social media, even if you don't have a lot of followers, a lot of people tweeting about the same thing, even if they don't have individual followers that's in large numbers, that makes an impact. Okay. All right, let's see who else we got. A lot of folks in here. All right. Let me get some new faces in here. Let's get Andres, and then we'll get the Jehovah, and then we'll get the Soul Novus. A lot of folks in here. And we'll get All right, we got quite a few people in here. Then we'll get
the way. I'm half FBA.
few people in here. Then we'll get 20 twin. I get 20 twin in here. All right, let's make it real quick. All right, Andres, turn your microphone on, sir.
Peace, family. What's going on, man?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Andres?
Man, all is well. All is well, man. I was looking at you. Well, just to get it out of the way, I'm half FBA.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm black.
Where's your other?
I'm black. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The other part of the family, where they from?
My father is from Honduras.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting, like, you know, I was looking at the title of this particular space, and I was like thinking about a conversation that I was having, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, you know, but you only half black." I was like, "Nah, first of all, I'm all the way black," and it was my father, who's from Honduras, who told me I'm black. And when I had that conversation with him, I was young, so I didn't really understand race and this, that, and the third or whatever. But you know, I could tell by his face. He was like, "Hey, it don't matter where I'm from, I'm black."
Yes.
And no matter how many books my mama gave me, and you know, reading about the Hebrew Israelites and the Nation of Islam, and all of these different books that I've been reading, and all of that, it wasn't until my father said, "I'm black." From that day on, I think I was probably like 12, and now I'm pushing 40. And listen, black first. And,
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? And just real quick.
Thank you so much, bro. Let me get Jehovah. Jehovah, how are you, sir?
Hey, what's up, Flex, man?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing, man? I've been following you for a long time. I just had one real question.
Yeah.
I'm bad. I'm from Texas. I'm from Austin.
Cool.
You know, we talk about reparations and stuff. Do you think the dominant society, do you think they'll willingly, you know, give up reparations, or will it be, you know, like as far as legislation or like a bill or something, or will it be? Do you think it'll come down to force? I don't know if you ever answered this question before, but I just wanted to know.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm answering things as politically correct as possible, because when people call up talking about force and are we gonna have to kill some crackers? Yeah, okay, all right. You know, I don't know where y'all from, but you know, certain thing. I don't talk about stuff like that on no damn internet. You know, those kind of discussions. I don't even know where y'all coming from with that. Certain things. Why you wouldn't talk about certain things like that online? You know, which is real interesting right there. But I say, this is what I'm saying. People who have an agenda and they have a code, they can get anything done they want to get done. All right. Sometimes you don't have to sit up here and say every single thing or every potential thing, because a lot of y'all, I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know what you're talking about. Certain things like that, I don't even discuss those things online. You understand? But again, I'm talking about certain techniques and tactics you can use within the voting process where you can strategically pull out and you don't support these parties. And when you do not support a party and you do not support a system that's not going to do anything for you, you will come up with ways to produce justice. You will come up with ways. I don't know what some of those ways are, but you'll come up with ways. Now, some of these other people, I don't know where they're coming from by saying certain things online. I don't know what their agenda is. But, you know, certain things I really don't discuss like that. But let's get Solo Nice. Solo Nice. Hop on, brother.
Hey. I just want to give you props, man. And I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I probably gonna get a little trouble with you with this, but way back in the day before I joined the military, I used to back in like 2005, I used to burn your DVDs. I had torrented your DVDs. And honest to God, bro, honest to God, swear on the Quran, the Bible, whatever Egyptology book, we didn't have any knowledge about Tulsa race riots, not for my age.
Yeah.
And when I was passing out those DVDs, there was this, I think this was Hidden Colors 1, man.
Yeah.
The uptick of knowledge on the Tulsa race riots, especially among people my age. I'm 37. And at that time I was in my 20s. So, going in the military, that was another thing. Like in San Diego, there wasn't anybody there that knew anything about that. So for me, I appreciate that. Now, you guys talking about reparations, and I'm gonna leave at this. One of the things here in Tulsa, it's really odd. I think you've been a purveyor of the uptick of stuff like this being talked about in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And the woman earlier, I won't say young lady, who said, "How can we get the message out? Word of mouth."
Yeah.
And by what I did and what I'm seeing out in the streets of Tulsa, it is a lot of cooning. I've seen some of the videos you did. It is a lot of cooning out here. I don't know what that's about.
Well,
But word of mouth is very powerful. And I'll end with that.
Thank you so much, brother. Let's get Kevin B. Mr. Kevin B in here.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Kevin Beavers. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Where you from, Kevin?
I'm from Alabama.
There you go. Cool. So what's on your mind?
I wanted to, well, I was going to tell you that I support reparations.
Okay.
And I was going to ask you, what Democrat do you support? Like, well, the one I support the most is Andrew Yang.
Okay.
But I was going to ask you what you think about him, or if there's somebody else. I know that you don't like Democrats, really.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Yang. And I really don't like any of them right now because they're not talking about helping foundational Black Americans. So there's none that I can really rock with right now because they've all disrespected foundational Black Americans.
Cory Booker?
Oh, Lord, no. He's one of the worst.
Really?
He's none of them are really supporting foundational Black Americans. And that's the thing. If you're for reparations, we need you, people in the dominant white society, to get out here and be loud about it and say, hey, these foundational Black Americans need reparations in the form of checks. The 40 acres and the mule policy needs to be respected and honored right now. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I support. Well,
There
I
you
don't
go.
know specifically, but
specifically.
I don't know about the 40 acres. What constitute reparations in your opinion?
Money, cash.
Well, yeah,
cash.
I support that.
Yeah,
I
cash.
figure that there will be some issues, but
no,
I think that we should get into it.
Right. There's not going to be any issues. Just cash payments, the same they gave some Afghan refugees cash payments. Asian people, they give them cash payments. Their organizations, even white LGBT organizations, they're giving them money. They give money to these organizations. So same thing with us. They just give us cash payments, and we'll be good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you so much, Kevin. All right, we got white people who agree with it. All right. That's why I don't want to hear any problems from any Black person. All right. Black people, I want Black people to listen. Stop being Black people act scared. Now, how are we gonna get it? How are we gonna get that money? The hell y'all acting scared for? Just tell them, hey, give us what you owe. Put your foot down as a collective, as a group. The problem is Black folks start getting scared. Oh, these white folks ain't gonna like me. Oh Lord, Jesus, y'all start bucking your eyes, thinking that the white folks are gonna be mad at you. They're gonna be mad at you regardless. Be mad with some money in your pocket. What's up, Ahmed? Then I get 2020 next. But Ahmed, turn your microphone on. All right. Let's get Ahmed.
Yo.
What's up, Ahmed?
Yo, what's up, Tariq?
I'm good. Now, where are you from, Ahmed?
I'm from London, innit?
London. Where are you originally from?
Me, Eritrean. I'm Eritrean originally.
There you go. So what's on your mind?
So how much do you think this reparations, how much do you think people should get?
20 trillion for starters. 20 trillion for starters for foundational Black Americans. That's a start. Let's start with there, right?
And how are they going to do that?
With the federal government money that was generated from free black labor. The only reason this government is so powerful and wealthy is because of the free labor of my family that was never compensated. That's how.
Would that include American Indians, or was that just?
We are the American Indians and Aboriginals. Many black people are that. And we became foundational black Americans when we were enslaved and mixed in with other black Aboriginals and black people from the diaspora. So we became a group. And part of those people were part of the black Aboriginals that were already on this land. But the red Native Americans had no bearing on the building of the United States. So they do not count. And plus, they're already getting forms of reparations anyway.
Okay,
Right?
so if you're African, you're not going to get it.
How would you get reparations and you're not a descendant of the people who built the country? How does that work?
Well, aren't you African originally?
Hell, everybody on the planet is African originally. I'm talking about who's a foundational black American. Everybody's not a foundational black American. Right?
Well, what's a foundational black American? Isn't that just an African American?
No. That's not an African American. I'm not an African American. Nobody in my family has lived in Africa for centuries. So how am I an African American?
Yeah, but your ancestors lived in Africa. They came from Africa.
Ancestors lived in Africa, sir. Jamaicans don't call themselves African Jamaicans, do they?
Yeah, but they're originally from Africans as well, aren't they? They're black.
I know that, but they don't call themselves African Jamaicans. They call themselves Jamaicans. Why is that?
Yeah, just the same way as you guys call yourself African Americans.
Why do Jamaicans call themselves Jamaicans and not African Jamaicans? Why do Haitians say Haitians instead of African Haitians? Why do Trinidadians say Trinidadians instead of African Trinidadians?
Because that's their culture, isn't it? That's like their race, isn't it?
That's their culture. Right.
So you're saying FBA is a culture, it's not a...
Yes. We have the same culture. They have distinct cultures in Jamaica. That's distinct from African culture. They have distinct cultures in Haiti. That's distinct from African culture. They have distinct cultures in Trinidad. That's distinct from African culture. We as foundational Black Americans, we have distinct cultures that's distinct from African cultures, right?
Okay, but do you think the government will ever pay out the,
yes,
20 trillion?
Yes, they will.
Realistically, do you think that's going to happen, or is that just?
Yes, they will. They will, sir. Realistic. Now, why you now, sir? Why do you seem so frustrated by that? Because this really.
I'm not frustrated. I'm not frustrated. I just think that's
frustrated. Why do you sound so upset about that? Why? What? It's bothering you. Why do you sound bothered by it?
I'm not bothered. I'm just saying that doesn't sound realistic.
It's realistic. But either way, why does that matter to you? Either way, why are you even concerned about it?
No, to me, it just doesn't make sense. And FBA doesn't make any sense. You're African American. You're originally from Africa.
We're not. But you just said that Caribbean people have their culture.
No, you may have a culture, but still, your heritage. You're still an African, isn't it? Your ancestors are from Africa, so you're kind of like
ancestors are from Africa, sir. Everybody.
So you're saying you should get respiration just because of your culture, nothing else?
Because of our lineage.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, okay, it makes sense, yeah.
Our lineage. We should get reparations because my family suffered and built and didn't get compensated, and the negative pushback was passed down to me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think this government's going to offer you that 20 trillion? Do you think this government...
For nothing. We have to push and make it happen, sir. But we're foundational Black Americans. We can do that. When we get our minds right, we get whatever we want. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I'm just saying, do you think realistically this government is gonna offer you that? Are they gonna accept, respiration for everyone for 20 billion. I mean, that sounds, or 20 trillion, whatever you said. I don't.
With the T, 20 trillion, sir.
Trillion, yeah.
Yeah, we're serious about it. We'll make it. We're going to make them do it. We're going to force that. We're going to make them do it. We're going to make sure that we get what we need, or we will not support that process. This is why the Democrats and they're scrambling right now, because they see they don't have any support. So we're going to make it happen. But it just seems like you seem like it's bothering you for some reason.
No, it just seems that you kind of, you hating on Africans, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it?
There we go.
You know.
Oh, I knew it was some projection coming. That's why you say it's a projection.
No, but why do you hate Africans? What have we done to you?
You centered yourself in our conversation.
I'm just saying, you know, I see a lot of hate from you, innit?
We're not talking about Africans.
Well, you talk a lot about Africans, especially East Africans. I don't know why you hate East Africans a lot.
You're projecting, and you centered yourself in our conversation. You called up here. I'm not in none of your spaces. You know why I'm not in your spaces?
No, I've heard a few of your spaces, and you do kind of go hard on East Africans.
No,
you kind of pick and choose as well. It's quite interesting. You kind of pick and choose who you know.
Sir, you're projecting. No, I don't, sir. You're projecting. That's you projecting, sir. You're out of sight, out of mind. Do you really think that foundational Black Americans, with all we got going on over here,
No, we're not talking about foundational Black Americans. We're talking about you. Innit?
I'm talking about me and other foundational Black Americans. Do you think we're sitting around worrying about what you're doing in East Africa? Do you really think that? Ahmed?
Well, listen, yeah, I don't think that, but you clearly do, because you know you talk about East Africans in a lot of your spaces.
You called my spaces up, sir, just like you're doing now. You're calling up my spaces.
No, but let me ask you a question. Why do you hate East Africans?
You're projecting, sir. Why are you projecting?
Well, you project a lot of the time. Just tell me, like, why? Huh?
What do you have to hate?
No, you hate East Africans. I don't hate anyone. I don't hate no FBA.
Have something to hate. What do I hate that you have? You have to have something to hate.
Culture. That's what we have.
Culture.
Yeah, that's what you hate.
What's your culture, sir?
We have what do you mean? What's my culture?
You're stuttering, sir. You said we hate your culture, and I'm asking you, what is your culture?
You know, Eritreans have culture, you know, for me. So I don't know why you asked me a question like that. You know what culture is? I've replied to your question, which was
what's your culture, sir? Wow, so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
What's your culture? What's the FBA culture?
Food, every single music genre, every single music genre, clothing.
Isn't that just African culture?
No.
Isn't it part of African culture?
No.
Oh, it's not. Yeah. So music, food.
R&B and hip hop is not African culture, sir.
So where does it come from then?
It comes from foundational Black Americans. Are you trying to say that hip hop comes from Africa, sir?
Well, the people that are singing are African, so yeah, technically, yeah, it comes from Africa.
Sir, name the African Rakim.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Africans they've come from Africa.
Okay, then name the African Rakim or Nas.
The Africans, though, you know, the ancestors are from Africa.
Sir, if it came from Africa, where are all the African MCs that are comparable to foundational Black American MCs?
The Africans, man. It's like Nipsey Hussle. What is he? Is he an African? Are you going to claim him to be FBA?
And Nipsey is part FBA.
No. He's no part. Come on, man. He's. I know he's from Eritrea, so don't say he's part of this, part of that. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're pick and choosing. You know, whoever you like, you're pick and choosing. Like,
sir, Nipsey was a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, no, I ain't saying anything bad about Nipsey. I'm just saying that he's African.
Sir, don't go there. Don't start talking out of place now, because now you're starting to talk.
No, but Nipsey is African, isn't he? He's Eritrean, so I'm just asking you.
He's also FBA. His mother is FBA. So Nipsey is a part of our culture as well, sir. You understand that?
Yeah, he's part of your culture. Okay.
That's
So
why
what's your culture?
That's why he respected foundational Black American culture. I'm telling you, our culture. Our culture is the modern toilet. Our culture is the modern refrigerator. Our culture
Isn't that just a European culture?
No, it's not, sir. No, it's not. Because foundational Black Americans created those things.
Well, they created the toilet, yeah. They created the toilet.
Potato chips, modern mac and cheese, so many other food dishes. I can just go on down the line. Dry cleaning, foundational Black Americans invented that. Part of our culture is light bulbs. We created the filament for light bulbs. That was Lewis Latimer. I can go all down the list of what foundational Black American culture is, sir. The things that you all enjoy, foundational Black Americans created those things. Hip hop, the R&B, rock and roll, country, bluegrass, jazz, I could just go all down the line, sir. That's our culture. Our culture is enjoyed by the world. The world enjoys our culture. What's your culture? Let's see, because you got kind of quiet. I just named some
the
of
thing
my.
is that's
Sir,
like a subculture, you know.
Sir, I just named some of the things in foundational Black American culture. Name some of the things in yours. Go ahead. Come on, Ahmad. I'm trying to hear your culture.
I'm asking you, all those cultures, all those things you just named, that's a subculture, isn't it?
Sir, it's foundational Black American culture. What's yours? What's your culture? Wow, you get real quiet, don't you? Okay, Ahmad. So the fact that you can't even name what your culture is, when you come in these spaces, don't say somebody's trying to hate on you and you don't have nothing to hate on. You can't even name something that we hate on. You understand how that works, Ahmad? You don't have nothing for us to hate on. Therefore, we're not hating on you.
The point I was trying to make is you're just, you're very, you just like to just, hate on East Africans, for no reason. I don't understand why you hate East Africans.
Sir, you're just talking in circles. You just basically admitted you have nothing, not even a culture to hate on, sir. I gave you an opportunity to name this culture. You couldn't name one thing, sir. Not one.
Yeah, but you're trying to say that FBA is not African. They're not Africans. They're
Sir,
originally from Africa. That's
sir,
what I don't understand.
Everybody comes from Africa.
No?
Yes, they do. But our
They don't.
culture is distinct from African culture. And you tried to say hip hop was African, and then I said name an MC comparable to a foundational Black American, and you couldn't do that, sir. Why? Why couldn't you do that if we're all the same?
Wait, how are you saying everyone's come from Africa? And you're like, aren't you a historian? Don't you know about history?
Yeah, everybody's DNA. Everybody came out of Africa. Africa was the birthplace of mankind. Every human being can trace their lineage back to Africa. Right?
No, that doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense? This is science, sir. The first people on the planet out of Africa, then they walked around the planet. They traveled around the planet. They sailed around the planet. They started from Africa, sir. Just Google the out of Africa theory. Right?
Yeah, why don't you ask me this question? Why do you hate East Africans? Like, why?
Sir.
Why do you hate Africans in general?
Okay, you're just trolling at this point, sir. You're trolling.
No, I'm asking you a question. Like, why? Why do you hate East Africans?
You're just trolling because you run out of troll material. So now you're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Like, you're how old are you? Like, what, 40?
Sir, stop it, sir.
No, but I don't understand. Why do you hate East Africans? Just answer me the question. Why do you always, talk bad on East Africans?
Again, sir, just projecting, and we don't want to hear you project anymore. This is your way of tapping out. When people repeat the same thing over and over, That's called tapping out, and you're just trying to save face, sir. So I'm going to allow you to tap out with dignity, okay?
Okay, all right, cool.
Have a good day, sir. All right. Now, wasn't I very respectful? I was very respectful. Foundational Black Americans always check them when they try to play that culture nonsense. Always check them. For a long time, we sit here and let these people talk about some damn culture. They don't have no damn culture. We are the culture. All the culture is over here that we created. We've sat here and let these people talk about, well, y'all ain't got no culture. We are the culture. We are the damn culture. That's a projection that they like to spew. They don't have no culture. They sit up and talk about a culture. They don't have no damn culture. When I asked this man, tell us what your culture is, he couldn't tell you nothing. All of them are like that. There's a reason why they have to bounce. Don't ever let them run that culture nonsense on you. We, as foundational Black Americans, we are the culture. Everything that's fly about what's over here culturally, we created it. Everything that's fly about it. Don't ever, ever forget that. 2020, hop on, please.
Professor Flex, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, sir? How are you?
How you doing, man?
There's good, brother.
Two things that we need to be looking out when it comes to this reparations fight. Number one, the language.
Yes.
The language definitely has to be tight because, you know, throughout history, the white supremacists love throwing word salad in the game. So we definitely have to make sure the language is tight.
Yes.
And number two, look out for the Rachel Dolezals that's going to start popping up out of nowhere.
Yes. Yes.
And
The $5
also,
FBAs. $5 FBAs. Yeah.
and also, too, be looking out for this term as well, transracial.
Yeah.
Transracial. I believe, you know, if reparations was to get passed, you're going to start seeing a lot of these transracial cats coming out.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say, brother. Thanks for letting me on. Continue pounding that FBA drumbeat.
Much respect, man. My man had some very good points. Very good points my brother just spewed right there. Man, you're going to see a bunch of $5 FBAs popping up. If you listen to some of these calls, they're already trying to angle themselves in the conversation. If you listen to some of these calls, even in some of these lives that we do, there's some people who kind of, hey, I'm white, but I got a great grandmother who was on a plantation, so I'm a descendant of slaves too. So they're already trying to angle and position themselves, guys. Y'all better, my man hit a very good point. Y'all better watch out for this stuff. Because some of the Rachel Dolezals are coming. The $5 FBAs, they are coming. Y'all better be ready for it. This is why the language has to be super, super tight. We got to be Trump tight with that language. Let's get some people in here. Let's get Marlo Manny. Let's get Marlo Manny in here. Raise your hand, family, if you want to get in. If you're ready to get in, Marlo Manny, I think I said Manny. All right.
Hello.
What's up, Marlo?
What's up, Flex? My bad. I just wanted to give a warning. There was some spaces I was in and try to hashtag your name and try to make it like FBA, but they try to flip it and switch it to make it look like you're just a group. We're all just a group. Eight us is just a group, and y'all just need to watch out for the spaces. I was trying to, get in and listen, see if some good game, but it's not. People just use your name and try to flip it into a narrative they want to flip it to.
Of course, it's just bitch ass dudes, trying to get attention, and that's part of the game too. So those are the time wasting mechanisms too. We gotta watch out for tethers. There's a lot of $5 FBAs, people pretending to be FBA in order to create these spaces just for attention, So that is what it is. I don't trip on that too much because whenever you do anything constructive, there's going to be bitch niggas around. So that's part of the game. All right. Let me see a few people in here. Let's get Cree John. I think that's your name. Let's get Cree John in here, and the sister with the Trinea with the purple lipstick. All right, let's get a couple of folks in here. Krijan.
Yeah, Flex, what's happening?
What's up, brother?
What's happening, man? You know, FBA out here in Florida, give you a call. I talked to you before, but you know, it's just so funny how when we are claiming who we are, everybody have a problem with it. And like you said, we are the culture. You can't. If they say, you know, we always hear Americans, y'all need to leave this country. We've heard that for many years here. If we left, this would be nothing. Everyone would destroy the world if it wasn't for FBA. FBA is the culture everywhere we go. And now that you know you lead in the front, I know you say you're not a leader, but you're out front. And you know, we just claiming who we are, and that you know everybody has a problem. We don't give a damn. We never cared that anybody else did. Ever. Never said anything once when you have the banners. Now that I got my FBA flag on my car, everybody want to have a problem with it. It's just funny to me, man. But like you say, bro, keep going, keep on applying that pressure on them, and we got this, bro.
Much respect, fam. Just like the guy who called earlier when he was, notice he was like, why y'all calling yourself FBA? Aren't you just African? Because he couldn't latch on. He was trying to latch Africans onto us. And I kept saying, hey, we're not African. Then all of a sudden it became, why you hating us then? Why you hate us? Why you hate us? Why you hate us? Then it became this gaslighting thing. Because we're not allowing people to latch on to us, then it turns into why you hate us? Why you hate us? Which is another time-wasting mechanism. But go ahead, sister. How are you? Trinea?
Yes.
Okay, sister. Are you in your car right now, dear? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Trinea. Are you in your car right now?
I'm actually a truck driver. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's a loud ass truck, ma'am.
Wait.
Lord,
I love you, Tariq.
What kind of truck is that?
Yes, I'm here in Arizona. I'm driving through Arizona right now. I'm going to Florida, but I love you, Tariq. I love you so much. I have all the hidden colors, 1804. But I wanted to, and we damn sure are getting them reparations. It's coming to us.
Yes,
but
indeed.
I also want to say this, Tariq, and I'll let you go. I'm gonna be petty right now. I'm gonna be petty, and I'm from Cali.
Okay.
I was doing a little research. Do you know that Nigerian women are mail order brides? Kenya women, mail order brides. Ghana women are mail order brides. And that little Somalian that was on the phone, Somalian women are even mail order brides for European men, men in Canada, and men over here in the US. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Just wanted to leave you with that.
There you go. All right, now, sister, you be safe out there on that truck. Hold on, I hear your theme song. Hold on. I hear your theme song for your truck.
Oh my God.
All right, sister.
Oh my
All right, sister. With that Fred Sanford truck you got, sister. All right. That loud ass truck. Lord. That sister truck is loud as hell. Let me get my sister Sharice Crawford on here. I got Sharice Crawford. That's my sister. Sharice Crawford, how are you, dear? Let's get Sharice in here.
Hey there, how's everyone doing?
We are good. How are you, Miss Sharice?
You know, it doesn't matter what platform I go to, I always seem to find you with the masses. And it,
yes,
you know, it's almost like glue, some type of universal magnet. So I'm grateful for that. You know, I learned so much as I attempt to educate my young people. I have an entire generation of young people right now who are making up 95% of the population of violent crimes. And I know it is solely based on the fact that we have failed in many occasions. And one of them is to foundationally ground them in their identity.
Yes.
So I can't engage in the public debate on whether or not CRT is a thing. I mean, the public debate in itself is a distraction. It just needs to happen. Go ahead, Tariq.
Now, are you running for office right now?
Right now, Tariq, right at this very moment.
So you're running for city council out there in DC?
Yes.
Where can people go and support your electoral efforts, ma'am?
The fact that you would even that really means a lot to me. You probably know I'm in the fight of my life right now. You can go to crawfordatlarge.com. We are available to receive all of your contributions, no matter where in the world you're located. The maximum we can receive is $100 per person, because I don't do pay to play, and I am unbought and unbossed.
Yes, indeed. Yes, sir.
But our doors are open. We accept your contributions. We are in the fight of our lives here in the District of Columbia. It is a war on our babies. And the only answer the current leadership has basically is to lock them all up and starve them economically. And we know that when you starve a village economically, the consequence is war.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you. All right, let's get my brother Nas on here. What's up, brother Nas? Hop on. My brother Nas Esco.
What's going on, Tariq?
What's going on, family? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I had to decompress after that thing earlier today, man. I fell asleep, man. It just knocked me out. It knocked me out.
Wow. Yeah, man. It's draining, the finesse that they're trying to do out here, man. It's draining.
Yeah, and you can tell they weren't, and that's the only reason I raised my hand is to say that they weren't ready for the onslaught of people calling in and people saying lineage, 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 lineage. Like it was just nonstop.
Yeah. They thought it was going to be an easy finesse, and they thought they were going to kind of do this under the radar, I think. And people came in like, hey, no, this is a lineage thing. All of this, who's eligible, it's not even a question of who's eligible for reparations. The lineage, people who have a lineage to slavery in America, everything else is obsolete. And they're postponing things and stalling. Man, we have to call this stuff out and let this thing crash and burn if they're going to play little games with it.
Exactly. And I actually feel like we need to really do a deep dive on these people on that commission, because that Lisa Holder lately, if you look at those videos, just look at Lisa Holder's face every time lineage comes up, because she's some type of lawyer, 20 years in the game. I imagine she's been failing for a long time. And this reparations thing, this is her big chance. And if she could turn it to all Black people, then she could be in court for the rest of her life. And just make a big bag off of us, and we get nothing. I just want to say, when she started talking about her baby, look, I don't want nobody to have a bad situation where somebody, they lose their baby. But when she tried that fake sympathy thing, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. But that's all I wanted to say, Tariq.
Thank you so much, fam. See, the thing is, we got to understand, fam, a lot of these people, they are co-opted by the Democrats. A lot of the Democrats send these shills out here, and they're trying to find new versions of Clyburn, Negro whisperers. They need Black folks to go out here and Negro whisper to the Black masses to get us in line, to dangle a carrot in front of our faces in order to get us to vote no matter what. I want y'all to understand the political game. What they do, they don't want to give Black folks nothing, foundational Black Americans anything, but they have to get us to vote. So they got these people out here to sit around and make the promises for the white Democrats. They go out here and say what I'm trying, I'm working hard, I'm out here, I'm really out here, I'm really trying to make something happen. Just support me and support the Democrats. I'm out here trying. These are Negro whisperers, because when we start talking about something real, these niggas get to rolling their eyes, they get to huffing and puffing, they start blocking you, and we say, no, we have to stop stalling. Let's stop wasting time with this reparations conversation. This whole thing about who's eligible, that's not even a debate. Only one group is eligible. And the fact that they're trying to stall and crowbar all of these other groups, that right there shows that it's already raggedy. The game is already flawed with these people. So we have to start calling this stuff out and calling these groups out. We cannot allow no type of finesse. All right, let's get some more folks up in here. All right, let's get let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. All right. Listen, what's up, John Walter Lewis? Let's get John Walter Lewis here. All right, John Walter.
Sign fan of you, bro.
My man, what's going on
Man, nothing much, man. Just to kind of elaborate on that bullshit that AJ said about it being nonsense. We just experienced this past COVID that the government just gave trillions of dollars to Americans to bail them out. So that's nonsense to say that it's bullshit that we can't get reparations. And so that's pretty much what I just wanted to say. When people say that whole narrative about it not making sense, it makes complete sense. Because if they were able to give trillions of dollars to pretty much everyone, whether you were unemployed to the person that is self-employed, then they can definitely give us our reparations.
Absolutely. But thank you so much, brother. Yeah, they start trying to say, oh, this is ridiculous and all that because they're not included. And when that guy called up, the non-FBA dude, you can hear the frustration in his voice. He's all huffing and puffing. I'm like, listen, reparations are for foundational Black Americans. But you're African. No, we're not African. He's all huffing and puffing. I'm like, why are you mad? Because see, other groups have been leeching off of us, man. They know they've been leeching off us. And now that we're saying, hey, the leeching game is going to stop. Everybody's going to have to kind of hold their own nuts. Oh, you hate us. Why do you hate us so much? Man, y'all not about to guilt trip nobody with that. Hold your own nuts. What's up, Roy? Turn your microphone on, Roy. We got a lot of folks in here right now.
Yeah, hello.
What's up, Roy?
Yeah, how's it going? So I had two questions.
Yeah.
First question is, if they don't give us a payout, do you think tax exempt would be a good strategy to go for, or no?
That's something we can try, but we're gonna have to get that payment. We're gonna need that payment. We need that money. We got to really focus on that because we can try different tactics, but we really need to focus on cash payments because I don't want them to try to give us education vouchers or none of this crazy stuff. Cash. But go ahead. Next question, sir.
Indeed. So the next question is, so I hear a lot with other Black people that's not Black American and also Black Americans. It's like I see it as infighting. Do you think that the white supremacists could be online perpetuating a lot of it, like making fake screen names and shit like that?
No, I think these are genuine tethers who really have a bug in their ass about foundational Black Americans. We got to understand it. The white people ain't making them do it. Let's stop that. A lot of these folks got a lot of jealousy and contempt for foundational Black Americans, and they're letting us know how they really feel. So yeah, the white supremacists, they've been calling up some of these guys. They'll call up, they'll try to be slick, but a lot of these folks, nobody's putting them up to it. A lot of them just kind of have a certain vitriol for foundational Black Americans. All right, let's get some other folks in here. Let's get and I ain't gonna be on too long. All right, I always say that. Who is this? Foreign Yard. All right, Foreign Yard, hop on. All right, Foreign Yard, hop on. And let's see. Hello, Foreign Yard. Turn your microphone on. Foreign Yard. All right. Do not request if you know your phone is janky. If you want to get on, raise your hand right now. Let's get Dirt Dog in here. Dirt Dog, I see, what's up, Ra? Re-Ra, let's get Re-Ra in here next. All right. All right, Dirt Dog.
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dirt Dog. How are you?
Hey, man, it's an honor and a privilege, brother, from the bottom of my heart, man. I love the work you're doing. I love the work you're doing, bro.
Thank you, sir. What's on your mind, brother?
I don't understand why people can't understand our plight, our claim is against the U.S. government. From the Devil's Punch Bowl to Winston-Salem, to Edgewood Avenue in Atlanta, to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to everything that has happened to FBA in this country, the U.S. government sanctioned that, from sending troops to benign neglect to just turning to just not doing nothing.
Yeah.
From these land grant colleges where they brought these white immigrants in here with the promise of you get your guns, you get your 2 slaves, you get your however many acres of land, and you could go online and Google and find all these flyers where the U.S. government is encouraging people from Europe to come over here and take advantage of this new source of capital that the world has in FBA people. Like, I don't understand why people just can't grasp that concept and keep jumping in trying to, well, why do you hate Africans and why is this, why is that? And my second thing is when somebody else is talking, when another group of people is talking and it's out of your depth and it's out of your league and it ain't got nothing to do with you, you're supposed to be sitting back taking notes.
Right.
So you could take the same shit that we talking, point out the unique circumstances and history of your own people in Nigeria, in Trinidad, in Eritrea, in Djibouti, in Somalia, wherever the fuck you from. White supremacy has had a hand in what your country is doing right now. Pay attention to us the same way you paying attention to us to find out how to rock your jewelry. The same way you trying to figure out, your ladies trying to figure out how to twerk like the black women in the clubs up here. The same way y'all trying to figure out how to rock your hat to the left, to the side, or wear your white tee a certain type of way. The same way y'all sitting around trying to figure out how to do that is the same way y'all need to be studying what FBA is doing to get our paper right and to rectify, to start to rectify the travesties and the horrors that have been done to our people.
Real talk, man. Thank you so much, brother. My man made some good points, man. Look, we as foundational Black Americans, man, when we put our mind to something, we'll get stuff popping. When we get focused and we get codified and we keep standing up, we keep hitting the bricks, we get whatever we want knocked out. Family, today, they got a federal conviction of those race soldiers that helped assist the race soldier who killed George Floyd. You understand? That was foundational Black Americans out here in the streets making all of that happen. You know, for a long time, they were protecting these race soldiers. So now we're seeing a lot of convictions left and right. Now we got some of these judges running interference. That's another thing. That's another fight. But we got time. We're putting these judges on Front Street now. These judges, they're doing these desperate measures of having these judges do the dirty work. As we saw in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, that sloppy nonsense they were doing where the judge is going to sit up here and act like the defense. That's another tactic that they're using because they're desperate. But we got time for that too. We as FBA, man, we make stuff happen. We ain't going to sit here and just talk about, well, the damn government is doing this and that, man. We handle that, even if we are the minority. We're going to go out here and try to make sure justice is served. We're going to produce justice. We don't leave it up to chance. These things are not happening because of the goodness of the dominant society. Black folks are out here hitting the streets, making this stuff happen. This is the spirit of foundational Black Americans. That's part of our culture too. Stepping to white supremacists and producing justice. That's a part of foundational Black American culture. Okay? If we want to talk about culture, stepping to white supremacists and systematic white supremacy and producing justice. That's a part of FBA culture, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get a couple of calls in here, a couple of more calls. Let's get Abu, the researcher. Abu, the researcher. Abu, step on up. Hello, Abu. Now, Abu, your name is Abu the researcher. You should have researched a better phone plan so that your phone could work properly, sir. So you're not that good of a researcher if you cannot get your phone to work correctly. All right. All right, let's get Son of Black Male Studies. Let's get him in here. What's up, brother? And then let's get let me see, Young Patriarch. I get Young Patriarch next. All right. Some of y'all. All right. Raise your hand if you want to get in. Okay. Let's get Monsoon. All right. Who's this? Conservative Chris. Let's get Conservative Chris Forte in here. All right. All right. Let's get Monsoon.
What's up, Tariq?
What's up, Monsoon? How
Bro,
are you?
I appreciate you, man. I'm serious, bro. We need this. We really do. And I know I speak for a lot of us FBAs, man. I've been at this a long time, bro. A long time, even before we decided to get reparations or decided to pursue reparations. But I just want to say this. When is your next conference? When are we going to have another conference?
Yeah, well, stuff is opening up now, finally. So stuff is opening up. So that I don't know yet because I'm working on several movies right now. We're still trying to get the museum popping. So I will keep everyone posted on when we're going to have another conference because we do need one. But stuff is just now opening up. Let's get Conservative Chris in here. Let's get Conservative Chris. Turn your microphone on, Conservative Chris.
Okay, can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you. How are you, Conservative Chris?
I'm doing well, and I appreciate you asking. How are you?
I am good. Now, Chris, where are you from, sir?
I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. Well, now, where's your family from?
Detroit, in Alabama.
Okay, so are you a descendant of slaves in America?
Yes.
Okay, you sounded unsure about that. You sure?
Yeah, I just don't like that being the focal point of my life, being a descendant of a slave. But yeah, man, it's cool. Yeah, to answer your question, yes.
It's not about being a focal point. History is history. Either you're a foundational Black American or you're not, sir. So that wouldn't be a focal point. That's just a historic fact, if it's a fact.
Yeah, and indeed it is.
Okay.
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 All right, so I just had go ahead.
Go ahead. So what's your question, sir?
My question was, if we're looking for reparations and looking for the government or whoever the powers that be to employ that, and then with everything going on in the world as it is, in order to get a reparations, are we to assume that white people will even have power for that much longer? Like with everything that's going on in the world, in order for us to get reparations and truly discuss this with them, they have to be in a position of power to even grant that. And do we want reparations or do we want out of this system?
Sir, they're in power now. They're giving money to other groups now. They have the power to give money to Afghan refugees. Now they have money to give to Asians because of Asian hate crimes. They have money to give to families of Hispanic people who were harmed at the border. They got money for that. They got money for white LGBT people who were discriminated against. So why shouldn't they have money for foundational Black Americans, sir?
Because all the people that you just named have some type of resource or product that they can barter with in exchange for some type of civil liberties.
What resource do non-citizens have?
Well, the Afghans can negotiate oil and whatever thing they have going on over there. The LGBT has a large group of elite people that have money that can have to influence and lobbyists and things like that. And the Chinese have a workforce and can produce cheap goods. So everybody that you name have something to offer. And what we're offering, like the brother said, is a way to wear our hat or a chain or how to twerk, right? This is what we're offering. And eventually, if they can replace us with a Latin twerker or a Jamaican person that can wear a chain just as fly as us, They were replaced.
So no, wait a minute. They don't need oil from Afghanistan. They can get oil anywhere. So that's not a barter. That's not a bargaining chip, sir. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, I wanted to, well, to be honest, heroin. Okay, so
Yeah,
they have a big poppy field. Okay, that's what they really can get from there,
they
right?
can
And that's
just
the main reason why they're over there. But
they don't need to barter that. The army can go over there, which is what they do, and just take over. They don't need to barter that, sir. What are you
so,
talking about?
so why have they been bartering, Tariq? You're acting like they haven't been
They,
negotiating and leaving weapons over there and leaving Americans. You act like they haven't been bartering, Tariq.
you act like they haven't just went over there and took over. They just go over there and say, "Hey, weapons of mass destruction. This is our poppy field now." What's stopping them from doing that? We got the most powerful army in the world, sir. What are you saying?
Are you aware that we just left all our weapons over there and brought our troops back? And I'm not going to just. I don't know. I believe we've been bartering with these people, Tariq. But if you want to choose this one country and say we don't need to barter with them, okay.
Breaking out everything you're saying, and then you said Chinese, they got cheap labor. They ain't bartering that. That's not a
They're
barter.
not bartering cheap goods, Tariq.
That's not a barter. They're not
David,
bartering.
that's their whole MO is cheap labor and cheap goods, Tariq. What's going on? Are we not in reality anymore? I mean, as the FBA, what's happening?
Slow down. Slow
Okay,
down.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Asians are begging for them to be employed to give away that cheap labor. That's not a barter. They beg for them to take their products, sir. It's not a barter. And Hispanics, what are Hispanics bartering down there in Mexico when they come over here and get resources?
Cheap labor and drug trade.
Okay, Lord.
Yeah, this we talking real talk, Tariq. None of this, FBA butt breaking movies. None of this. Real talk, real talk. This is what they're trading.
Trolling, don't troll. You're about to troll.
Okay. I understand. You don't like to be
Better than that.
rebuttal, so that's called
No,
trolling. That's what I'm learning.
You're better than that, sir, because you don't want to go there. You said drugs. They're bartering drugs, brother.
Drug trade, yes.
Sir,
Yes, Tariq. In the
that's
real
not.
world, in the adult world, Tariq, yes. In the
They can.
adult world, that's what's going on.
So are they bartering with El Chapo? They just got El Chapo and locked him up. Where's the bartering with that?
I don't know El Chapo's personal business, neither do you, Tariq, but you and I both know that there's something going on, right? And it's been going on for a long time.
You admit you're just saying stuff, sir. You're just saying stuff.
No, I did not admit that I'm saying something. I'm saying that you and I both don't know El Chapo's personal business, but you and I both know that there's definitely been some type of narcotic.
What you said, because now you're getting into trolling now, sir. You said they barter drugs. They can just go get a drug kingpin and lock them up. They don't have to barter anything with the drug kingpin, sir. You're just saying stuff right now. You're just saying stuff, sir. Chris. And then you start talking about twerking and okay, Chris, hop on, Chris. Turn your microphone on, Chris. Chris, turn your microphone.
I didn't know my mic was off. I didn't know you muted.
Here you go. There you go. Okay, so Chris, you're just saying stuff. So black culture. So it seems like you have a problem with black.
I have a problem with black people. I have a problem with how
you start talking about what black people are twerking and all of this stuff. So why do you?
Go ahead.
So the problem with black people is that they don't have anything to barter. They don't have black people don't have cheap labor, sir. Is that what you're saying?
Not more than the Asian. No, we don't have cheap. No, we don't. No, we don't, Tyree. We don't have black people wanting to work for cheap. No, we don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Oh, okay. So what should black people do as far as getting the resources that we need, that everybody else gets? You said everybody else, they can barter drugs and poppy fields and their labor. Black people, we don't have anything to barter. So what should black people, foundational black Americans, do for resources?
In reality, I think to put it simply, is simply figure out a way, people like you, figure out a way to keep the male and the female together and to create a home, right? And then when they pass, they can leave you life insurance. In a couple generations, we should be able to get back on some type of playing field, just in a couple generations, just simply if we can stay together and use the life insurance and it's not like they're zoning us out anymore. They're not putting us in projects. So
stay together and get life insurance.
Yeah, I mean, just a simply way to do it. That's the way I think, instead of begging someone to, because I honestly don't want that money, Tariq. I don't want to accept that money.
Because
Go
because
ahead.
you're not FBA.
I am I'm so tired of that argument, Tariq, and it's really redundant. I have light-skinned parents, they're both black.
No,
Maybe I don't speak with the same jive.
you're $5 FBA. You're not a foundational Black American. You're another $5 FBA. That's why when I asked you if you're a descendant of slaves, you paused because you had to think, should I lie? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lie. Most people don't lie about that or pause about that. Well, you pause before you lie. A lot of people will lie and pretend to be FBA. You're not FBA, Chris.
Is it easier to do that than actually have an intelligent conversation with me? Is it easier to accuse me of not being?
You're not having an intelligent conversation. You're spewing a bunch of alt-right white supremacist talking points, Chris. Okay? You're trolling. This is a troll account from a non-FBA. You're not FBA, Chris, and you know you're not. Even your talking points is non-FBA talking points, because we don't talk like you, sir. The only non-FBA or the only FBAs who talk like you are LGBT FBAs or anchor babies. But you're not.
Wow. But you made the butt breaking movie. How much of that video did you have?
Yes, I did, sir. And it was about folks like you, Chris. It was about people like you who's been buck broken. And then you come around foundational Black Americans upset because you said you were light skinned. Somebody in your family is white. And sounds like you have a bug in your ass because you were almost white, but the black genes messed it up. Is that what it is, Chris?
I say put your money where your mouth is, debate me where you can't mute me and call me names, and then we'll see.
I'm not calling you names, Chris. And first of all, you're a nobody. You're a nobody to debate. And you're on my platform trying to troll, and your trolling is being put in check because now we're having an intervention, Chris. We're having an intervention about your life and why you have to pretend to be a foundational Black American. Are you ashamed of your background, Chris? Is that what it is, sir?
Not at all. And how much of that video, that butt breaking, did you have to edit?
Sir, you're very hung up on buck breaking. I guess buck breaking really touched a nerve, didn't it? Because you done mentioned buck breaking over and over. That movie touched a nerve. Did it
Says the producer of the movie.
Did it reveal, sir? Did it reveal something that happened to you, sir? Because whenever you see a non-white person such as yourself with all of these anti-Black talking points, that's a lot of self-hatred going on. And usually somebody white did something to him. Did a white man do something to you, sir?
No, that's the thing, man. I want us to get away from all this butt breaking. We didn't quit talking about that stuff. You called me LGBT simply because I disagree with you, man. And everybody can hear this if they're not simply blinded by being a follower and being bored.
Sir, you got a picture of you with Jesse Lee Peterson. And I've been on Jesse's show and I've clowned Jesse to his face. I tell people this to their faces. And people question Jesse Lee Peterson's sexual background. I'm not going to put it out here right now. And you sound just like him. So, sir, that sounds like it touched a nerve with you, and you're very hung up on buck breaking. Sir.
Said the person who made it
Yes, I did. I made a movie exposing the racism in the white LGBT community. Yes, I do movies about racism, and I expose racism from every community. But buck breaking really touched a nerve. Why is that? Why did it touch a nerve with you so much, sir?
You have disgustingly changed the subject. Honestly,
no.
You have disgustingly changed the subject in a very vile, lewd way. Like You're disgusting a little bit.
Sir, you're projecting. I've been very polite to you, sir. I've not called you a name. I've not called you any name, and I've been very polite with you, sir. But you're pretending to be FBA, and you're clearly not, sir. And
Again, I'm informing you that you're incorrect, Tariq. You can only do that because that's all you can resort to is saying LGBT.
sir, you've already proven yourself to be a liar. You've already sat here talking about people bartering drugs, and you're just saying anything. So that's why I don't believe you're FBA, because you proved that you'll say anything on this phone. If you'll lie about one thing, you'll lie about everything else. So you're not even honest. That's why I don't believe you're FBA. You're not FBA, and that's okay. But the fact that you're ashamed of your background, sir, that speaks volumes.
Where is the shame of the background? What are these words you're putting? You're just saying this stuff. I have never said any of this stuff.
But, sir, just by your talking points and just your whole disposition.
All I'm saying, Tariq, is that our behavior has to get better. It has to be edified. We can't do this whole when someone speaks to you, you have to insult them, right? That's
Nobody insulted you, sir.
juvenile. And all I
Nobody,
asked you, go ahead. Go ahead.
nobody insulted you. Okay. Since the problem is black folks need to do better, why aren't you doing better as a black person?
I mean, all I'm saying is for the family to stay together, right? And produce good children for society. I am doing that. The most simple thing
Where
that helps.
is where's your black family that you're producing?
Do you mean like in the home with me, Tariq? I don't. Is that a trick question? I don't understand it. What you're asking.
You said black families. You don't have a black family, sir. You don't have a wife and children.
Yes, I do, Tariq. Why do you assume that? You have no
Sir,
idea who I am, Tariq. And in your
sir,
eyes, you may think it's a
sir,
nobody, but you have no
you,
idea who I am.
you don't have a wife and children, sir. I can just
Okay.
tell.
No, you're literally a bad psychic, right?
Sir,
And
are you saying,
honestly,
okay, sir, really?
horrible psychic.
Show us a picture of your wife and your family.
You sound. Why don't you answer my question about white people having to be in power and
Sounds
remain in power?
This sounds like Cory Booker claiming he was dating Rosario Dawson. This sounds like Cory Booker claiming that he's now dating Rosario Dawson. It's just not believable.
And any real person, anybody in real life, is not going to put their wife and children on a picture because some weirdo asked them to.
Sir, my entire family is online. I have nothing to hide. My wife, my children, my mother, my father. I have nothing to hide, sir. You don't have a wife and kids, sir. You don't.
No, that's your choice to put them. I said,
Sir, you're sitting at home waiting on a Bucci call to come through right now, sir. And that's why you're so hung up on buck breaking. Your whole house smells like Badussy right now, sir. And you're waiting on a Bucci call. And you're sitting here trying to fake the funk. I will not let you spread no more lies, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get some more people here. Lord, I'm just not going to let this nigga spread lies. Okay, you're not going to spread lies. You're not FBA. I know the minute when I asked him that, he paused. When I asked him if he's a descendant of slaves, he paused. He almost got offended. I don't want that to be the focal point because that ain't you. Yeah, that's not how FBAs talk, buddy. That is not how we talk. Okay. These people. Let's see who this is. Ken Litch. Let's get Ken Litch on here. We have a lot of people in here right now. I'm not going to be on here too long. Ken Litch. Turn your microphone on, Litch.
Tariq, I got a simple question for you.
Okay, but wait, before you have a simple question, where are you from?
Africa, bro.
Okay, where in Africa are you
Congo.
from, sir? From the
Yeah.
Congo. Okay. All right. I hear some beads shaking in the background, sir. So what's on
I'm
your
in
mind?
Atlanta actually, but my question to
Oh,
you is, why do you have so much hatred in your heart?
that's a projection, sir. I don't really have to, I don't dignify projections. I don't even dignify that. What else do you
That's
have,
my
sir?
question. You have a lot of hatred in your heart, and I think you need to seek a therapist, bro. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's a projection, sir. That's a projection, sir. Don't call it projecting. Okay. And I hear your beads in the background, sir. This nigga brought his Congo beads in the background, trying to put a hex on a nigga. That's not going to work, sir. All right. And don't project. Don't call up projecting your anti-FBA sentiments. Let's get Malvern in here. Malvern Dingu. Okay. See, these people, yeah, we're looking out for the nation of Black Americans, and that equates to hate. Now, damn that. Y'all not shaming us with that. What's up, brother? How are you?
I am good, man. How are you, man?
I'm good. Now, where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Africa, mate. The southern part of Africa. You won't be able to pronounce my country, man.
Okay, is it in South Africa?
No, it's not South Africa. I neighbor South Africa. I'm from Zimbabwe.
I can pronounce Zimbabwe, sir. I've been to Zimbabwe.
Have you?
Very lovely people. Yes, I have. And they showed me so much love in Zimbabwe. Yes, I have. I've been there.
Well, we always show love to everybody, especially who look like one of us, like you. We consider
Yes,
you a
indeed.
brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I got a lot of love for the Zimbabwean people. I helped a lot of people out there financially. They had a big ceremony for me out there. So a lot of love for the Zimbabwean people. So what's on your mind, sir?
Right. Let me ask you a question, Tariq. When you look at yourself, are you like a second, third, or fourth generation immigrant in your line of family?
None. There's not one immigrant in my family. None. Zero. Nobody in my family is an immigrant on my mother or father's side.
And none of that lineage was ever coming from Africa. Because last time when I was listening to you, I think you were closing your links to Somali or somewhere like that.
I don't know about I ain't got no links to Somalia, but no. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I ain't got no links to Somalia. I don't know where that came from. I don't know what broadcast you heard, but thank you so much, sir. Yeah, I'm not Somalian, and shout out to the Somalians, but I am not Somalian. I don't have any links to Somalia whatsoever. And no disrespect to the Somalians, shout out to you, but yeah, nobody in my family is an immigrant. I have zero immigrants in my family. Zero, not one. Nobody's an immigrant. We're all full foundational Black Americans. All of us. Next call. Who we got here? Malik. What's up, Malik?
What's cracking, man? Hey,
what's up, Malik? Where you from, brother?
Sacramento, California.
No doubt. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, what I was wondering about the FBA platform as it relates to reparations is like, what's the ask? I mean, how much money we asking the government for?
Tom, 20 trillion for starters. We need 20 trillion for starters. Yeah.
Okay, because I know for a fact at the beginning of COVID till now they didn't generate it out of thin air $20 trillion. So I know it's possible that they could swing it to us. So what I'm
absolutely,
so what I'm saying is I think what we need to do is have a solidified platform where we asking and we keep asking for that bread until we get it. And that's what it is, man.
Right.
And the other thing is
no doubt. No. Thank you so much, brother. Let me get some more people in here. All right, let's get some more folks in here. Okay, a lot of folks kind of rotating around. Okay, let's get Long Live Calvin. I think that's your name. Long Live Calvin. And looks like Calvin has a fleur de lis sign on his name. So Calvin, turn your microphone on, Calvin. All right, Calvin, let's get it together, brother. Calvin, turn your microphone on. All right, Calvin, you over there messing up, bro. I'm trying to get you in here. All right, let's get Demond in here while we're waiting on Calvin. Yeah, let's get Demond in here. All right.
Demond from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey, Demond, how are
I'm
you,
good,
sir?
bro. Hey, I just wanted to, I wanted to speak specifically to my FBA fam that I don't know how it is in every other major city in the country, but, this should be really eye-opening for us that non-FBA, immigrants and other groups, how against they are against us getting ours in the country that we built. And I don't know about like the demographics set up in every city, but in Cleveland, I mean, it's really segregated. Like whites don't want to live around us. And outside of that, like we don't live near whites. We don't live near immigrants. Every other group, they got their pocket of the city that they live in. But why should they care about, us coming up, versus they don't even live next door to us. So I'm saying like, what do you feel like is the true beef when they don't even want to live next door to us? And in every major city, we got this same problem. It seems like we got this synonymous problem across the country.
Right. Good question. And the thing is, man, our concern is not that's been a major problem. We think that we have to so-called integrate with them, with the dominant society in order for us to make some kind of progress. No, we just need the paper. Even when the Brown versus the Board of Education situation happened, that wasn't about integration. That was about Black schools getting equal funding. That was a money issue. The NAACP came in and flipped it and turned it into an integration issue, meaning, okay, instead of giving Black people money, let's just put them in some of the schools with the whites. And Black folks got the short end of the stick as far as that. Pablo, what's up, Pablo? Turn your microphone on, sir.
What's up?
What's going on, Pablo? Where you from, buddy?
Calling from Southern California.
Southern California. You're a Mexican gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what's on your mind, Pablo?
I just had two questions for you, just two questions, and I would beam out.
Yes.
Would you consider the Aztecs and Mayans, were they FBAs?
No, because they were not the ones who built America, but some of the Aztecs and Mayans were Black-skinned people who would be classified as Black. Some of them were. There were different phenotypes out there in Mexico. And truth be told, there were a lot of the Aboriginal people of Mexico and Central America were Black-skinned people who would be classified as Black today. If you look at the Olmec statues, you can see that. And again, there were other different types of phenotypes out there in Mexico. And when the Spanish came, they brought a lot of Moors and other Black people with them. Why so many Black people in Mexico, in your hometown, in your home country. And Mexico was an African satellite to a certain degree because they had the African slave trade going on in Mexico very heavily. That's why if you look at pictures of Mexicans before the year 1900, many of them were very, very dark skinned. This whole thing of light Mexicans, that's a fairly recent phenomenon. Okay. Are you aware of your history down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm aware of my history. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Do you have a Black abuela somewhere down there in Mexico? Because many of you do. Many of y'all have a Black grandmother somewhere down there in Mexico.
I haven't went that deep, but I do tell you when I took a DNA test, I did have like 5% sub-Saharan African. So I'm not sure if that's what we're referring to. But
yeah. Okay. Well, then what's your second question, sir?
all right, my second, well, I don't know if it's a question, but it sounds like you're trying to get reparations for, Black Americans, which I have no problem with.
Right.
My thing is, wouldn't that hurt your people economically? Like what they do with women today, giving them welfare checks and stuff like that. How is that helping out our communities? Aren't you just asking for handouts? Is that going to help you guys build better?
Did the welfare help or hurt your family who comes over here and gets more welfare than almost anybody? Mexicans come over here and get welfare by the droves of welfare. Major. Does that hurt your community?
Well, if you're a single mother,
sir,
it doesn't help the father figure,
hold sir,
which is
sir,
become responsible for his
sir,
kids. It kicks them out. You know what I mean?
sir.
That's what I'm.
I can't really get advice on taking care of kids, and y'all leave kids at the border, sir. Y'all literally leave kids at the border, sir. We're really going there?
No, I mean, I'm a first generation, so my parents were never on welfare.
Sir, but you do understand. People from your community come over here, and the first thing they do is get on welfare, get EBT, or get some type of social government assistance benefit.
But they
Section
don't stay. They don't stay on there.
Sir, stop it. Stop it, sir.
That's why they bring your kids so their kids can go to school here, graduate.
They having an anchor baby, sir, and then putting the anchor baby on welfare in Section 8 and using the anchor baby to get all types of government benefits, sir. Are you really trying to go there?
Well, I mean, realistically,
don't make me go there, sir. Don't make me go there. Y'all come over. So many people from your community come over and have anchor babies.
I mean, this is you're talking about we coming on to America. I mean, we've been here too.
You've been where to, sir?
America, North America is our homeland.
No, it's not, sir.
That's. I mean, have you ever took an ancestry DNA test?
Sir, I'm a foundational Black American. I am the ancestry DNA.
That's good.
Sir, you're not.
So we brothers then.
Sir, no, you're
Mexicans and blacks, we brothers because we foundational Americans all together.
Oh, wait. So you want us to be brothers so you can be foundational too?
I want the reparations also.
How do you get reparations? How you get it?
I mean, they killed off my ancestors too.
Well, you better holler at Spain. Spain did that. Now, if you want to get a claim to Spain, I'll help you out. I'll give you all the support. I'll be out there on the border with a sign like, yes, Pablo needs paper. Pablo needs pesos. I'll be out there screaming right with you, brother. You want some money from Spain? I'm right there for you. But you can't get no money over here, brother.
I'm 100% American.
And no, you're not, sir. No, you're not. No, you're not. You immigrated to America, but I am a foundational Black American. My family built this country, sir.
Well, yeah, I agree with you that they did a lot for us, but at one point, 1800s, 1600s, your ancestors did come on a boat.
Not all of them, sir. Not all of them. A very small percentage of African people came on a boat to North America. Many of them came to Mexico. Many of them came to Central America. But only about 3% of those people brought from Africa came on a boat to North America. Most of the Black people were Black Aboriginal people who were already here before Columbus, sir. That's why they had Black translators with them.
Okay, so with those translators, how many languages they speak? Because there's billions and millions of languages spoken prior to Columbus.
And many of them spoke Aboriginal languages. They spoke Arabic. They spoke Hebrew.
Well, they can't speak all languages.
Not all, but they spoke many of the Aboriginal languages, sir. One of the people who the Spanish brought with them down there into your land, down there in Mexico and Central America, was Juan Garrido. That was a jet Black man who was a Moor, who was the first person to cultivate wheat in Mexico. It was a Black man who did that.
You know about Nahuatl?
That's one of the natives, right?
Yeah, one of the languages we spoke, Nahuatl.
But here's the thing,
which we still have a lot of dialects in our language today. People don't know about.
And you have a lot of stuff that African people brought over too, like menudo. That's an African dish, sir. And certain.
I agree. Gumbo, black eyed peas.
In celebrations like fandangos, that was the Black people down there in Mexico doing that. A lot of stuff that's really Black culture down in Mexico.
Anyway, if you go to my profile, you can see my ancestry DNA results. I got them pinned right there.
Okay, I guess.
I recommend you guys take a DNA test. It tells you a lot.
Yeah, we know I'm taking DNA tests. You know, most people's DNA is going to go to Europe, Africa, and Asia, same places. And you know, I got some traces of Native in my DNA, so it's all the same thing. But culturally, I'm a foundational Black American. This is the homeland that my family built. I am not an immigrant, nor am I comparable to any immigrants. I come from people who built this nation from scratch, and everybody else immigrated to it. So I am so much different than other groups.
You're the leader. You're the leader of the FBA.
No.
You get the most money.
No. I'm not a leader.
You're gonna be like the leader of the Black Lives Matter. You're gonna be rich,
No.
own some mansions.
Okay, no. Calm down, El Chapo. Not El Chapo like your folks out there slinging all that dope and riding high on the hog. No. I'm not the leader of anybody. I'm just a public servant giving messages and teaching history, sir. That's what I'm doing. You feel me?
Yeah, got you.
But again, you can't get none of our reparations. But again, if you want to file a claim against Spain, we'll be right there to help you out, sir. All right, Pablo?
All right, I'll hopefully you let me in again. I'll have more time.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. And by the way, they got some half-off deals for Goya powder at the Barlata stores right now. So, brother, take advantage of those deals. All right.
I'm going there right.
Okay. No. He's trying to play the black. He tried to slip in some black and brown. No. We're not doing that. They're trying to wiggle away over here to see how they can kind of get something. Nah. No. We're not doing that. All right, let's get El Gran something. What's your name, brother? El Gran Rey Negro. What's that? The Grand King Negro. I think that's what that means, right? Oh, he got up out of here. Okay, let's get Bam Kid. Let's get Bam Kid in here.
Yeah.
What's up, Bam?
Yeah, good.
How you doing, man? Where you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
Nigeria. What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, I just have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I heard you changed your name because of a murder case. How's it going?
Listen, will y'all please stop with these lies? Y'all digging up old lies and rumors. I am not a gangster. I'm not a drug dealer. I didn't murder anybody. Will y'all please stop? Okay, look, stop. A lot of y'all immigrants, y'all latching on to some of these old rumors and lies that they've been circulating on the net for about a decade. I am not a gangster, not a drug dealer, none of that stuff. Didn't murder nobody. Y'all been telling these lies for over a decade, sir. Bam.
Okay.
Okay,
But
so
there are links,
Stop being a lying immigrant. Don't be a stereotype. Now you're being a stereotype. Don't be a lying, scamming immigrant, because now you're just lying and scamming, and I don't want you to have that stereotype stuck to you, okay?
Well, if you say you're not a murderer, no problem.
No, I'm not none of that stuff. They've been saying these rumors about me for years. I'm none of that. All of them are lies. And sir, even if it were not a lie, what we don't do is dry snitch. That makes you a bitch. Even if it were true, that makes you a bitch by just getting on the internet saying something like that. That makes us different, sir.
There are links, I could put,
Sir,
you.
that's the difference between foundational Black American culture and tethers. Even if I was a murderer and a gangster and a drug dealer back in the day, who gets online dry snitching? That's bitch behavior. You understand? That's dry snitching and bitch behavior, guy. You understand that? Even saying something like that shows the kind of character you have anyway. That's why a lot of us, we got to distance ourselves from people. Because let's say I was in the game doing all that stuff, but let's say somebody else is out there doing whatever. We got some idiot next to him ready to dry snitch on the internet. What kind of bullshit is that? That's the same stuff y'all do back home. Y'all dry snitch on each other, lie on each other, cut each other's throat.
Nobody's snitching. I just pointed out something that is open to
The whole
Okay,
girl.
but that's dry snitching, and it's not even true. It's lie snitching, sir. It's not even true. It's lie snitching. But even if it were true, it's still a bitch move to do to get on the internet and say stuff like that. That's
Okay,
why y'all.
I
That's
have
why
one more
y'all can't
question.
survive on the streets. You
I
would
have
be.
one more question for you.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the museum, is it a museum or what? Well, you collected so much money for?
Yes, over $1 million
I,
for the museum. Yes, I did.
yes. Well, there's no land, no building, no plan, nothing.
How do you know there is?
Because that's what's happening.
How do you know?
It's all over the news. It's all over the internet. I'm sure you know that.
Only thing on the internet is lying tethers, sir. Y'all don't know what's going on with the museum and what I've been doing. It's only been a few months, sir. Just because y'all can put up a statue of white Jesus in 2 weeks in your homeland, that doesn't mean we can do the same thing with the museum. Sometimes we
There's
have
no white
obstacles.
Jesus in Nigeria, so I don't know what you're
Yes, you
talking
do.
about.
Stop it, sir. Sir, we usually don't get stuff popping like that within a couple of months. It's only been a couple of months since we've announced that we're doing the museum, sir, and we're still working on it, sir, and we're not in a rush.
But you're
So
falling
why?
behind the time
No, I'm not.
frame you
No,
gave.
I'm not, sir. Everybody understands what's going on with the museum and the obstacles we're facing, and we're still going to get the museum.
Well,
I'm,
I don't understand.
sir,
That's why
sir.
I'm asking to be
Okay,
enlightened.
but sir, it's none of your business. That's the thing. It's none of
You
your.
don't know if I contributed. You
You
don't know.
sir, please. You have not put together your Postmate money to the museum. You have not. Let's stop it. You're sitting there hoping that the museum is a failure because you have jealousy and hatred that we were able to raise that type of money in a month, and hundreds of millions of people in your homeland can't even raise that kind of money in 10 years.
You're
And
saying we. You mean you?
we
No,
done
you.
unity.
You raised the money
We
from
did,
ignorant,
it,
and
sir,
lost
sir.
people stuff.
Ignorant is fleeing your homeland and leaving people destitute, defecating in the streets, sir. That's ignorant. And not building your homeland. That's ignorant. What you're doing is called jealousy, sir. Why are you so jealous of foundational Black Americans? It's always you non-FBA tethers who are mad that we raised that much money. So y'all sit there praying that we fail. The museum ain't going nowhere. It's going to be here. We're going to get it popping, and it's going to be phenomenal. All we have to do is just get the right building and get these people to agree to sell it, because we got the money. We're just getting some political bullshit games about selling it to us. But we're going to get the museum. And guess what's going to happen? You tethers are going to still come up with a brand new excuse to hate on it. I don't like the color of it. How come it is not 5 stories? How come there is no parking lot? Y'all going to come up with a brand new excuse when we get, I'm telling y'all now, listen, just when we get the museum, which is coming, we're not in a rush, we'll get it. They're going to change their BS from it ain't going to happen until, well, the parking lot ain't big enough. Why is it on such a busy street? How come ain't no food here? How come there's only one bathroom? There's a million excuses they're going to use to hate on it. Okay? This is why I don't entertain these hating, jealous tethers, because they're going to make an excuse no matter what. And I want FBAs to understand that. You don't do anything to acquiesce these haters. They're going to sit here and hate no matter what. No matter what we do, they're going to hate on it.
I just want you to be accountable. I'm not hating on you. You just need to be accountable.
Sir, you're not in a
Is that
position.
so much to ask?
Sir, you can't even be accountable in your homeland, sir. You fled. You couldn't even take account in your homeland. You got the hell out of there and came over here. So how are you going to hold anybody accountable and you're a fleer?
You keep muting me. You
Go
keep
ahead.
saying things you don't even have an idea of. You don't know where I am.
You're not home. You're not in your homeland.
And how do you know that?
Because your phone
No,
service is working correctly and
that's
you're over
this
here.
is the reason why you don't need to drop out of high school,
sir,
you'll be able to like.
A high school dropout made more money than half the people in your country in less than a month, sir. What does that say about you? What does that say about you, sir?
There are kids making more money than you in Nigeria.
Stop.
Doing legitimate business, Bitcoin,
And you
crypto.
and you ain't one of them. And you're not one of them, sir. You are fleer. You are not one of them. You got the hell on and you fled, and you're over here jealous and hating. Why do you hate and why are you so jealous of foundational Black Americans, sir?
You know, you sound really kind of childish because you don't know where I am. So I don't know.
Sir, you're in Valdosta, Georgia, somewhere right now. You're over here. You fled, and you know you fled. You fled. You're over here somewhere in Columbus, Ohio, ready to take those Uber Eat orders tonight, sir. So you're not back home in Nigeria. I know that.
Well, there's nothing wrong just, holding you accountable to
You can't
those
hold me. You're not qualified to hold me accountable. You are fleer. You need to hold your country accountable and hold your people accountable and help your people. Help your people back home. Who the hell are you to come to the land that my family built talking about you gonna have us hold somebody
I don't know how you built it.
Yeah, my family. Yes, my family built this country, sir, so that you can flee to it. You didn't just get to flee here just willy-nilly. Somebody had to stay here and fight to build this place, to make it equitable for Black folks to come over here. It wasn't your folks, my folks did that, sir.
It's better to flee than to defraud your brothers and sisters.
That's you projecting your scam mentality.
This is scam, of course. It's obvious.
You love projecting your scam, sir, because in order to get money, that's what you have to do. In order to get any kind of money, you got to pull all types of scams. So you're projecting your scam mentality onto me, aren't you, sir? Ubuntu.
I'm not. I'm just holding you accountable. That's all.
No, you're not holding anybody anything. You're holding a bag of Uber Eats orders that you're about to deliver, sir. So just keep holding those bags and making your delivery, sir, okay?
So those women you used in your music videos that you objectified. I just want to know, how do you feel, treating people's daughters like that?
You mean all of those?
Naked
you
in your
mean all of
videos?
sir? Really? Are we going there, objectifying women? Sir, the women from your homeland are all up there in France and Britain. Y'all got them on the track out there, sir, doing something funny for a little piece of money. Are we going there, sir? Are we going there where sex trafficking in your homeland is at epidemic proportions, sir? For real, for real.
Your videos are all over YouTube.
Stop it. Stop it.
There's so much dirt on your name. I don't know how.
There's so much dirt on your feet from running, sir. You come from female circumcision, forced genital mutilation heaven, sir. Don't get on this phone talking about objectifying women. The stuff and the abuse of the women in your homeland is insane, sir. Are you really trying to go there?
Well, I'm commenting on what I've seen on YouTube.
Sir, what are you doing about the abuse and the exploitation of the women and girls in your homeland, sir?
Please, can you give me an instant?
Sir,
because I don't know.
Sir, a lot of y'all like to project. Y'all like to really project your filth and degradation and dirt onto foundational Black Americans, sir. Y'all really like projecting.
Well, I think if you don't accept it, people listening, they know your history. So I think anybody in his right mind should know who to, a mentor out of. Because I don't believe you're supposed to be a mentor to anybody.
Oh, there were some sounds in the back. I didn't know where they were coming from. So
Yeah, you stopped at
you're
high school.
boring. Okay, thanks.
So
Just saying, I don't know what you're talking about. You're just kind of babbling at this point, sir. All right. You're just saying anything, projecting your scam mentality, sir. Okay. All right. Lord, I'm objectifying women in my music videos. We got fully dressed women on roller skates. And these dudes over here performing forced female genital mutilation. And you really don't want to go there. You really don't want to go there. All right, let's get Mary Jane. I think that's your name, Mary Jane. Mary Jane, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hi from Alabama, Tariq.
Hey, Mary Jane, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Tariq, the hate for our people is so real. Everyone
Yes,
that
it is.
came at you, I mean, like I tweeted, I said you hold your own, but the hate for us is very real and it's very disheartening for all these people just to hate on us like this. They hate that if we be successful and everything. I just can't get over how the hate is.
Yes, real talk. Thank you for man. Us foundational Black Americans, we're the only people who really, really get on code like we should. Enough of us get on code, and boy, the fact that we get on code and we can get things done, and we can go after the oppressor class and get charges on folks, and we don't sit up here talking about the government. It's the government. We don't do all that. We can raise large amounts of money in short periods of time, and that just burns everybody's ass. That burns everybody's ass out here. So they have to try to project their scam mentality onto us. Majin Boo, turn your microphone on. Majin Boo.
Hello.
What's up, Majin Boo? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Now, where are you from? I hear an accent. Where are you from?
From Antigua and Barbuda.
Oh, there you go. Antigua, right?
Yep.
There you go. What's on your mind, man?
I wanted to ask you what FBA exactly is.
Now, you should know by this time, because FBA is not a confusing term.
It's not.
Now, it's not. Now, what do you think FBA is?
Well, I tuned in here about 20 minutes ago, and I've heard you say it's a fundamental Black American, right?
Foundational Black American. Is this your first time in our space right here?
Yes, this is the first.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, it's a foundational Black American. That means a Black person in America who doesn't come from an immigrant background, a person who descended from slavery in America. That's a foundational Black American.
So, as an Antiguan, I would be one of that, right?
No, because you were not a slave in America. You didn't come from slavery in America. You came from slavery in Antigua.
But didn't they bring Jamaican, Antiguan slaves up here? Or
in some cases they did, but that doesn't make you one because you immigrated here. Your family immigrated here. And you would have to take that up with the British, Spanish government. Right?
Okay.
And they have something. They already have CARICOM. You guys are included in the CARICOM claim because CARICOM has a lot of the Caribbean nations. They got together and they're making a claim against France, Spain, and Britain. So you already got a reparations organization that's looking out for Caribbeans. You feel me?
All right.
There you go.
And I wanted to ask if somebody isn't what was it again? A fundamental
foundational Black American, FBA.
If they're not that, should they not have an opinion or a word in the topic?
No.
Why is that?
Because this is not your business.
So they can't have an educated opinion about the situation, or is
unless you're rooting for us to get the reparations. That's all we need you to do. We need you on the sideline with the pom-poms.
Do you think that's actually going to be done or no?
What does that have to do with you?
I'm just asking.
Because see, this is the thing. We get a lot of people who are not FBA talking about, well, is it going to get done? Do you think it's going to happen? Just coming in here with
no, I'm asking questions.
Right. But I'm saying this is not a conversation for you, because one way or another, you're not going to benefit from it one way or another. This isn't for you,
Okay.
right?
So
So the question is,
other people who look like you,
the question is, sir, why are you concerned with the reparations claim that you can't be a part of? Why are you concerned about it?
because I'm sure that people who aren't these FBAs that you claim could also help you achieve that goal. You guys aren't the only ones who are capable of doing that.
But it doesn't sound like you're trying to help. I just said people who are not FBA can basically cheer us on, but instead of doing that, you're talking about, well, is it going to happen? You think it's going to happen? So you're coming in trying to sow seeds of doubt. We don't need that.
You're the one sowing seeds of doubt because everybody.
Okay, stop. We're not going to do that. You're not going to just be intellectually dishonest here. You say something and you don't want to stand on it. All right? If you say something, stand on it. And again, why are you in this conversation when you're really not trying to help us? And truth be told, you can't help us, sir. So why are you in this conversation?
You, my friend, are very dividing.
Okay, sir, let's try it again. Why are you in a conversation that has zero to do with you or your lineage? See, this is why the FBA family needs to listen to these people who come in and all they want to do is he's trying to figure out a way that he can sabotage it because you're not trying to help.
Why would I
So
want to sabotage a people that look like me?
because if you're not helping, you're trying to harm. I've sat here and asked you multiple times, why is this such a concern to you? And all you're doing is babbling, and now you're talking about projecting.
It's a concern to me because I feel like I am part of these people that you're talking about, but
okay,
because it's a certain just
stop. I just explained what a foundational Black American is. Sir, let's rewind it and let's get clarity. Do you think you should get one of our reparations checks? Is that what you're trying to say?
If I found out that my ancestors were slaves, sure. But that's what I'm trying to get you to understand is why are you so
slow down? Let's try it again. Do you think you should get one of our reparations checks? And you're not a descendant of slaves in America. How will it be justified to give you a check, sir? I'm listening. I really want to hear your logic here.
I'm trying to ask you certain questions and you keep muting me and then asking me.
Because you're playing now. You're saying something and you can't even explain it. And I'm not going to let you babble. And I'm going to ask you again, how could we justify giving you a reparations check if we were to get those? How would
I'm not asking for a reparations check. I'm not the one asking for one. You are.
So you just said that you want to be a part of it.
I want to help. I'm trying to tell
you. Okay, now you're not being honest. This is what we're talking about. You just said you wanted to get a check. You wanted to be a part of that, but you don't feel like we're letting you be a part of it. Now you say you don't want it.
I did not say I wanted a check.
Sir, you wanted to be a part of it.
That. But when did I say I wanted a check?
Yes, you did.
When did I say that?
Yes, you did.
When did I say that, though?
Now you're not being honest.
I am being honest. You keep muting me, and I can't get my point across, and now you're saying you're putting words in my mouth. I never told you.
Because you're babbling and lying, sir. You're babbling and you're lying and you're trying to waste time. And see, back in your homeland, y'all have all of this disorder and chaos. That's why things don't get done and you have to flee. Over here, we have order. We have order. We have order. We make sure that there's order. So we're not, you see how I'm not letting you babble? We got to have
No,
order.
you're trying not to have a conversation. That's what
No,
you're
no,
trying not to do.
babbling is not a conversation, sir. Mindless babbling all over the place where there's nothing constructive, that's not a conversation.
The
That's
only one saying non-constructive things are
okay.
you. I'm trying
Okay.
to have a conversation with you,
Now,
and you're just saying bullshit.
okay. Slow down, girlfriend, because you're getting sassy now. I can hear the sass coming out your voice. So slow it down a little bit. Now, let's
All right,
try.
it's slow.
Why do you think you could get a reparations check? How do you think you can get that?
I'm not trying to get a reparations check. That's the whole point.
Then why are you in this conversation?
Because I want to understand, why are you trying to divide people the way that you are?
So because you can't get a check, that's divisive?
See, why do you assume that I want this reparation check so
Because you're
bad?
talking about divisiveness and you're just projecting your own anti-FBA hatred and contempt, and you're mad because you can't get a check. And by the way, are you black or Hispanic or
Of
a
course
black?
I'm fucking black, man.
Are you
And I'm not
Hispanic?
anti-FBA.
Are you Hispanic? Do you consider yourself Hispanic?
No, my mother's black. My father's black. I'm black.
Okay. So why don't you holler at your government or holler at Britain, Spain, France?
I'm
About,
hollering at you. We're having a conversations about reparations.
but
And you're
this is a
asking me why I
reparations.
want to check.
This ain't got nothing to do with you though.
But that's the thing. It does.
How?
It doesn't have anything to do with me in your eyes.
How?
Because you're saying bullshit. You're trying to divide
Okay,
people.
okay. Let's stop the BS then, and then explain how does our reparations claim have something to do with you? Go.
How would it not if we're all black?
Because this ain't about everybody being black. This is about a lineage.
They took slaves from Africa. Africa came here. Whole bunch of people are black. You can't even tell who built what family did what, who did blah blah blah. It's too complicated for
No,
you to
it's
be
not.
talking. Yes, it is.
How?
Yes, it is.
How is it complicated? No, it's not.
Can you track back to the specific ancestor that you knew?
I can trace back to the 1870 census. If we can trace back there and it says Negro, you are a foundational Black American. I can even trace back to the early 1800s. I can trace my family back early 1800, different plantations, sir. If you can trace your family back to the 1870 census, at least, that's an easy one, then you are a foundational Black American. And you were most likely one of the people who built this country and you were enslaved here in America. You can't do that, sir. See how simple that is? It ain't hard at all. Y'all try to make it harder than what it is. I can
It's
trace
not
my
hard.
family. I can trace myself back to the census. Many Black people here can who are FBA, and you can't. It's that simple. So we get checks and you don't. But you can trace your lineage back to slavery in the Caribbean.
You think that I'm trying to say that we don't?
Boy, if you don't stop talking over me, we don't do that. We don't talk over me. If you hear me in the middle of a sentence, you fix you an empanada, shut them lips, snack on some until I finish my sentence, sir. Like I said, you can trace your lineage back to the Caribbean, and you need to holler at Spain, France, or Britain. That's simple.
Right. See, at the end of the day, saying these things to people is not going to get you towards reparations. You're just dividing people.
Sir, you can't help me get no reparations, sir. I can say whatever I want to say to you and check your divisiveness, because that's where the divisiveness is. You can't help me or a foundational Black American do a damn thing.
See, that's what you say.
Sir, But no,
other people.
sir, you couldn't even help the people in your homeland. You had to flee. Your family fled from the Caribbean and came here.
I didn't flee from anywhere.
Sir, you're an anchor baby, sir.
I didn't flee from anywhere.
Yeah, your family did. You're an anchor baby, and you have that contempt because y'all family they had to flee from their homeland in the Caribbean, sir. And here you are, trying to project your anger onto foundational Black Americans.
There's no anger.
Yes, it is, sir.
The problem is with you.
Sir,
the way you speak to people.
Sir, I'm just telling you the truth, and you should not be in foundational Black American business, sir. Why don't you go back to your homeland that your parents are from? Why don't you fix that up and help them get some money? You can't help us. You can't do anything for us because you can help yourself, sir. We had to help you.
You are a very, very nasty person.
Sir, you just don't want to hear the truth. And I've been very polite. I've not been nasty to you. I've been very polite. But you coming in here trying to latch on to our reparations claim, knowing that you don't have no real claim to it, that's very disrespectful, not only to me and the foundation of Black Americans in here, but also to my lineage, my family, who this claim is owed to. My family suffered, and they didn't want to suffer and sacrifice just so somebody can come along and glom off of it and leech off of it, something that was supposed to be for me. My family didn't do that. You're being disrespectful to my lineage. That's nasty. Anything else to say, sir?
Why you treat people the way that you do? I'm just asking that.
Okay, sir. You're projecting now.
I'm not projecting anything because I watched the way you spoke to that conservative Chris guy.
Yeah.
Then you had a whole bunch of stuff to say about a lot of other immigrants, and it's just the way you speak to them. It's so degrading. Like, why would you want to not have them on your side instead of speaking to them the way that you do? Of course, they can. The more
on our side,
the cause is probably going to get done. So stop pushing.
You're not on our side, and we see your passive aggressive energy that you're trying to come in and infiltrate and ultimately undermine us. Do you not think we don't see your contempt? We can hear and see the contempt that you have for foundational Black Americans, as that other caller did who was pretending to be FBA and started talking about welfare and family and twerking and all that. These people have contempt. And you just admitted that you're an immigrant, by the way. All right. You kept saying that you weren't an immigrant, and you just admitted you're an immigrant. So this is not about you. You're not entitled to everything foundational Black Americans do. And that's just the long and short of it, sir.
I'm not saying any of this shit though. That's the whole thing.
That's how you're acting. Yes, you are. We're cruel because we're not letting you be a part of something that has nothing to do with you.
But when did I say that? I'm talking to you about.
And sir, you're up here projecting all of this stuff. You sounding like Jennifer Hudson. All that. Oh, you're treating me so bad. You're so harsh to me. I'm still a woman. You're very emotional. You're projecting all of this stuff. So right now, sir, you're whining at this point. I don't really want to hear a dude whine. Now you got something masculine to say because now you're whining right now. You're giving me a Jennifer Hudson speech, right? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a dude whining. Now, what else you got to say? Let's wrap this up.
Well, obviously, I don't have anything else to say because you're going to derail it and say some bullshit nonsense, saying that, putting words in my mouth. So I guess that's it. But
say what you got to say. I didn't put no words in your mouth. Say what you got to say.
You put plenty of words in there. But anyway, I hope you enjoy your day, and please wise up.
Go ahead. All right, dude. He's all emotional. I don't want to hear all these emotions. Emotional as hell. Don't call me with emotions, dude. I don't want to hear all that emotional stuff. Oh, you're so harsh. You're so mean. Man, get on out of here, Jennifer Hudson. Don't give me a I'm not telling you I'm not going speech before you leave. Just get your ass on. Hear no damn man crying to another man. Calm down. Let's get Zeke Heil. I don't know how to pronounce your name, ma'am. Zalik, I can't pronounce your name. The lady with the pink wig on in the thing. I don't know how to pronounce your name, ma'am. But your name starts with an X, and you can turn your microphone on, ma'am, if you wish to. Turn your microphone on. All right. All right, then let's get some more people. Let's get Eves Edward. We'll get Eves Edward in here next. The lady with the pink wig on. I wanted to get her on, and okay. All right, Eves, hop in, bro. Shout out to Brother Ra. Shout out to Raheem. I see Brother Raheem in here. Okay, where's Eves? I had Eves in here. Okay. Robin, you want to turn your microphone on, Robin? Robin? All right, come on, Robin. All right, and long live Calvin. I added you before, Calvin. I don't know what happened. Calvin, let's try it again. Let me get Robin.
Rick?
Okay, what's up?
Hello.
Okay, I heard somebody say Tariq. I heard a woman. What's it? This Calvin?
Yep, this is me.
What's on your mind, Calvin?
Hey, Tariq. So I'm pretty new to this space, and I just kind of started listening to it. I was thinking this was like a Black Afrocentric kind of space, but I just hear it's FDA. What do you say? Foundational Black American. And you guys are asking for reparations, I guess.
Right.
And I guess I understand that. My thing is just I kind of, I don't know. I don't want to switch the focus of what you're trying to do, because I guess that's what you need to do for, whatever audience you serve. But I kind of just like for when Black people kind of just stick together instead of dividing each other.
Well, see, we're already divided, man, and we have a lineage that's unique. And you guys have a lineage that's unique. We're not entitled to certain things that you get, and you're not entitled to certain things that are meant for our lineage. When it comes to us getting certain tangible things, all of a sudden people want to talk about divisiveness and all of this stuff. And that's a disingenuous claim. We have a lineage, you have a lineage. We have to respect each other's lineages, man. It's just that simple. Thank you for the call, brother.
I'm not sure.
I'm not trying to hear all that divisive nonsense. The minute we start getting something or fighting for something for us, people want to talk about divisiveness and they don't share nothing with us. I don't want to hear none of that divisive stuff. People get things and don't share a damn thing with foundational Black Americans. They're so divided against us, it's ridiculous. Gerardo, let's get Gerardo in here. Mr. Gerardo.
Hi, how are you? I'm calling from Mexico.
Okay, Mr. Gerardo. Now, what do you do down there in Mexico, sir?
I'm mainly an actor, TV actor.
Okay, there you go. So what's on your mind?
I was hearing all the guys who were first here speaking, and I think the better way to achieve your goals, I think, is the union. I think all of you better think in union first.
Union?
Be united. I felt in some way, I heard some kind of not united people.
Hey, Gerardo, that phone, brother, that phone is a beast right now. That phone is hella janky, brother. Gerardo? Okay, brother, did you get kidnapped by El Chapo? Hello? Okay, is that a machine gun? Okay. Did he get kidnapped by a drug cartel? Okay. Machine guns in the background. Hello? Gerardo? Did they put him in the trunk of a Chevy Malibu? Hello? Okay. Gerardo, we got to get your phone together. I was interested in what you were saying, but then you got kidnapped by the drug cartel. Okay, the Medellin cartel got him. Okay. All right, so Zeke, Heil, whatever your name is, the lady with the pink wig. Do you want to turn your microphone on, ma'am? All right. Ma'am, do you want to turn your microphone on? Okay, I'm going to get you out of here, ma'am, if you are not going to speak. Well, yeah, I wanted to hear what Mr. Gerardo had to say. I had some things I wanted to discuss with him. Okay. He was talking about unity. I wanted to really elaborate on that. All right, let's get Juan. Let's get Juan Coleman in here. Let's get Juan Coleman in here. All right. Okay, Juan Coleman.
Hello?
And then yeah, what's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, my man? Hey, I just want to tell you, man, you're doing a hell of a job. I'm gonna keep it real short. And you gotta continually to explain to these people and tell them, to just, stay out the room, if you're here to try to put FBA down and they don't understand it. And I know you're being, very, very concise and you're welcoming everybody. That's the thing on your platform. And so I
Right.
just want to say, man, I support you with the museum.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna do everything that I possibly can, trying to make it out here. But I'm in support of you and everything that you are doing and the things that you have done to try to bring this lineage holistically to the people that is FBAs.
Much respect. Thank you so much, brother. All right, let's get Aaliyah RN. Aaliyah the RN. Aaliyah. Aaliyah, turn your microphone on, ma'am.
Oh, hello. Oh my
Hey, Aaliyah.
goodness. Okay, Tariq, I'm gonna get to the point. My family is from Buffalo, New York. I'm Native American. We owned 10,000 white slaves. And I just wanted to let you know, my last name is Holland. We still have the Holland Land Trust. When the people of non-FBA come over here, it's like we're the Palestinians versus Israel. They stole our land. We also own Seneca Village. They stole our land. So this is more ammunition. Is it like I get furious when I hear immigrants come over here and just disrespect us. We have to start thinking from a place like Palestinian. They came over here. They asked to come over here. With my family, they only bought white slaves. I'm supposed to be related to Joe Biden as my cousin. I met Leona Helmsley. She's my cousin. Mariah Carey is supposed to be my cousin. Josephine Baker and this mega pastor, A.R. Bernard. But their white family was slaves on my family plantation. And they were sent over here as convicts to work their debt off to Britain. And a lot of the documents is fake. It's this organization with NASA. They spend trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to erase our history, but they can't. And I wanted us to go back and look at. It's easier to trace how our stuff was stolen from us than to find our 256 grandmother that was here millions of years ago. It's like how you.
There you go. Thank you so much, beloved. Let's get Mark in here. Mark, let's get Mark in here.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. We'll get you, Zyke. We'll get you next. But Mark, what's up, brother?
Yes, sir. Hey, I was listening to the one guy that just couldn't get it through his head that what FBA meant and everything. And I was wondering, got me thinking, what do you think is a immigration policy that would be sort of good for our country?
I don't know at this point. At this point, I do not know. Now, where did your family come from?
Mom is Puerto Rican. Her parents came from Puerto Rico, and dad is Italian.
Okay. Yeah, and to be honest, as far as foundational Black Americans, the immigration thing ain't really working for us. It always kind of, turns out bad for us because when people immigrate over, they usually, they don't let them amalgamate into white society immediately. They really just kind of dump everybody off on us, and we got to eat the brunt of that. So, this is why we're having these conversations on why, we should, as foundational Black Americans, should support immigration, and it just doesn't work for us. Let's try the Zyke lady again with the pink hair. Let's try you again because I hear your mic coming on and off. Okay, we're gonna try it again. Zyke Heil, I think that's your name.
And hi everyone
Hello. Now, how do I pronounce your name?
from Philippines. I'm Kaya.
Okay, now where are you from?
I'm from Philippines.
Oh, from the Philippines. Okay. All right. So what's on your mind? Okay. Okay. Well, shit. That ain't working. Service immediately went out. So, ma'am, you've been struggling with that phone for a minute. I think she might be trying to catch her a sponsor out here. So let me get you out of here. Sound like you out here trying to catch somebody to hook you up with a little paper or something. And this is not that forum. You gotta find something else, ma'am. Let's get the Forever Queen Bee. Let's get Queen Bee in here. All right, Forever Queen Bee.
Hey Tariq, so I just wanted to thank you first and foremost for all you've done. I watched you for a bit. We can just say I'm like,
slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Slow it down, slow it down. Now, you're a white male, right? Hello, white male.
can you hear me?
There you go. Now, you're a white male,
I
right?
am not a white male. I'm a black male.
Black male. Where you from, sir?
I'm from Chicago.
And where's your family from?
Well, my family, they're pretty much descendants, I think, of the, slavery. They come from the South, come from Mississippi. My grandmother's 90 years old. She's still living.
So any immigrants in your family bloodline?
No, not that I know of. I mean, I know some of my family married immigrants, but no, we're not immigrated.
Okay, because now I have to ask, why are you using a woman's profile? Using a profile like a woman?
I know that's a whole nother subject. Yeah, I know.
So what are you out here trying to catfish for some pussy? What are you doing?
No, I'm not catfishing. Well, I kind of maybe need to make another profile for this, and I get that, but I didn't want to miss out on a message, and I that's a huge distraction. I get it.
Yeah, bro, that's real strange for a dude to have a whole profile of a girl you pretending to be a chick, and
Well,
that's kind of weird.
It's not a chick. It's Little Kim, and I'm not pretending to be a woman. I don't want to be a woman. I love who I am. I mean,
but your screen name is Forever Queen Bee, and the B stands for bussy. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not knocking it.
Right? Are we not being inclusive? Are we excluding me because I'm a gay black man? Are we doing that?
I was just about to say.
Yeah.
I was just about to say. I understand your lifestyle, and I'm not knocking your lifestyle. And if you got a hankering for some Boochie Cat,
that's not
you're still my brother.
That's not what I'm here for, though.
You're still my brother.
I don't have any porn on my page. I don't get into that. That's what I do. Private is what I do privately. You know what I mean?
You're still my brother. You're still my brother. Now, what's on your mind, sir?
I just wanted to thank you for fighting how you fight, and I can appreciate your brashness. Some people can get offended by it, but we need that. We need that voice because we're not used to standing up for ourselves. We're not used to demanding it. We're not used to. We can be angry. Yeah, a black man can be angry. We have a right to be angry. It's like when we're angry, it's a crime. You're not racist, even though you put comedy in it, and I like that because you tell people just like it is, just like they tell us the same way. I get called nigger plenty of times. I get looked down upon by immigrants that come over here. They hate us. I see it every day, and I don't know why I'm hated, but it's the skin of the color of my skin, and the fact that I'm a black man. Most people can't tell that I'm gay all the time, but it's just contempt. I feel the contempt, even from jealousy, and when they feel like we're getting something. it's like even more contempt. You know, some of us don't feel deserving. Like we don't deserve reparations. Like, oh, they feel like it's not going to happen. So I don't like pessimistic individuals who figure like, oh, nothing can ever happen. Yeah, we deserve it. I feel like we came from this land. This is our land. We built it. And
thank you so much, brother. My man made a good point, very good point. A lot of people, and notice a lot of people who are kind of pessimistic are people who ain't even FBA. Notice these people calling up who ain't even qualified to get reparations. Well, do y'all think y'all gonna get it? I don't think y'all gonna get it. I don't think y'all think it's realistic. Like, dude, why are you even in this conversation? We don't need your pessimism in a conversation that you don't even benefit from. You understand? We got to start checking these people because, see, what they're saying is, I want to be included in it too. And no, we're not including everybody. And don't let nobody shame you with all of that divisive talk. Anyway, y'all, we got a lot of people in here, but I'm going to go. I've been on here very long, and I think we've had some very good, constructive talks in here today. Much respect, everybody. Go to my YouTube channel, subscribe to my Tariq Radio YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. Go to hit.
Racism is the most powerful system on the planet, yet it is often perceived as the most taboo subject to discuss. World-renowned activist and best-selling author Tariq Nasheed takes on this challenge head-on in his new book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter. This is the most important book you will need in order to understand the mechanisms of systemic racism and how to counter this system. Get Foundational Black American Race Baiter now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com. Also get limited autographed collector's editions of the book at OfficialFBA.com.
And we'll get some more people. Let's get Peter Wu. I see Peter Wu's name up here popping off. What's up, Young LYD? Young LYD. You can turn your microphone on.
Yo, Tariq.
What's up, Young LYD?
Yo, what's going on?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Yo, I wanted to ask you, so do you think it's a better idea to not vote at all with the next presidential election cycle, or should we just all vote for Trump?
Well, Trump, I don't know who's going to run. They're saying Trump is going to run. I don't know who they're going to bring. I say we don't vote, period. I say we don't vote. Some people said it might be a good strategic move to vote for a Republican. And, you know, that's an option too. But what we're definitely not going to do is vote for no damn Democrat. We're going to do anything you need to do except vote for the Democrats. Whatever option you want to do, make sure it is not for the Democrats. That is suicide at this point. So if you want to vote for Trump, I won't argue with you. If you don't want to vote, I won't argue with you. I'll probably just go that route and just not vote altogether. But definitely, we got to get this thing out of our brains that we have to vote for some damn Democrats. And Biden and all of these people, they have shown us nothing but contempt. Voting for them is suicidal at this point. But thank you for the call, sir. Thank you so much. Peter Wu, you want to hop on? Then I'm going to get Shay. I get Shay after Peter Wu. Peter Wu?
Yo, what's going on, Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, Peter Wu. How are you, sir?
Doing good. So I just have a question. What's the difference between like the Red Mongolian Native Americans and the FBAs?
Okay.
And then also, if FBAs have been in North America for thousands of years, why hasn't their phenotype changed? Like, because like in some parts of the U.S. it gets really cold.
Right.
So that's my question.
Okay. Now, Peter, well, let me ask you. Now, where is your people from? Where are your people from, sir?
Eritrea.
Eritrea. Okay, there you go. Now, Foundational Black American, well, Aboriginal people, because Foundational Black Americans, that ethnic group was a creation. Okay, let's be very clear. That was a creation, just like many ethnic groups. Ethnic groups start by different groups getting together for whatever reason and having some type of commonality, be it constructive or traumatic, and that usually forms a different ethnic group. We are a combination of the Black Aboriginal people who were already here, mixing in with the African people who were brought over um, for the transatlantic slave trade, and that became the new foundational Black American cultural group that we see. So, as far as phenotype, I mean, we've been mixed so much over the past few centuries. Our phenotypes have changed to a certain degree. And one thing we do notice is that we look different collectively from many continental Africans because we can kind of look at somebody and tell if they're not FBA. Also, when I go to Africa, they can tell that I'm not from there. They can tell that I'm a foreigner at the drop of a hat. So, um, after centuries, people can start getting different phenotypes and different looks, and you can tell that certain people are not from their geographic region. That makes sense?
Yes, definitely.
There you go.
And then the red Mongolian
Right.
Native Americans,
Right.
so like who are they and why are they like different looking than FBAs?
Oh yeah. If you look at, I'll give you an example. There's an old painting that's centuries old called the Wall of Warriors. You can Google that, and that gives you an idea of how some of the Aboriginals look, particularly down in South America and Central America. It's like an old Mayan painting, and it showed lighter skinned Native people, and it showed black skinned Aboriginal people. That gives you a great idea of the different skin tones that were here. Just like in Africa, if you go to Africa, and South Africa in particular, they have the Sand people that I've seen who are fairly light skinned people who've been there for thousands of years. And they're an Aboriginal tribe there. And they have almost an Asian type of phenotype facially. Their eyes are somewhat slanted. So, in all continents, you have different people with different shades, different facial features, different phenotypes, just like you're Eritrean. Over in East Africa, the phenotypes are different. The faces are slender, more slender. A lot of people have a lot of pronounced foreheads. You can tell if somebody is from East Africa. Just like over here, you could tell people from different regions. A lot of people who were on the Aboriginals who were on the East Coast, many of them had classical African features. Some of the Plains natives, they were more the Mongolian red type. Out here on the West Coast, you had many of those with the so-called Negroid type. Many explorers and many archaeologists and people said that the West Coast Aboriginal people, they look like African tribes. So when you have big continents, you're going to have different groups of people with different phenotypes. That's everywhere. If you go to Asia, there's black tribes of people in Asia right now. Malaysia, Thailand, you can go down in those jungles, some of those remote areas, and you'll see black skinned people who look like African tribes over there. So in any continental area, you're going to see different phenotypes in the people. So that's what it is. It was very diverse. It was diverse before the Europeans came, and it became more diverse after they came. So does that make sense, sir?
Yes, it does.
There you go, my man. Thank you so much, people.
Thank you. You too.
All right. All right. Bringing some clarity here. Let's get Shay. Let's get Shay in here. Miss Shay.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, Shay, how are you, dear?
Great. I just have a question regarding the FBA thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, why the name change?
It's a designation. It's really a designation, and us understanding that we are a different ethnic group. We have a different lineage than other people that's very unique and very exceptional. And we're basically acknowledging our lineage. So that's what that is. That makes sense?
So Black Americans, African Americans, no longer the lineage?
No, that term, African American, doesn't work. That term doesn't work at all because it's too broad. And we are not African Americans. You understand that? We're not African Americans.
So you really don't believe that you did not descend from slavery?
We are descended from slavery. Of course we are.
That's where the confusion comes at. So, what do you mean you're not African American?
I am not an African American. Are you African American?
Yeah, I'm black.
Where in Africa did you or your family live?
Well, my ancestry says the Congo, Benin, Togo, Ghana, um, Ireland, British.
That's your 23andMe account. Culturally, do you remember any
And then
family
when I did my
members?
lineage, I found I think a British man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Do you know that
that flew
most?
into the 1700s, but
Okay, that's your 23andMe account. Do you know almost everybody on the planet's 23andMe account will say the same thing almost? It will trace back to those same areas. Do you realize that, ma'am?
but then my mom's side traced back to no, because she's Haitian, and her side was pretty correct too.
Ma'am, like
Hmm.
I said, do you know everybody's 23andMe account, their DNA will trace back to those same places? Everybody. So that's kind of a broad net. And since everybody's name or lineage will trace back to those areas, does that make everybody African American?
But like for instance, I took two tests.
Ma'am,
23andMe
ma'am,
traces back.
ma'am.
All right,
Can you
carry on.
ma'am?
Carry on.
I'm not being hostile. I just want to bring
Yeah.
clarity. So do you think because everybody's DNA will trace back to Africa, would that
Hmm.
make everybody African American?
But whose DNA traces back to Africa? Is the
White
Caucasian trace
people.
back to Africa?
Yes.
Uh,
White people's DNA traced back to Africa, and they brag about it sometimes, especially when we're talking about getting reparations. You'll have white people who say, well, I should get a check because I did a DNA test and my lineage goes back to Nigeria. I'm 3% Nigerian, so I should get some reparations too because technically I'm African American. White people have said that before, ma'am. And you
no,
know
they're
what?
being condescending. They're
No,
being a smart ass.
but let me tell you
But
something. Technically, they're right. Technically, they are actually right. That's why the term African American is not a good term to use. And our brother Claude Anderson taught us this because everybody's DNA can trace back to Africa. And if they're in America, they can technically say they're African American. And the logic they can use is, well, you black people, you haven't been in Africa for centuries. Neither has my people. So if you're going to get a check for being African American, I should get a check for being African American. So you have to understand the legalese that they will try to use. You know, this is why the names and the words have to be precise, Miss Shay. You understand?
I
This is
understand,
about
Mr. Tariq.
this
But
is
you think
about
they can't
having.
trace our? You think they can't trace our lineage back to where you come from? Especially if you're a foundational Black American.
I don't understand your question, ma'am. What do you mean?
If you're a foundational Black American, your paperwork you're traced back to the states. They already know who you are. So anybody who's trying to get mixed in reparations, they're not going to be able to even get claimed reparations.
What? What do you lost me, ma'am.
You're saying that anybody can state that they can be African American,
Right.
right? So why did FBA start it
Okay.
regarding reparations, correct?
Because no, not just reparations. Okay, let's be very clear. It's not just reparations. We have to understand our cultural lineage in general. And with the term foundational Black American, that's a term that people can't leech off of. It's an exclusionary term, and it's a Trump type term that cannot be remixed. Because again, African American, a person coming over from Ghana right now can say, hey, I'm African American and I should get everything that the descendants of slaves got because I'm African American too. The term was introduced to us in 1984 by the white supremacists given to Jesse Jackson, and they put it out there for a reason to make us comparable to immigrant groups. So whatever Black people fought for, we're comparable to immigrants. So immigrants should get the same thing. This is why whenever we fight for something, we don't really benefit from it. Immigrants benefit from everything we fight for, because we say we're African American, which is comparable to Asian American, which is comparable to Latin American, and so forth and so on. You see, we have to understand legal language. We got to be very strategic about language and words. Am I making sense so far, Ms. Shay?
Yeah, you make a little bit sense here, Mr. Tariq. But
I want to make a lot of sense. I don't want you to be confused at all. I want clarity.
So this like an internet thing, or is this like it's gonna hit the streets for every Black person to start claiming FBA, or this like where is this gonna go?
It's already hitting the streets, man. It's not an internet thing. Well, things are talked about on the internet, but it's already on the streets, man. We've had conferences. Wasn't about no internet. This is a wave that's going on, and people are recognizing what it is. You sound offended almost by it. Why wouldn't you want to recognize your specific lineage, ma'am?
I'm not offended by anything. I'm just thinking like it's more divisive. I don't really think it's divisive. I think it's, I like it. Of course I like it because like, oh, you're American, you're Black. But I think everybody know that who's Black and who's not, and where you come from.
Okay, divisive how? How is it divisive?
It's creating devices in diaspora.
Okay, in order to be divided.
It's like more Black people coming at Black people instead of Black people coming at the white supremacists.
Okay, let's stop. Acknowledging your lineage, how is that coming at somebody if I just acknowledge my lineage? How is that coming at someone, ma'am?
When you form this, it seemed like you only attacking other Black immigrants.
Ma'am, we're talking about a lineage and you're creating some make-believe attack scenario. Who are we? We're not attacking anybody. This is not about anybody. This is about foundational Black Americans. This is not about any other group. We're not concerned with other groups like that when it comes to our social and political and cultural significance. Just acknowledging our culture, if that's an attack, is everybody attacking us when they do it? Because if that's an attack, we get attacked all the time, ma'am. All of these other groups attack us daily with their culture. They exclude us from acknowledging or being a part of their culture.
Oh, trust me, I know. They said we have no culture. I'm always on the internet arguing regarding that.
Right. So yeah, that's an attack. We're not attacking them because they really have nothing for us to attack. We're just acknowledging our cultural heritage. That's it. Now, other people, they'll hop in our spaces and try to argue and gaslight and center themselves, but that's not us attacking them, even on the internet. And we've done conferences. We did a conference down in Atlanta, huge conference, sold out conference, an FBA conference. Nobody was attacked. In fact, we invited people from the diaspora. This is some real stuff going on here. So nobody's attacked. See, every time, look, we as foundational Black Americans, we're so used to opening up our lane and letting everybody eat off us. When we stop doing it, there's a guilt complex in certain Black people, as if we're being hostile because we're so used to being exploited. Shay, you don't have to be exploited. You don't have to open yourself up so other groups can eat off us. It's okay for us to do something for our own cultural and lineage group, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
But this is seem more like political. It's like every time election year come around, last like 20 years since 9/11 happened. It's like everything has come more political and strategic, and it's always an agenda behind something. I'm just seeing it. I hope it is not agenda behind this as well.
This is really about culture more than politicals. Once you get your culture together, the political thing.
We have a culture. We have a culture. We're Black Americans.
Yes, we do. I know this. And once we acknowledge that acknowledge what our culture is, because we've been taught that other cultures are something that we've gotten from them, and that's not true. Foundational Black Americans, we are the culture that everyone seems to emulate. This is why people come over here, to partake in the culture that we
Because
create.
we're Black Americans, so we're more popular.
Right.
So of course that. We're
Right.
Americans, so America is the #1 country, and so anything that comes with that, and especially it was 2 cultures that form America. I mean, excuse me, well, 3: Native Americans, Black, and European. So, and by us was used to being the second minority, we're popular. So, and we're American, but now we're no longer. You know, we're the what, fourth on the caste system. So I'm just saying, like, is this going to help us out of that, or is just another trendy thing going on?
What do you think it's trendy, Che?
Yeah, seem more trendy.
How so? How so? How is your culture trendy?
The FBA thing seems more trendy. I'm not saying that I'm trendy. There's no way that I'm trendy. I mean, that's what they say about our culture as a whole, that we're just a trendy culture. So, of course, I don't believe that.
Okay. Well, how is FBA? Because FBA is the culture. FBA is talking about foundational Black Americans, lineage, and culture. So a culture is not trendy. Foundational Black American is just the name. So how is that trendy, ma'am?
Are we going to call white people foundational white Americans?
I don't give a damn what they call themselves. I'm calling us foundational Black Americans, and that's a term that they can't leech off of, and they can't remix that term. Because there's only one group that are foundational Black Americans. That's us. Nobody can leech onto that. There's only one group of people who are the foundation of this country. That is foundational Black Americans. Right?
So we're going to try to get our own country or our own
Hey,
land, our own space
hey,
to.
let me, Shay.
I'm just wondering.
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry
Shay.
to be.
Shay.
Okay.
We are the foundation of this country. Is that correct, Shay?
I don't want to erase Native Americans, but
Okay.
I mean the foundation of this. Yeah, when
Okay.
they built it and stole it and created it. Yeah.
Okay, say, which Native Americans are you talking about? Because if you're going to talk about Native Americans contributing,
I don't know, it's like 500 tribes. I don't know.
Okay, we got to be right and exact. And out of those 500 tribes, you know, some of those tribes were Black Aboriginal people, right?
Yeah, some of them was darker color.
Right. Some of those people.
Like, for instance, Snoop Dogg mixed with the ones that was in the West Coast.
Right, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about the native tribes, you're talking about the Black Aboriginals who ultimately mixed in with the Africans who were brought over. The Red Mongolian natives, they didn't really have any input in the building of the United States, if we're going to be very historically correct. Okay?
I was just wondering where it was going. Are we going to get half the country? Are we getting land? I mean, that's all I wanted. Like, where are we going with this?
Where we're going?
That's all I want to know, and that's all I gotta say. I'll end there.
Got it? Okay. Where we're going with this is acknowledging our lineage. That's where we're going. And then everything can go from there. We can do whatever we want to do as long as we acknowledge that lineage first. And then everything else will fall into place. Thank you so much for the call, Shay. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get David in here. David, you can turn your microphone on, sir.
Hey, Tariq. Thanks for taking my question here.
Thank you so much, David. David, where are you from?
I'm in Canada right now.
Okay, Canadian white man who's of French descent, right?
No, actually, mostly Irish and Ukrainian.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So what's on your mind, David?
I have I guess a two-part question. If we don't have time for the second part, that's all right.
Okay.
It's about cancel culture. I was thinking about this the other day.
Right.
And I came to the conclusion that I don't think that foundational Black Americans particularly have the institutional power to be the ones that are canceling people. And so I guess my first question would be,
I
would
agree.
you?
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So you agree with that,
right?
And so then the second part of that question is, why are the people that are in power canceling people then for saying things that could be viewed as or are disrespectful towards foundational Black Americans? Or are they actually canceling people for that reason?
And I'm assuming that you're referring to Joe Rogan, right?
No, actually, I'm not. I was just, because it's in the news and everything, or if in the Twitter, people keep talking about cancel culture for months now. So
the question is, why do you think people in the corporate structure are canceling people for saying things that are somewhat rude to foundational Black Americans?
Yeah, or are rude or are perceived as rude. It's either or, right? I'm not referring to Joe Rogan here. I'm referring to just
besides Joe Rogan, give me a couple of examples of what you mean.
Oh, well, we could. Well, I guess Whoopi Goldberg wouldn't be an example because she didn't say it was about Jews,
right?
But I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head.
Because white people don't get canceled. That's a myth.
Okay.
White people do not get canceled. In a system of white supremacy, white people never get canceled. That is a myth. A lot of white people online will go around talking about how bad cancel culture is. And the ironic thing is systematic white supremacy protects you from being canceled. You don't get canceled. Nobody in the dominant white society gets canceled. Not even Joe Rogan. Speaking of Joe Rogan, he's the farthest thing from being canceled.
Okay.
So the only people who get canceled are Black people. We get canceled. We get taken out and punished.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, maybe the first part, but I think my view, and I just want to get your take on this, has been that the canceling, quote unquote canceling, is sometimes more about, well, we wanted to get rid of this guy anyway. He was, let's say we couldn't find another reason to fire him, so we're going to fire this person.
And sir, there's a saying that white people do not get fired, they get transferred.
Okay.
That happens. They only get transferred. They don't really get fired. When white people get so-called fired, like some of these people, a few of the white people who got a couple of strays from the whole Me Too thing, basically their so-called firing or canceling was them getting to resign with a big multi-million-dollar severance package. So they get paid to be fired, or they get paid to be canceled, which is not really canceling. People who get canceled are people like Bill Cosby or R. Kelly, Whoopi Goldberg, people who get punished for things that they're accused of, which is canceling is a form of systematic white supremacy. And the dominant society has to pretend that they're being canceled and then act all aggrieved about the pretend canceling. But white society doesn't really get canceled.
Okay, that's I don't know if I entirely agree with everything you're saying, but I'm not going to argue about it because I'd have to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, because you would have to give an example, sir, and you cannot give one, according to you.
Well, no, yeah, not off the top of my head. Like I said, I'd have to go think about this. Like I could think of, let's say, Brendan Ike.
And the fact that you have to do research in order to find an example proves my point.
Well, I mean, there was that girl that was fired from Disney for, like, she was in the Star Wars show, I think it was, The Mandalorian. She got fired because she was a Republican. There was Brendan Ike, this is going way back, got fired because of his, as being the CEO of Firefox, because of his views on same-sex marriage.
Okay.
I had another one just off the top of my head that slipped my mind, but those are two examples, and they're both white people.
Right.
And always,
and it probably did something to another white person.
No, that like I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying is my sort of thought is, well, I don't think this is actually what they're saying it's about. It's
okay, because
usually
see, this is the thing. Initially, the narrative you said was, well, they'll get canceled for saying something offensive to a black person or foundational Black American. And part of the white supremacist code is to not punish white people based on them aggrieving or harming a black person. That's a strict, unwritten code of white supremacy. This is why, for example, we've just saw in the case with the young man who was killed in Minnesota, the suspected white supremacist cop who shot her, literally got a slap on the wrist, shot him rather. She got a slap on the wrist for killing this man. She murdered this man and she's going to do less than a year in jail. That's not canceling. That's giving a slap on the wrist. That's giving a pass. And that's how white supremacy works. If you're a white person and you harm a black person, there has to be a international outcry in order for you to be remotely punished. So there's no canceling in that respect. And that's the problem.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think that kind of makes sense based off of the question I had, because I was like, well, I mean, I don't think they're doing it for this reason. And I'm like, it doesn't seem to me that like foundational Black Americans have the power really, unless, there's a huge outcry from them to cancel somebody. Generally speaking. And so it would make sense that what you're saying does
Right.
kind of answer that question for me. So
that's the case. That's the problem. Because when people harm us, a lot of times we don't have the power to do anything about it. When a person is white and they harm us, they're protected by the system of white supremacy. And that's what all the protests and all of these things are about. That's what white supremacy is. They can mistreat us and harm us, and we haven't figured out how to produce justice. I don't like to use the term cancel. I just mean produce justice, meaning stopping that person from harming us or punishing that person from harming us, so that the message will be given that anybody else who does it, they will have to suffer punishment as well. Now, we've, to a certain degree, with a lot of the protests and outcries and things that's been going on the grassroots level, we have been able to administer a certain level of punishment, but the damn country has to be going up in flames in order for that to happen. It has to go to such an extreme to make it an example and to produce a little piece of justice. And it shouldn't have to be like that. You understand? We shouldn't have to have nationwide uprisings in order to punish race soldiers. That's just not good for everybody. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. And I think it really the answer you gave is starting to make sense.
Right.
So to summarize, just so I'm like hearing you correctly, so what you're saying is when white people are canceled for, well, what do you think? Let's say for canceled for saying something about, or again, quote unquote canceled for saying something about like gay people or whatever that offends the LGBTQ brigade.
Right. And usually even the punishments for that's minimal too. Black people get punished more severely for that, just like with Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart, they found an old tweet where he made a joke and then they kind of spanked him publicly and made him go on an apology tour for some jokes. He's a comedian. The comedy stage be sacred, and white comedians make gay jokes all the time. They don't do that to them. Tracy Morgan, he made a gay joke. They did the same thing to Tracy Morgan. They ran him through the ringer. Now with Dave Chappelle, he made some gay jokes, so they're trying to run him through the ringer. They do not do that with white comedians. They make gay jokes all the time. So again, the only people who really get canceled or attempted to be canceled are Black people. Even with white people doing LGBT jokes, they really don't get canceled. Again, they'll get transferred at worst, but they really don't get.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I could probably go on asking you a bunch more questions, but I'm sure other people want to speak.
There you go. Thank you so much, David. Let me get some more people on. Okay, we'll get some more people on here. All right, a lot of people in here. Let's get Rennie. Let's get Rennie, the person with some anime on their page. Let's get Rennie. What's up, Rennie? Turn your microphone on. If you can turn your microphone on, that would be.
I'm sorry. Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello, Rennie. How are you, sir?
I am well. I had a bit of a question. So,
Hold on, Rennie. Rennie, hold on. Now, where you from, Rennie?
I'm from Virginia, actually.
Virginia. You're a white male from Virginia.
No, actually, I'm a black male.
Really? Okay. Interesting. A black male into anime. Where's your family from, Rennie?
My family's from Alabama and New Jersey.
Are you and your family descendants of slaves in America?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. How long have you been into anime, bro?
Quite a while. Probably since my early teens.
Okay. Interesting. Not a lot of foundational Black Americans are into anime like that. Interesting. Oh, but go ahead.
But
What's
I
on
had a
your mind?
question, and I recognize it may not be pleasant, but I did want to ask you, I just stumbled upon the space. Essentially, if I am a homosexual black male, what should I do to avoid being a broken buck? Because I recognize that's not necessarily that's not something that's desirable, but it's also
Okay,
not
so you are a
something I
white
can
male.
change.
That is a white male. There we go. Okay, white male. Okay, I knew black people, especially foundational Black Americans. That's why I knew you couldn't have been a foundational Black American. They're not in.
No, you're not correct about this, but
They're not. So let me ask you this: so, are you offended because the buck breaking movie exposed a part of your culture, your European culture?
one, I'm not white. Two, I'm not offended
Yes,
at
you.
all.
Yes, sounds like the movie Buck Breaking touched a nerve about your culture.
No, like I said, it's
Why do you think buck breaking and sexual exploitation is such a major part of your culture?
I think you have the wrong impression here. So I'm not really sure what to say about the situation.
But sir, let's calm down. Calm down. Let's talk real. I know a lot of you people in the dominant society, you're not witty enough to get off a good troll response. Your trolling kind of failed because you're not that witty. But let's talk real. Since that failed, at least we can try to salvage the call is to get you to have a real conversation about your culture. Why do you think your culture is so rooted in sodomy and exploitation? Why do you think that is?
It's not my culture, so I'm not really sure how to respond. I guess
Yes, it is.
I'll excuse myself. I really don't know what to say other than that you're mistaken.
Okay, Rennie. Thank you so much, sir. And I hope you have a good late night snack with plenty of mayonnaise. Okay, let's get Dr. M in here. And Rennie and people, white supremacists, if you try to troll, you got to be witty. That's the kind of the sad thing about being a suspected white supremacist. You have to depend on a system of white supremacy in order to hold you up because you're just not that creative or witty. You got to be witty a little bit. What's up, Mr. M? Dr. M, can you get on? Turn your microphone on, Dr. M.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Dr. M. Where are you from, sir?
Born in Iran, migrated to the U.S. in 2001.
There you go. So what's on your mind, sir?
Gosh, I didn't think I would get a chance to speak with you in such a large room, but my question is, do you see a solution to the problems of racism and racial bias that we have, considering where we are today? Like how, let me phrase it differently. I feel like part of it is that part of it just needs to die with the older generations. Do do you see any solution that we would be
So,
able?
good question, sir. The solution is to replace the system of white supremacy with a system of justice. That is the only solution. We got to replace the system of white supremacy with a system of justice. It's not rocket science, but it's very difficult for people to wrap their minds around that concept. Chris, you want to get on, Chris? I just added Chris as a speaker. Chris, turn your microphone
Yes, sir.
on.
Yes, sir.
What's up, brother? How are
Doing
you?
good. How you
Chris?
doing, my man?
I'm good. Where you calling?
First of all, why'd you have to come at Rennie like that? You had me over here dying for no reason. Why you have to call that man out?
Yeah, this week trolling just kind of fell flat. But where you from, Chris? Where you
I'm from
brother?
Indianapolis.
My man. What's on your mind tonight, brother?
To be honest with you, brother, I'm trying to figure that out. So I want to talk about cancel culture a little bit. I have a friend of mine that she can't.
Okay, we talked about that. We already talked about cancel culture. So let's try something else. I don't want people to get on trying to figure out their thoughts. All right. This is not 976 lust. This is not a 976 number where you just call up with random scattered thoughts. Kind of be focused if you want to get on. Let's not do that. All right. This is not a late night mail chat where dudes want to call up just to hear other men talk on the phone with them. We don't want to have that. You got to be a little constructive. I'm not here for any type of fantasies and all that. What's your name? Dogalan? Dogalan.
Yeah. What's going on, Tariq, man? I've been waiting to talk to you for a while. Basically, I didn't really have too much to get on this thing and say, but I just wanted to see like where you was at with like, I've been watching your lives or the last couple like weeks and months and stuff like that. But I wanted to see where you was at with like the Kim Potter situation and how like the justice system and the legal system is basically shitting on blacks and like like making it seem like it's really not a problem for us to be getting killed or like it's not really an issue for us to die in America. It's like we worth like 16 months in the legal system. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that and see like what can we do as
got the question. Sometimes y'all ask a good question and then you don't know how to close it out. You ask the same question over and over again. I got it. What do we do about this legal system? The Kim Potter situation. They're sending a message with the Kim Potter situation, even with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. And they just had Kyle Rittenhouse on Fox News running around talking about he's going to sue people for defaming him and folks shouldn't be calling him a white supremacist. And he's running around with the white supremacist group, the Proud Boys, throwing up white supremacist hand signals, but he don't want nobody to refer to him as a white supremacist. They are the white supremacists in the courtroom, the media, the judicial system, the education system. Right now, they're tightening up their screws and they're letting their agenda be known that they want to continue white supremacist domination. And we, as non-white people, we have a choice to accept that or not accept that. And let's be very clear, we can stop this stuff at the drop of a hat. If we wanted it stopped, we can make that happen. We know how to stop other black folks from harming us and aggrieving us. We know how to stop that easily. We know how to stop people from harming us. The problem is black folks, too many, don't really want to because you don't want to be responsible for the aftermath. See, we could have got rid of the system of white supremacy a long time ago, but many black people have been told that you have to depend on white people. And with white people not running things, now you as black people, you got to get up and make everything happen. That's the thing that scares a lot of black people. Us having to stop playing around and start running things. So now if the white supremacists are out of the picture and not in control, that means, family, no more TikTok videos all day. We can't be on TikTok dancing. You can't be going out with your friends eating crab legs every night gossiping. You can't be at the club twerking. That means we have to run a society. Then the hard work and the boring work is going to be left to the black masses. And that scares a lot of black people. if we're going to be honest. Stopping these white supremacists from harming us, we can do that pretty easily. We can do that. And a lot of black folks realize we can do it. Because in pockets of history, we've done it before. We've backed them off of us. Down in Florida, the Black Seminoles, they backed the U.S. government off of them. They were down there in Florida whooping ass in the 1830s in small numbers. There were a very small number of Black Seminoles putting in major work, got the U.S. government off their ass. We know how to get people up off us. But see, the Black Seminoles, they were ready to live an autonomous lifestyle. They were ready to control their own lives. They were insistent upon controlling their own lives. They were ready to go there, to feed themselves, to clothe themselves, to house themselves. See, a lot of black folks, when y'all start thinking in those terms, meaning you're going to have to learn how to run power plants, you're going to have to learn how to run river dams and water systems and sanitation systems. You're going to have to run a society if you want to be in a protective status where people are not harming you. Because if you have to defend yourself, that means you're going to have to feed yourself. You understand? And the feeding thing, I just want to get up every day and go down to the grocery store. I just want to get up every day and go to that job and let white mommy and white daddy do the hard work. And I just go in 8 hours a day and just get my weekends. See, we got to be real about the situation here. We got to be real. But if we really wanted to get stuff nipped in the bud, we can get that shit nipped in the bud. We can stop folks from killing us. We can stop that. Let me tell you something they did in the 70s. I talked about this many, many times. In the 70s and 80s, there was a reason why cops weren't going around killing black folks. White supremacists weren't going around killing black people in the 70s and 80s and even going into the 90s. All of this stuff wasn't going on. Why? Because you had riders making sure that wasn't going to go down. There were black folks putting in work in the 70s. For real, and that's never talked about in history. You had black folks putting in work, making sure if you harm a black person, there was going to be some problems that come with that. And the people in the dominant society, they got the message. That's why we were relatively safe growing up in the 70s and 80s. Let's keep this thing a buck. Let me get some more calls in here. I see somebody has a tag called Asada Taught Me. Y'all better really research Asada and the Black Liberation Army organization she was connected with. There's a reason why people like Asada, even to this day, they're on the most wanted list, all the work they were putting in. Real heavy history. Let's get some people in here. A lot of folks in here. Let's get, who's this? Let's see, a lot of people in here. I want to get some new faces in here because let's get Johnny Dice. Let me get some new faces in here on the microphone. Johnny Dice. Let's get Johnny Dice in here.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up, Johnny Dice? How
Good.
are you?
I just happened to walk into the space really, and the topic did intrigue me a little bit because I'm kind of unsure on my background.
Okay.
All right, so I've heard you ask all the questions. So I'll be upfront and honest. I'm adopted.
Okay.
My father did not talk anything about my adoption whatsoever. It wasn't until my mother until later years. Actually,
Now hold on, Johnny, hold on. Now, are you classified as white right now? Are you classified as white? Johnny, turn your microphone on, sir.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
I can hear
All
you.
right.
So are you classified?
Yeah, I would say I always check that box.
Okay, there you
know,
go.
so my parents are white. I always check that box. And it wasn't, I mean, I knew I was adopted, but it's not anything I ever concerned myself with. And then later on in my, and I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. But my birth certificate says I'm born in Mississippi to a Melissa Morris. And I'm an old guy. I'm 50 years old. She's probably long dead. There's no sense in me going through my trying to find her, right?
Mhm.
And then but my mother referred to her as Missy.
As who?
Missy. A few times.
Oh,
As my
okay.
adopted mother is Missy. And it wasn't until later on in my life. So now I'm torn, right? Do I get the blood test? Do I see where I'm at? And do I tell my kids where they're at? Do I tell my so I'm really torn and I'm looking for a little guidance.
Okay. I don't really know what you want to know, but get a blood test and find out who your parents are. I really don't know what you want to know, sir, but thank you for the call. It's a little random. Okay. I don't know what you want to know. If you want to get a blood test and find out who's who, get a blood test and find out who's who. Okay. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get down here on the list. Let's get Miss Romano. Let's get Miss Romano in here. Let's get Miss Romano in here. All right.
Hello.
Miss Hello, Miss Romano.
Hi, I've got a question.
Okay, Miss Romano. Wait. Hold on. Now, where you from? Are you from the UK?
No, so I know I have a UK accent, but I'm actually American.
Okay. So how do you have a UK accent?
Pardon?
If you are American, why do you have a UK accent?
Because I was sent to school in the UK.
And are you classified as white?
Yes, is this does that mean I can't ask a question?
Why would you not be able to ask a question?
Okay, because I've been like kicked out of spaces before because apparently I
Oh,
wasn't, allowed to be in there. But I've got
no, just want to.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're American, but you went to school in the UK.
Yes.
Where is your family lineage from? Where in Europe? Ireland,
Scotland.
Scotland.
Scottish.
Got it. Okay. Now, what's your question, Miss Rowe? Go ahead.
Okay, so I've been in a few spaces and I just want to know, why are Black people so divided? And like, you guys talk about unity a lot, but the spaces that I've been to, it's just like segregation, hate white people the problem, and then hate each other. So I want to know why. Why is that like going on?
So why are Black people divided?
Yes, and why are they promoting segregation and division amongst all races?
So segregation is being promoted by Black people.
Yes, in some of the spaces I've been to, they have been like promoting that. Like,
Okay.
so I want to know why. Obviously, you weren't hosting the space, but
And I think your voice sounds familiar. You sound like the Latina woman who was in Australia that we talked to. Are you
no,
that person?
no,
You're not
no,
a
no,
Latina
no.
from Australia?
No, I'm not Australian. Never been to Australia. No.
So why do you think the spaces are segregated online, and these spaces are run by anonymous people, but the neighborhoods in the country, the cities are segregated, right? If we look at the countries, I mean not the countries, but the cities and towns, they're segregated, right?
Yes, but also, I always see a lot of Black people also promoting unity, inclusion. And then when I get
Well,
into
okay,
spaces,
stop.
it's
Okay, ma'am, let me
Mhm.
ask, what city in America is there complete unity and inclusion with Black people and white people, where Black people share the power? Can you name one city?
No, I can't.
So that means that there's segregation all over the country, right?
Yes, but in spaces, wouldn't you guys be trying to get rid of that segregation and be unified? Because there's a lot of anti-whiteness, and then there's anti blackness towards each other. Like, I was in another group and it was like literally, oh, we're different types of Black people. And I just want to know, why is that happening? Like, why isn't it this? I know you're probably going to say, oh, it's kumbaya, but
Not really, ma'am. I'm just trying to understand why You would
Mhm.
prioritize just people talking in a space, but you're not talking about the actual physical segregation that's orchestrated and administrated by the white supremacists. They control real segregation in real life, not just on no Twitter space. So wouldn't that be more of an issue that should be prioritized? White supremacist segregation of all people, right?
Okay, but like schools are no longer segregated. Black people can access private education, they can go to top schools, they can do all of that.
No, they can't. Not in large
So you're
numbers.
saying black people can't send their children to private schools?
Ma'am, private schools cost a lot of money sometimes.
Okay, but they can access good education. Like you're not
Ma'am,
bound to bad education. Like, did you go to college? I'm not quite sure
ma'am,
about your
ma'am,
background.
are you saying that black people have access to equal education as white people?
Yes, I really truly believe that.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
black people, when you live in a certain tax bracket based on your economic status, certain funds are allocated based on your tax status. And certain schools get more educational resources. Black schools normally get less resources. Why do you think that is? And this is documented, man. We don't get equal resources when it comes to educational um, institutions. This is very well documented.
No, but my point is black people are able to access good schools. They're able to, you're not bound to just being
No, you're not.
in
If
a,
you don't have the economics, you're not a. That's a problem, man.
okay, but
That's
some
what
have
the
been raised in extreme poverty and they still make it. There's Oprah Winfrey. Like I read about her background. Like,
right.
so you guys can make it out. You're not bound by your.
So, ma'am, why should we have to be the exception, and why do we have to overcome obstacles in order to make it? Whereas people in the dominant white society, they can just go on and do their thing, and there's a lane to help them. There are no obstacles for them.
Well,
Why do
that's
we
not
why do we have to overcome systematic obstacles based on race?
okay. But do you know also in the white race, there's also that going on. Like
There
there's
are no,
certain people
there
from
are no
certain.
systematic obstacles based on race for white people. There's absolutely no hindrances for
You
them.
would be surprised. Like Irish people they get it the most. Irish people. So you would be surprised.
What?
Polish people.
How so, man? What are you talking about?
Okay, you do know like those books on how the Irish became white, how the Italians became white, all of that stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
Hmm. So are you saying that they get it better than a black person amongst white people?
All of
Is that what you're saying?
are considered white, ma'am. Right? They're
Okay,
considered
but
white. They're
but
considered white.
it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. If your name is a specific type of name, a Polish name, an Eastern European name, yes, you're white, but you're also so discriminated against in certain
And
white communities.
this is why white people from Eastern Europe often change their name. Voila, problem solved. White people who come over here in order to avoid discrimination based on their name, all they did was change their name. Half the white people in America, they changed their name the minute they got here. Voila, problem solved. That's not an obstacle. Black folks, we don't have the luxury of changing our name.
So are you saying white people are the problem here
I'm
as to why black people, but
I'm
to be
saying
honest, I've seen a lot of successful black people.
I'm successful financially. That don't mean anything. I'm still a victim of white supremacy. White supremacy is the problem, ma'am, not white people. White supremacy, would you agree or not?
Yes, I agree. I agree white supremacy is a problem.
Right. So, ma'am, how come you're not helping us replace the system of white supremacy with the system of
I
justice?
have protested Black Lives
Oh,
Matter with you
God.
guys. I have. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Protesting Black Lives Matter. What did you protest? What exactly did you protest?
Against police brutality against Black people.
Do you believe that the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict was a just verdict?
No, I don't.
Got it. How have you protested against that as a white person?
However, I saw. Okay, if we're talking about Carl Rittenhouse,
Just in
right?
general, because standing out there holding a sign with
Okay,
us.
but he murdered a convicted pedophile and a woman beater.
Okay, so
that guy had raped 2 young boys.
Okay, and
I think it was 2 young boys, but I remember he had a rap sheet. Yeah.
So you're saying that Cal was justified in killing them?
No, I'm saying again, that was white on white crime. And
but why did
with
you
that
bring
situation, they were running towards him.
So you are saying that Cal is justified, right?
Well, I'm saying it was self-defense. However, I truly believe if it was a Black person, I'm not delusional. I know if it was a Black person, the verdict wouldn't have been the same.
But
I know that.
But you are justifying. You just said it's self-defense, so you are justifying the Kyle Rittenhouse decision, right?
No, okay.
Man,
So yes, it was self-defense.
You can't have it. You can't say you're not going to justify it and then say it was self-defense. By saying self-defense, that means it's justified, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it was justified.
Why are you being deceptive, ma'am? Because I knew.
No, I'm not being deceptive. The way I see it as it was self-defense. However, if it was a Black person who had done that, I'm not delusional. I know that they would not have been acquitted of murder. They would have been, so I know.
Right.
So I'm 50-50 with it. However, yes, it was self-defense, but however, the verdict,
right,
is a representation of.
So that's why people stand.
I'm not racist. Like.
Yeah, you standing out protesting with us, but when it comes to these courtrooms, you would have sat there and acquitted Kyle Rittenhouse too.
No, actually, I wouldn't have.
You just said it was self-defense, and
yes, but I would have known that if it was a
pedophile.
Black person sat in my courtroom, it
you're
would have gone the other way.
You're being deceptive.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
Which is a tool that many white supremacists use. They use deception, and they'll take both sides of an argument, which is a form of deception, ma'am.
No, I'm not a white supremacist. That's absolutely offensive.
You are, but some would suspect you could be. Not saying you are, because I don't.
Okay, so can I ask you, if you're white and you're Republican, do you consider them to be white supremacists?
I do.
Because they're Republicans.
No, I do
and
not.
White.
No, I do. No, I do not. Because let me tell you something. Many foundational Black Americans, we're more conservative than anybody. I'm very conservative. I'm not a Republican, but I have conservative values, like many foundational Black Americans, because we've been here longer than any other group. So a lot of things we're very conservative about. So just because a person is I would say conservative, or a Republican, that can go either way. I don't know what a Republican is, but a person with conservative values who's white, they're not necessarily a white supremacist. And all white people are not white supremacists. But the people who believe in white supremacy are the most powerful people. And a white supremacist is not a person running around in a Klan robe. A white supremacist is a person who goes up in a courtroom and watches Kyle Rittenhouse fake cry and watches a judge act as a defense for Kyle Rittenhouse and throw the judicial process in the toilet, and they'll sit there and acquit that man. That's somebody who's suspected of being a white supremacist.
Okay, so if he was Black, if Carl was Black and he was acquitted.
Ma'am, The whataboutisms are irrelevant. There is no case in history of this country where a judge sat there and did all of that for a black person, not in even remotely. A murder suspect, there has never ever been a case where a judge sat up here and told the jury, you can't see anything about this person's background. You can't see the connections to other extremist groups that this person was taking pictures with beforehand and after. You can't look at video.
Okay, that's another thing.
You in a man.
That sign was okay. I know you guys say, okay,
Oh,
that's a white
don't do.
supremacist sign.
Don't say it. Please don't say that. Go ahead. Don't.
No,
Don't.
but as you know, that's the okay sign, right?
Oh, God, stop it.
I don't know why it's been linked all the time to white supremacy, because it's like when you say okay, do you not use that sign?
Why do white supremacist groups want to say okay randomly?
Okay, but white supremacy groups don't even make sense. I mean, the Proud Boys is the leader is an Afro-Latino. You know this, right? Who describes himself as black.
Enrique, I pulled up his jail record. He lists himself as a Caucasian. He lists himself as white.
In an interview that he had,
ma'am, I don't care.
He asked a white kid on a campus, he said, what color do you think I am? The white kid said, you're white. He laughed in his face and said, no, I'm black. I'm Afro-Latino. So the words came out of his mouth.
Ma'am, I've seen his record, what he puts down on paper. You think people won't lie? He classifies himself as white, and he's a person who's dark-skinned, the dark-skinned Cuban, and still classifies himself as white. That means he has the mentality of the white supremacists. And there's a reason why they made him a token of the Proud Boys, so they can hide behind his brown skin to say, hey, look, we're not a white supremacist group. Look at this brown skinned guy who's our quote unquote leader. And he's not anybody's leader. In fact, this guy is connected with the FBI. He's an asset for the FBI, ma'am. This type of deception that you're trying to spew further proves our point, ma'am.
It's not deception. It came out of the guy's mouth several occasions. That's how he's described himself.
Lies come out of people's mouths all the time, ma'am. Just like deception is coming out of your mouth, ma'am, by telling us that that's an okay symbol and not a white supremacist hand sign.
It's actually, that's what I'm saying. It actually is. If you look at what that symbol is, that's how you use, like you say, okay. So
you can use hand signals for different things. You do know that, right?
yeah, so if the one day white supremacists decide to use the peace symbol as a symbol, are you going to say anyone who uses that symbol is a white supremacist?
Ma'am, when they went out there to Charlottesville, all of those white supremacist groups throwing up the same hand signal, are you saying?
Yeah, but white supremacists are slow. They're really slow.
Are you saying, ma'am, that all of them were just saying okay to each other? Is that what you're saying?
White supremacists are slow people who are clearly adopting symbols that have nothing to do with them. And unfortunately, it's just...
But you give symbol significance. That's what you do. And they gave those symbols, or that particular symbol, a certain significance. This is why they flash it at each other, so they can try to quote unquote hide in plain sight. That's the purpose of a hand signal, so that you can communicate a message to another person to let them know that you're on code with them. And by you trying to sit here and tell us that they're just coincidentally flashing the okay signal, that sounds like you're on code with them. Turn your microphone on, ma'am.
Oh, it said you muted me. It
Right.
said you've been muted. But no, I'm not on code with them. I've used the okay symbol.
Sounds like you're on the code with those guys. So you're making
Not at all. Not at all. I'm against white supremacy. Like I said,
really,
I'm very...
It doesn't sound like it, ma'am.
I am against white. So it doesn't sound like it because I've used the okay symbol in the context of it being okay. Like to signal, yes, that's okay.
No, because you're making excuses for known white supremacists who use that signal to
Yeah, but
convince.
white supremacists use, they even eat fried chicken. Like, white supremacists are just very, like, they don't make sense.
They do
That's
make
what I'm saying.
them. They do make sense because the white supremacists dominate and control our society.
A lot of the white supremacists and white nationalists are like extremely poor. They're
Ma'am,
truckers.
ma'am,
They live in
ma'am.
the worst parts.
No,
Like,
they don't. No, they don't. You're talking
a
about.
lot of them do. A lot
Ma'am,
of them do, and that's why they
no,
hate.
they
That's why
don't.
they have hate.
Ma'am,
Okay, so would you describe President Biden?
you're talking about white extremist groups. But go ahead. What about Biden? What about Biden? Turn your microphone on.
So, would you describe him as a white supremacist?
Yes, 100%.
Why?
Because of his views and because of his anti-black actions that he has practiced all of his political career. That's why. I would consider him a white supremacist or a suspected white supremacist. Biden is an extremely anti-black racist. 100%. That's why I tell black people you should have never supported Joe Biden. Joe
So
Biden.
they should have supported Trump.
Yes, Joe Biden is worse than Trump as far as racism. Yep, I'm saying that publicly. Joe Biden is worse than Trump as far as being an anti-black racist, because at least Trump never put together any policies that harm black people collectively. Biden has, so that makes Biden worse. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so let me just gather my thoughts here. You're saying Biden is worse than Trump
Yes, he
for
is.
black people, and that they shouldn't have voted Biden. They should have voted for Trump.
Or not voted at all. They should have either voted for Trump, not voted at all, or voted for the Green Party, voted for a leprechaun, whoever. They should not have voted for Biden at all. Biden has done nothing but disrespect black people after black people put him in office.
But he also has a black vice president, Kamala Harris.
Black where?
She's black.
How?
She's described herself as black.
She's Jamaican. And what does that mean? She's not a foundational black American. So what does that mean for us?
What is a foundational black American? I'm confused.
A foundational black American is a black person who comes from the lineage of black people who founded this country, who were the foundation of America, who were descendant of slaves in America. Kamala Harris is not that. She comes from an immigrant background. Foundation black Americans are not immigrants. So what does she have to do with us?
This is her to my head. So you're saying she doesn't represent you because she's not from America?
She's not a foundational black American. And she told us that she's not going to do anything for black people. She already told us that. So what does she have to do with us? What does her, you said she's black. Okay, what does her blackness mean for foundational black Americans?
Well, I'm not a foundational black American, so I don't know what it means for you guys.
Okay, so
But,
why did you bring up she was black? Why did you bring that up?
Because Biden's not racist.
Well, he convinced you, but he hasn't convinced me. And I'm the person that he needs to convince, and I'm not convinced yet, ma'am. So I respect that you've been convinced. So respect the fact that I've not been convinced.
Of course, I respect your opinion. I respect everyone's entitled to their own opinions.
So whatever he did to tell you, and as you said, you're not a black person, so you have the luxury of believing that he's not a flaming anti-black racist because it doesn't affect you. But his policies affect me. So I'm going to need a little more convincing. Okay? That makes
Okay.
sense?
So for the next election, you're essentially promoting that Black foundational Americans do not go and vote if Trump runs again. So if it's Trump versus Biden, is what you're promoting.
I just don't want nobody voting for Biden, period. We shouldn't vote for Biden at all. We shouldn't vote for Biden whatsoever. Or the Democrats, for that matter. They've done nothing but disrespect us and harm us, so we shouldn't vote for them. Why should Black people, a foundation of Black Americans, why should we vote for the Democrats at this point?
This is just hurting my head. Like,
Why does it, the fact that logical questions like this is hurting your head, that shows what the problem is, because these are simple common sense questions, ma'am. Why should foundational Black Americans vote or even support the Democrats? Give us one good reason why.
We are for you. The Democrats are for you.
Really?
Yes, we are. Like, this is crazy. You're saying Trump is for you. Trump does not.
Okay, listen, let me play something very quickly. This is Kamala Harris, in her own words, talking about what she's going to do for Black people.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Okay, so are you saying we should support them and that? Why should we support that, ma'am?
Because she's for unity. She said only. She said the word only. So that means she doesn't want to exclude us. She doesn't want to exclude her own people. She wants us both to come together.
But they've put together policies for Afghan refugees. They did something only for them. They gave them resources. How is that unity, ma'am?
So you're saying that they shouldn't have helped people dying and being blown up in Afghanistan, is what you're saying?
So you're saying that they shouldn't help foundational Black Americans who built this country, who's getting harmed by racial policies, who's getting killed by police every day right on this soil. Is that what you're saying?
No, of course they should. Of course they should. But my question, you can't
But
answer a question with a question. I'm asking.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, you should help the people who put you in office first. You don't help non-citizens with my tax dollars. Do you understand? We're suffering here on this soil, and our tax dollars are being used to help people who are not even citizens. So are you saying that's okay?
Well, in the case of Afghanistan, yes, I thought that was they.
Okay.
They're not in the position to. They were okay. This is just hurting my head. My head is hurting me right now. I have been protesting for Black people. You called
we don't need no, ma'am. See, that's the problem. We don't need you doing symbolic gestures and for us and tangible gestures for other people. Why don't you go protest for the Afghanistans and give us the money? How about that? Because we need it. And it's our money. Because we pay taxes. Protest for the Afghanistans and then give us the money. Right?
Like, you literally sound like Donald Trump.
Ma'am, that's a deflection.
Like, this is just.
So Black people wanting tangibles sounds like Donald Trump?
No. I'm just saying, you're saying go and protest for people of Afghanistan, right? And protest for them to give you money.
Yeah. Yes.
You're able to work. You're not going outside and being blown up. You're not starving. Women can.
Yes, we are. Our black children are being killed by race soldiers regularly. We keep having protests all around the country of Black people getting killed in their homes. Breonna Taylor. Black people are getting blown away They've waged war on black people in this country. Black people are getting killed in their homes. Children are getting killed on the streets. They're lying, talking about they thought they had a taser. Every other week, some black person is, unarmed black person is getting unjustly killed. They're waging war on us here. We need tangibles for that. We have, in my city, we have homeless black people because of economic deprivation based on race. Black people out here starving and struggling. I want them to get help, ma'am. I want my dollars to go to them to help them. I don't want your picket sign and your protest, ma'am. Shouldn't they get help? The same kind of help that you give to non-citizens, ma'am?
Of course they should, but you can't compare the two. Like,
yes, we can.
Afghanistan has no freedom.
That's not
the Taliban.
Um,
Okay, so would you describe the US as being a dictatorship?
That's
Do you
Afghanistan.
feel like that?
That's not my problem. Why is Afghanistan my problem?
Because you're a human being. You're supposed to care.
So, are you a human being? And do you care about the livelihood of black people?
I care about everyone.
But what about black people, man? We're human beings.
I care about black people too. I
Then
care
why
about
don't
Indian
you do
people.
something to fix the anti-black deprivation and hatred if you're such a human being, ma'am?
I do by not I don't contribute to racist thoughts. I don't contribute
Ma'am,
to. I help black people
you
in every way I
want to
can.
protest. We don't need protests. Black people don't need you walking around with a picket sign. We need tangibles. Black people need tangibles, ma'am. And you're obviously somebody's connected with the Democratic Party. It sounds like you're obviously connected with them. So you and
No, I'm not for Democrats. I'm not for Republicans.
ma'am, you just admitted earlier you were a Democrat. You said us Democrats. So you've already admitted it, ma'am. Okay.
No, not in that way. I believe in I will never be a Republican, never.
But ma'am, you've already said us Democrats. So you're somebody connected with the Democratic Party. You've already admitted it, ma'am. So let's.
The Democratic Party is way better than the Republicans. And I'm just very wow. My head hurts. I mean, you just said that you support
Doesn't hurt.
Trump. Yes, you've made my head hurt.
Suffering based on race, that hurts even worse. And what hurts worse is supporting a party who neglects you and tells you they're not going to do anything for you. And you're sitting here trying to justify that. And you're contradicting yourself left.
What have the Republicans done for you? What have they done for you? They support everything against.
What have we done for the Republicans? We don't vote for them. We haven't supported the Republicans for the last 50-something years. We've been supporting the damn Democrats for over 50 years. And what have we gotten for that?
You're making my head hurt with this conversation.
These are simple questions. When you'll come to black people trying to get us to vote for the Democrats, why? If your only answer, this whole thing is, well, they're not Trump. That ain't good enough. Using Trump as the antithesis, that's just not going to work. That's not good
Trump
enough.
is a racist. Why can't you
So
see
is
that?
Biden, ma'am. So is Biden. What are you talking about? So when you have to choose between two races, what do? What do you do, ma'am, if you have to choose between two races? What's the best option?
What do you mean? My head.
Okay.
What do you mean? You're saying that I shouldn't protest?
Okay, because ma'am, now you've run out of deception, so I'll let her go. This woman was another Democratic shill. Black family, that's the Democrat Party right there. This is why we should let the Democrats crash and burn. Let them crash and burn. We should have stopped messing with them a long time ago. the disrespect. And by the way, I want y'all to notice this woman is a Democrat, but she agreed with that Kyle Rittenhouse nonsense. I want to show you how they have these white supremacist views and they try to pretend to be liberal. And this was a lesson. I wanted y'all to learn from this. I've told Black people about people, these so-called liberals who come out there protesting with you. Don't be fooled by that. I have repeatedly told Black people, do not be fooled by these so-called liberals who go out there protesting with you, because they will go right back into a courtroom and acquit a suspected white supremacist. They'll go right into a courtroom and be on code, acquit a white supremacist, and then go back out there protesting with you. Don't ever be fooled by some damn liberal protester. It costs nothing for them to protest with you. This is why all these gazillion people from the dominant society, they're out there at those protests, but you can never get 12 of them in a damn jury for some reason. You can get 15,000 of them to show up at a damn protest, but you can't get 12 of them in a damn courtroom. You understand? Or on the bench. Don't be fooled. Who's this person? Alec? Alec person, whatever your name is. Alec, hop on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Alec. I can hear you, Alec.
Hey,
How are
Tariq,
you,
I'm
buddy?
good. I just hopped into this space and heard you talk for a bit. I wanted to hear your thoughts on a few questions I had because, I feel like you're extremely well studied in the area of racial relations. The first question is, what are your thoughts on reverse racism? Do you believe that non-white races can be racist towards white people, even though there's no racial system against white people? Is it just
Right.
being prejudice?
Yeah, great question. Before I answer that, now, where are you from?
I'm from
Alec?
Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Cool. Where did your family immigrate from?
Iran.
Iran.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, reverse racism, no such thing. Racism is a system. Racism is a system. That's the key. And that's the thing that makes it a problem.
Yeah.
It's systematic and it's backed up militarily by force. That's what makes it a problem. Black people don't have that. The extent of Black racism towards white people is name calling. That's it. Black people may call white people a certain name, and then the dominant society will try to blow that up bigger than what it is to say, oh, look, reverse racism. The only thing Black people can do is name call. White people are protected from reverse racism. There's no such thing, because it has to be systematic in order for it to be something that's a detriment.
Yeah, and the definition of being racist or racism is believing that your own race is superior.
And having the power to back it up. That's the
Yeah.
that's the part they leave out. Having power to back it up. And the average white person, they can be racist because they have a system to back it up. That's why we see these Karen videos. When we see these Karens running up on Black people talking crazy, just understand that Karen has an army to back her up. That's why you see nothing happen to those women. This is why you see like just dozens and dozens of videos of white women harassing Black people, spewing racial epithets, and absolutely nothing happens to them. But Black people, if they say the word Asian wrong, they're in handcuffs and they're getting hit with federal charges.
Yeah.
That's racism right there. You see, it's the system.
Absolutely.
There
The
you
other
go.
question I wanted to ask you. So I told you I was Persian. I want to ask, are Middle Easterners white? So I'm Persian and Yemeni, and on government forms, I never felt represented because there's Caucasian, I think it's Black Caucasian, or is it? Yeah, I think it's Black Caucasian, Native Islander, some other stuff.
Yeah.
But there's no for Middle Eastern people. I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, when y'all get over here, you're classified as white, and then, you guys are very well aware of that. And you're from Iran. Iran means land of the Aryans.
Yeah.
So, all that Aryan ideology is heavy over there. So Iranians, many of them, they feel a camaraderie with the white supremacists, and a lot of them, when they come here, they go out of their way to get rid of the Negroid strain that's in the Middle East, because in order to be a so-called Persian or an Arab, you have to have a strain of black blood because of your proximity to Africa. Because at one point, all of those so-called Middle Eastern nations were just African satellites. And the term Middle East is a term that a military guy came up with, a U.S. military guy came up with in the 1800s. So that's a relatively new term. All of that stuff was basically Eastern Africa to a certain degree. But a lot of Persians, especially from Iran, when they come here, a lot of the women, they'll start bleaching that hair. They'll start getting nose jobs.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll start getting them accents. They'll get voice and vocal and dialect lessons to get rid of those thick accents. So they'll start blending in with white society. So you're definitely classified as white when you get here. And there's a lot of the skin bleaching, because I've been through many parts of the Middle East and I've seen skin bleaching and ads all over the place. So
And then on the other hand, I know like melanin is the most expensive thing. Some people do melanin injections. Is that real?
Yeah. There's especially a lot of bodybuilders over there in Europe. There's something called melanotan. Yeah, they inject that melanin, and also it increases your sexual prowess too. A lot of folks don't know that.
There we go. Okay.
It's real interesting stuff.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much, Tariq. I appreciate it. I didn't really know much about you before, but now I dropped you a follow, I'm going to be watching your films, and I think you have some books, so I'm going to read up on those.
No doubt. And you're into the NFT stuff, right?
Yeah, actually I am. Yeah.
All right, well, we got to chop it up, man.
My profile picture is I was on Phineas and Ferb. I was one of the characters, so it's not an NFT. It's just my character from Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. But anyways, if you need real estate in Nashville, I'm also an agent, so hit me up.
My man. Thank you so much. Real talk. All right. Interesting conversations here. Interesting conversations. Raise your hand if y'all want to get on. Let me see, if you want to get on, hop on. Let's see who we got here. I done said I ain't gonna be on here too long. And how long have I been on already? Because sometimes the conversations get real interesting, and then I do end up on here for a minute. All right, now who is this guy here? Who is this guy? Chase. Let's get Chase Samuel on here. Let's get Mr. Chase Samuel here.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Mr. Chase Samuel.
I'm all right. I just wanted to give some history about for that girl that had a headache. After World War II, it was the Democratic Party that would chop up neighborhoods and put all the black people in the same neighborhoods. And it was the Democratic Party that segregated schools in the South. All those governors were Democrats. And John F. Kennedy wouldn't do anything about it. The United States didn't desegregate until after he got assassinated. So, I mean, for the beginning of the country, the Democrats were not on the sides of black people. And I'm not saying that the Republicans are great either. But all those red line neighborhoods, Chicago, Los Angeles, Boston, you name them, all the black people got dumped in the worst parts of town and couldn't even buy a house in any other part of town because the Democrats would stop them.
Right. Yes, indeed.
Right. I just wanted to say that. Just a little history lesson. I teach history, so.
Oh, good. There you go. Thank you so much. So yeah. A lot of times I don't try to get too much into the Democrat-Republican thing because the Republicans are just as bad. But I don't like for the Democrats to try to put all the racism on the Republicans. See, black folks, we got to stop falling for that. And that's we're not going to excuse the racism of the Republicans. Let's be very clear. The right-wing racists, I'm going to always be on their bumper. But what they will not do, we don't let them, and the Democrats are good at this. They love to sit up and point the finger at about how racist the Republicans are. The only time, and let me tell you something, even in the liberal media, the only time they'll talk about somebody being racist is if they can point the finger at the Republicans. They don't talk about the left-wing racists who are the worst. Just like with Ed Buck, that little racist Ed Buck who was harming all of those black LGBT men in his home. They put the cape on for Ed Buck. They were very quiet about Ed Buck. People like that harming black folks, but he was a Democratic donor. And they never framed him as an anti-black racist, which he was, because we talked to some people who knew some of the victims, and there were some brothers in the LGBT community out here in Los Angeles, and I've interviewed them before. Ed Buck is known in those circles. They knew he was the crazy white man, the real freaky white man who you were not supposed to go to his spot. Ed Buck was known around those circles, and they knew he was racist. But they don't point the finger of racism towards people like that because he's left wing. So we don't let them sit up and talk about we should vote for the Democrats because the Republicans are so racist. No, we're not going to let them play that game. Biden is just as racist and worse. And my guy who called up, he was talking about JFK. And look, Malcolm X would call out JFK all the time, John F. Kennedy. Yeah, he wasn't no big friend of black society. You know, they get out there and, you know, do some symbolic gestures, but oftentimes the open white supremacists or the people who spew open anti-black racism, sometimes you can get them to get policies together, like Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson, a lot of stuff got done under Lyndon B. Johnson, and they had him on tape, on them J. Edgar Hoover tapes, spewing nigga all the time. He's using the N-word left and right. But when it came to policy, he got some policies popping. Yeah. Because my thing is, I'm not about to have a contest to see which races like me, because that's what they want us to do. They put two races together, and then we have to sit here and decide who's the more racist. That's damn that. Okay, let's establish both of you are racist. Okay, I'm dealing with two anti-black racists. Now, which one of you racists are going to put together a policy that's going to help me? I'm stuck with two racists. This is how we have to look at it, family. I'm stuck with two races standing in front of me. All right. Y'all gave me some shitty choices here. So, which one of you races will put together a policy that's going to help me? Or if you don't put together a policy that's going to help me, which one of you putting together a policy that's going to hurt me? And see, that's where we are with Biden and Trump. Now, Trump didn't put together a policy that hurt black people. Now, Trump didn't do anything for black people, despite them running around talking about all this stuff they did for black people. Let's be real. Trump didn't do shit for black people. Nothing. You know, they ran around lying. But Trump didn't do anything to harm black people. Trump did not put together any policies that harm black people as a group. There were some inadvertent advantages where he was kind of slowing down a lot of the immigration. Now, that actually helped inadvertently, indirectly, which is cool with us. But Biden, on the other hand, not only did Biden throw these crime bills at us, all of these other policies directly undermined us that Biden put together. So we have to understand how to play this game without emotions. Let's take the emotions out of it. We got to be strategic. See, with us, the Democrats come around us with all that. The first thing they want to do, when they start playing music and dancing, when they come around black folks, they showing up in churches singing. They showing up to the HBCUs, doing all that shucking and jiving and dancing, and everybody doing the damn electric slide. Let's stop dancing. And let's sit down and say, okay, what can you do for me? When they come around black folks, it's plantation jubilee time. They got the catfish nuggets and black-eyed peas, and come on, vote for some cornbread. It's plantation time. We got to grow up out of that. We got to be more politically sophisticated. We got to stop playing games. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get emancipated minds. Let's get emancipated minds in here. All right. Emancipated minds. Hop on in, bro. And it's a lot of people in here tonight.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? I can hear you, sir. How are you, bro?
All right. I just wanted to say I agree with you totally on everything you say, brother. I don't have much to say because you're saying everything I want to say. So just want to tell you, bro,
there you go.
Keep doing what you're doing. We need more brothers out here with the same mindset that you have. And I'm one of them. I'm in Tennessee, and this is one of the most challenging states that I've been in. as far as racism here.
Yeah.
I've been here since 2011.
Okay, brother. Thank you. You about to. All right, brother. This is not a video dating service. Okay, brother. I don't know where you were going, but shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you, but brother, I don't know where you were going. You're like, yes, I'm in Tennessee. I'm 6'2". I'm a Capricorn, and I like long walks, and I like to go fishing. And brother, this is not J date, brother. This is not Christian mingle. This is not black bussy meat. I don't know where you were going with it, brother. Don't know where you were going with it, brother. But much respect to you, sir. Much respect to you. All right, let's try some other people here, and I want y'all to have your thoughts together. I don't want people to call up just kind of rambling around here. Let's get Shake Anarchist. Shake Anarchist. All right, let's get Shake Anarchist in here. All right, let's see what's on his mind. All right. Where you at, bro? All right. When I bring you in, be ready to have your microphone on because I do not want to have to wait for you to turn your mic on. So let's get Bicasa in here. Let me get you. Bicasa.
Hey, I just want to say shout out to Tariq for putting up this forum. Really dope. Y'all need to read. You know, they came before Columbus and will answer a lot of questions that y'all got for real. Shout out to Tariq.
Yes, and thank you so much,
Yeah, no
beloved.
doubt.
All right. And that is Bicasa, and she is a very cute stud. She's a stud, and she's very cute. Yeah, sister, if you want to come back on the other side, I know some good brothers I can hook you up with, okay? Because you still got some hope. You're not full stud, to the point where you can't come back. All you need is a little rouge and some lip liner. You can come right on back. Yeah, okay. So if you're ready, we can still bring you back if you want to come on back. Let's see who else we got on here. Let me see. Let's get some more folks in here. All right, a lot of folks in here. Let's see. Let's get Taylor Drake. We get Taylor Drake in here. Then we'll get all right. I'm gonna get some new faces because a lot of these faces are familiar. We get Arnold Gamel. We'll get that person in next. And then we'll get Shaba 26. All right. Let's give it a try. Okay. All right. Let's Taylor. Let's get Taylor.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Taylor?
I just want to ask you a question about probably the most interesting thing that I find about white supremacists, which is their ability to scam and rip each other off. You know, a good example is Ice Poseidon. He just pulled an NFT scam on his own fans and got like $500,000. Why do white supremacists like to do that?
Well, system, thank you for the call. A lot of white supremacists do a lot of stuff, man. A lot of them do a lot of stuff. So, certain people do certain things. All right, let's get Muslim.
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Peace.
What's
You
up?
can hear me?
What's up? I can hear you, sir. Where you located?
I'm in Brooklyn.
There you go. What's on your mind, sir?
All right, I just wanna I love what you're doing with the FBA thing, and I'm second generation Muslim. You know, my family came from the nation.
Okay.
Under Elijah Muhammad, and just to give some historical background, his son Wallace Muhammad brought the nation under Orthodox Islam. You understand?
Yeah.
So a lot of what you're tackling as far with foreigners, you know, we as Black Americans, we put Islam on the map here in America. And when a lot of immigrants came here, they would come into our mosque. And a lot of stuff that's coming out, I've dealt with it all our life because none of these people really accepted us as Muslims. And as far as people from the Middle East, they
Right.
can't.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, brother. Your phone. You have some stuff going on with your phone, brother. I got to get you back on the whatever's going on with your phone. There's some crunching going on, so I get you back in a minute. Let's get B on, and shout out to my brother who called up. I got you were saying something very interesting, but it was just the sound that was killing me. B, you want to get on B? Billionaire Brea. Okay, she popped off. Okay, okay, Billionaire Brea. Billionaire Brea wasn't ready. And let's get Sarah. Judge Sarah, because I see you on a lot, and you say that I don't ever put you on. And I'm putting you on, Judge. I think that's your name, Judge Sarah. I'm putting you on, Judge Sarah.
I'm the 20th, Tariq. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you,
Well,
dear?
first I want to say thank you for loving Black people.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes, ma'am.
just came in contact with you. Well, maybe in the past 6 months, and I watch your YouTube videos, and you are so educational and hilarious at the same time. Again, I'm the 20th, and my purpose, Tariq, is to liberate Black people. What we need is additional protection under the law, under the 14th Amendment. What I'm trying to do is to have Black people deemed a protective class. America has broken its promise to Black people under the 14th Amendment. We are not created equal. We haven't been equal since they when's the Civil Rights Act? I think was it 1868? Because I know you're a history buff. You know a lot about a lot of things.
1968.
Yes.
Mhm.
No. Well, no. I'm talking about the original 14th Amendment to the
Oh,
Constitution
okay.
when they freed the slaves. This Civil Rights Act, the one you're talking about, in '67. Every marginalized group has benefited except for Black people. Again, Black people
Right.
in this room, we are not equal. We are American citizens and we're supposed to be equal. It is my purpose to deem us a protective class because we need protection. I document how we're not protected on a YouTube series called Reignite Sandy Speaks. To give you an example, Dante Wright, his murderer, got 2 years, while the Somalian officer who accidentally shot a white lady got 12 years. We need additional protection, and we need to be classified as a protective class. Like, you know how they do endangered species and they have specific rules and regulations for them? Black people need that protection. And Tariq, I'm hoping you can help me bring awareness to that.
We will, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's get the boomer. Let's get the boomer in here. The boomer, hop on, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq, man? I just want to encourage you to say, keep doing your thing. And
Yes, sir.
in this good fight, man, us as a people, we need to invest in crypto, man, because the rest of the world, they invest in our money, and I want to make sure we all put our money in the right place. That's all I want to say. But keep doing your thing, and I support you 100.
No doubt, man. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Let's get Azar. Let's get Azar in here. Azar. Let's get Azar in here. You can turn your microphone on, Alex. That'll be great. If you can turn that microphone on, Alex, that would be great.
Hey,
And while we're
hey,
waiting on Alex,
hear me okay now?
what's up, Alex? I'm good. I can
All
hear you,
right,
Alex.
Tariq, I appreciate it. Yeah, good. Yeah, it
Now,
was.
where you from, Alex? Where you
I'm
from,
from
Alex?
Canada, the country of
Oh,
Canada.
okay.
We love Canada.
Oh, there you go. Are you still up there in
Yeah.
Canada now?
Do you like Canada? Are you a fan?
Um, I'm not really a fan of any country, but the people are very nice, from what I understand. I've met some Canadians, and they're very nice people. Where did your people immigrate from to Canada? Was it France, Britain? Where did they
Well,
immigrate
from
from?
multiple places. From what I know, from okay, I guess I know I'm in a black chat, and I'm happy to learn and hear about your experience. But I come from England, Scotland, Ireland, and Poland. So
Oh, there you go.
sort of
Got
a
it. Got it.
rich history. Very different places, really. Actually, very very different places, very different histories, and very very excited to learn about the histories of your people, and um, I like the sort of political dynamics that go on. So have been interested in learning about this chat, and been enjoying. So yeah.
There you go. All right.
So yeah, I've enjoyed this chat. I want to have a big shout out to Patriot J. Love Patriot J in this chat. Big fan. Um, I have a question for you, uh, Mr.
Go ahead.
Tariq. What do you think about the Hotep movement? I mean, I know I've heard some quellings going on amongst the community.
Now, what's the Hotep movement?
The
What's that?
Hotep movement with Hotep Jesus, with Uncle Hotep.
Right.
So I'm sort of just an observer, of course. Like
Okay, but okay, we know. Okay, I know those guys. I know those guys. And Hotep Jesus is called up. But what is Hotep, and what's
so.
the movement?
So
What's the
my
movement?
understanding, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of what Hotep means is sort of an embrace of Black culture, um, and a focus on improving the Black community through business. That's see, this is me from the outside. This is my observation, but this is
No,
where I see is
no.
like the Hotep movement in just so I can finish here.
But Uncle Hotep, he's in it. But Uncle Hotep, what businesses is he starting? He's Uncle Hotep is just a full
Well,
out troll who's a
no,
non-FBA. And
that's fair. I'm not 100% sure about that, but what I have to say is like what I've
okay,
seen from
okay,
him.
what? Slow down. Okay. And a Hotep Jesus, and he's called up before. I'm cool with him. He's Jamaican. He's not FBA. So what businesses are they running? What businesses are they running? Turn your microphone on, Alex.
Yeah, so what I've heard from Uncle Hotep is he's a great father. He's raised his family well, and I'm a big believer in family. I think the ground you got to start from the ground up. He,
But that's not a movie. He's married to a chunky white woman, and he trolls the internet, and he's kind of rolling with conservative
yeah, I'm
crowds.
not
So
familiar with that. I don't
yeah,
know
I'm
that.
familiar with
Again,
that.
I'm just an observer.
But what move? What that's not a movement. That's just somebody doing normal things. You're supposed to raise your family. You're not supposed to get chunky white women, but you're supposed to raise your family and raise your children. So that's not a movement. That's
Well,
just regular.
I'd have to say, I mean, you know, I don't know his wife, but
Right,
yeah,
I do. She looks like Honey Boo Boo. I know his wife.
he's a good father though. You can't get
Uh,
away from him, right? He's a father.
uh, he's a goofball and a troll. So I don't know how I don't know how good of a father he is, but that's not a good
Listen,
example.
Tariq, I'm not coming at you in like
I'm not being offended by anything you're saying, sir. I'm just telling you about the person that you're bigging up, sir. I'm telling you about the person that you're building. You're bigging up these people, and you don't even know anything about them, according to you. So why are you bigging up these people, and you don't know nothing about them, sir?
Okay, so when you're talking, you're muting me, which is, I think
Yeah, because
somewhat
I don't want you
disrespectful.
to babble. You're kind of babbling now, and it's
No,
getting
but
a
no, I can't even babble because you're muting.
hold. Don't come on, calm down, because it's getting a little trollish. It's getting a little trollish, and trolling is tapping out. Okay, so I'm trying to help you save face, because when you start kind of getting a little trollish, that means you don't really have anything intellectually constructive to bring to the conversation. And you're better than that, aren't you, Alex? You're better than that. Turn your microphone on, Alex.
Okay, Tariq, that's fair. Would you be willing to not mute me? Would that be
But will you be
interesting?
willing to have order in this room, sir?
Sure, sure.
All right, you got to have order. I'm not going to let you just kind of babble. I want you to be very concise, and I want you to listen. Okay. So now, talked about the Hotep movement. Now, what else do you want to know about the culture? Any other thing you had to bring to the table as far as questions, sir?
Okay, so the Hotep movement is off the table, I suppose, right?
Because
So
you have not defined what it is, and you've misidentified certain things, and you said something about a Hotep movement, and you can't even define what it is, sir.
So, that's fair. That's a fair statement that you
Fair.
said.
I'm giving you
Uh,
an opportunity to
I'm
define
not.
what you meant, and you mentioned two people, and
I'm not. I'm not going to say that I can define it perfectly. Of course not.
right, right.
But I'm interested, and I want to bring things up. So I'm hoping that I'm able to speak. Um, so what about what I said was incorrect? And go ahead and please.
Okay, you said I asked you what the Hotep movement was, and you were like, it was about these people who are trying to improve the black community through business and all of this. And then I asked you, the people you mentioned, what businesses are they running and how are they improving the black community? And then you just kind of started babbling and saying you didn't know too much about them. So we're going to have to move on from there because you are
Well,
not
well,
qualified.
no, no. Well, what they are doing right now is moving on the homeschool movement. So they're supporting homeschooling. I don't know if you're against that. I think that is pretty cool. I mean, I think that's pretty sweet.
Okay. We've been supporting homeschools for the longest over here. I do movies and documentary films, and we put our films in schools all over the world. So that
Great.
has
Not
nothing
awesome.
to do with
Is that
that. Has
great?
nothing to do with the Hotep movement. Absolutely nothing to do with a Hotep movement.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, can't you guys work together then? You're both working towards the same goal then, aren't you?
what do you mean work together? Well, I work with a lot of people already. So why those particular people?
What I mean though is if you're both working towards homeschooling, right? You're working away from the system, you're working towards something that is good for your community. Doesn't that make sense? Like you guys can work together. Like that I
Well,
think makes
if
sense.
they're
I
doing
think it makes sense.
homeschooling, we're already working together. If they're doing homeschooling and I'm helping people with homeschool, that means we're working together. We're on the same page.
Go. That's awesome.
Okay. So now let me ask you
That's
this,
awesome. Yeah.
because you're in Canada. There's a lot of white
Sure.
supremacists up there in Canada right now with that whole trucker nonsense. That's a
Okay.
white supremacist movement. What are you doing about replacing the system of white supremacy with the system of justice, sir?
What am I doing? Well, I have so the thing is like, I'm a sort of working class person, right?
Uh-huh.
So I only have so much time in my day. So I go to my job and I work. And then sometimes I have weekends and I drink and I listen to beautiful podcasts and I listen to people like you sometimes who are great and profess interesting political ideas, and that's why I'm here speaking with you. And you know, I got to say, honestly, as a working class person, I don't have a lot of time to do a lot, and frankly, that's
But you had enough time to call into our life. You had time for that. How come you didn't have time to kind of help replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice? How come you couldn't do that?
Well, Tariq, that's not my job. So my job is to live as a person. Right.
But you made it your job to call up and ask what black folks are doing. So why is regulating black people your job, but not regulating white supremacy your job? Why is that?
So speaking and being interested in a conversation of black people is regulating white supremacy. Is that what you're saying? I mean,
No,
really,
it's not regulating white.
really, dude. Like I'm having fun listening and enjoying,
But
and I'm
but
learning.
but you took your time out to call up telling black people, why don't y'all work together and worrying about black issues? Yet you say you don't have time to do anything about systematic white supremacy in your community, sir. I find that very interesting. Why is that?
So because I can talk about strategy, I can talk about strategy.
Okay.
That makes me a white supremacist. Is that what you're saying?
Are you projecting? Because I've never said those words, sir. It's
I
interesting
thought
that
you
you
called me
project.
I don't know. You said because I'm not working against white supremacy, that
Sir,
makes me a white supremacist.
I never called you a white supremacist. Do you feel like you're a white supremacist, sir? I never said that. I never even implied it.
Well, my question though is like I'm here to enjoy and learn, and I don't think that makes me a white supremacist. Uh,
You keep saying that you're a white supremacist, sir. I never even implied that you're a white supremacist, let alone said it. Sounds like you
that's fair.
feel like you have some white supremacist views and you're really projecting, sir.
Well, that's fair.
Okay.
It's a
So,
fair
sir,
point
let's
made.
go there.
But
Since you've repeatedly kind of said that,
this guy, dude, I'm not a white supremacist, man. I don't know. I don't
why
know.
do you keep saying it, sir? Because I haven't called you one. So why do you keep saying that you are a white supremacist?
I
I
don't
never
know if this
said
is
that.
an accusation by omission, but
No accusation by omission. I've never even implied that you are a white supremacist. In fact, I've been very polite to you. I've not called you anything, sir.
but you've asked, what am I doing to work against white supremacy?
Right.
So I'm just a white person, right?
Uh-huh.
So why would I be forced to go out of my way to go and work against something that doesn't affect me, although it's something that I recognize and see.
You mean
And
something that
and, and
benefits you?
I have limited resources.
Hold
I'm
on.
a
You
person that
so
lives in the world. I'm a real human
hold
being. Live.
let's slow down because what you said is very interesting. Why should you go out of your way to replace something that doesn't hurt you? Sounds like you mean something that benefits you. Why should you go out of your way to replace something that benefits you? Is that a safe assessment, sir? Alex?
Is there something that benefits me?
Yeah, when we're talking about white supremacy, you said that it doesn't hurt you. And
I'm
that, if
talking
it
about
doesn't,
white supremacy. I'm
if,
talking about my life. I'm not
if
talking about white supremacy.
that's what we're talking about. I was talking about white supremacy. You
That's
said
not
it
what I was talking about.
hurt you. Yeah, you
No,
said,
no, I was talking about living my own life. I wasn't talking about white supremacy.
wow, white supremacy is a global thing that dominates all areas. So,
It's according. I mean, big fan, Tariq, but I gotta say, I don't agree with that.
really?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
So, okay, sir, Alex, can you name any area of activity that is not dominated by systematic white supremacy? Name one.
I mean, I you know I would say it, but I might get canceled on here. I'm feeling under pressure. I don't know if I should say it. So
We're all family here.
I mean, I feel that might be a system of anti-white supremacy, frankly. So I'm not going to say anything. So I definitely
Let's-
decline to answer that question.
Why? Because that's not a trick question. You said you
No,
disagree.
it does sound like a trick question
It's
because
really not, sir.
okay.
You said that there was white supremacy. You disagree with systematic white supremacy being the
I
global
do.
dominant.
I do disagree.
So then you should be able to point to any area of activity that people do that is not dominated by white supremacy. What's not dominated by white supremacy?
I would ask you the same question. I mean, I would say, and then I know
All areas are dominated. That's
all
my
areas. That's
all.
no, that's under your ideology. That's a totally fair thing to say.
Not my ideology. It's the reality, sir. This is not something that I'm imagining. The systematic white supremacy dominates all
Okay.
9 areas.
I mean, dude, come on, dude. Like, I
Come
mean,
on,
that's
what?
fair, dude. But like, I mean, geez, like, come on, man. Like,
No, come on, man, is not debunking anything I'm saying.
oh, come on, man. Debunking. Oh, geez. I mean, that's
You
the
haven't
hard
debunked,
thing, right? Like,
sir. You haven't debunked anything. Come on, man, is not debunking anything that I'm saying, sir.
so okay. Give me a question that I can answer, and then I'll respond to it.
Okay, there's 9 areas of activity that people engage in:
Okay.
labor, law, sex, war, education, medicine, economics. Name one of those areas that's not completely dominated by systematic white supremacy, sir.
So I would ask you the question. I mean, you know,
Or you would just answer the question and not ask me anything until you answered the question. How about that?
okay, that's fair. I would answer essentially every area, and I would turn it back to you, where I would say, name me one area where whites are legally on the books more beneficial compared to minorities. Where and listen, I'm not like
Great
pro
question.
white. I'm not like, oh yeah, I'm like 100% down with whites. Like that's not me. I'm down with everybody.
That's a great question you asked. On the books. Great question.
Listen. I'm not like down with whites and everything, but my question
Nobody's
is like,
saying that, sir.
where is it on the books?
Okay, great question. They took it off the books and they practice it in common law. Got it?
No, you're gonna have to explain a little bit more.
Common law, white supremacy, is now practiced through common law. So they don't even have to have it on the books, so they can hide it and still practice it because the white supremacists are on code. Want me to give you an example?
Yeah, please.
Common law is what we see going on with these insurrectionists who raided the Capitol building in the United States January 6th. All of these suspected white supremacists are getting slaps on the wrist for trying to overthrow the government. That's the common law white supremacy.
So the ones that are like in jail in solitary confinement, those people are like that's common law.
Yes, those are slaps on the wrist. These people are getting
Solitary confinement since the event. That's common.
yes.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes. How many years did they get? How many years are they going to be in
Well,
solitary?
it's been like it's been a year so far.
How many years did they get? These guys are getting jaywalking years. They're getting the same. They're getting the equivalent of a jaywalking ticket.
Yeah, so 25% of them are still in jail right now.
They should. And what's their
Walking
sentences?
into the people's house, right? So
what's their sentences?
they don't have a sentence. They're still in jail. They're in jail without a sentence.
No, many of them have been sentenced, sir. Most of them have been sentenced.
Okay, so they're
For
in jail.
example, one of them, to the main one walking around with Nancy Pelosi's podium, he just got 75 days in jail. They just sentenced him, I think today or yesterday.
You like Nancy Pelosi?
So let's not start trolling.
No, I'm not trolling.
This is the common law I'm talking about. That's common law white supremacy because they're on code. You give them the minimal amount of punishment. That's the common law code of white supremacy. Family, there's Black people who were in the Black Panthers 50 years ago who sat in a room and talked about overthrowing the government, and they're in prison now from 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the common law of white supremacy.
Okay.
Did you see that example, sir?
I suppose I'm starting to see it a little bit.
There you go.
Keep
So
talking. Yeah, go ahead.
they don't
Keep
have
going.
to write it down. There's an understanding among white supremacists that they're all supposed to be on code. Another example is your boy Kyle Rittenhouse. That's
Are
common
you sure
law.
that's my boy?
I'm pretty sure you support Kyle Rittenhouse. I can
Yeah,
kind
I support Kyle Rittenhouse.
there you
Keep
go.
going.
There you go. I can kind of tell.
Let's go.
There you go. That's common law white supremacy, sir. The way that judge acted with him in that courtroom, a black person couldn't pay $1 gazillion to get a judge to act as a defense lawyer in court like that.
I mean, I don't want to drop it on you right now, of course. I don't want to drop the OJ thing on you, but dude,
Lord.
I support
Do
OJ.
you wanna go there?
What
OJ.
the? I support OJ. What
OJ
Yo,
is
there's the red pill. I support OJ.
OJ is innocent though.
What?
OJ is 100% innocent, sir.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, OJ didn't kill nobody.
I agree.
All right. So what you talking about?
Bro, Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent and also OJ is innocent. Have you
No,
heard
no. Kyle Rittenhouse killed people. No, Kyle Rittenhouse killed people. And not only that, he planned on killing people.
This guy.
And the judge through the
this guy.
law,
He planned on killing people?
yeah. Oh, just stop. No. Don't troll now. There's video of Kyle Rittenhouse saying he wish he had a gun so he can shoot those protesters. And the judge wouldn't even allow that in court. Right?
Yeah.
Now, what black person would sit up here and say something like that, and a judge will sit up and say, you don't put that in court and don't call the people they shot victims? When would they do that for a black person? So name any time they've ever done that. Well, you can't, so let's not waste time. So
no,
that's
because
common law.
well, what are you
That's,
talking about? What's your
that's
question?
common law.
This conversation.
Slow down. I'm just giving you an example of common law white supremacy. That judge in the Kyle Rittenhouse case and the white media all got on code and did performative non-justice in that case.
So
that's common law white supremacy.
So obviously you're well versed in the law. You're an intelligent guy. You understand what common law is.
Right.
Like you are obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a student. You're much more intelligent than I am on common law, but the idea that this is common law is like ridiculous. This is not how common law is applied.
Yes, it is. That's exactly how common law is.
Common law is applied through the British Standard, and you would call that, I assume, white supremacy. Anything that comes
the British Standard, my ass. It's I'm white and I say so. That's all common law is.
So anything
I'm white and I say so. That's literally all it boils down to.
So do you think so the Britain that has embraced diversity is the same Britain that embraces white supremacy? Would you say is that same Britain? Would you say it's that same Britain?
What's diversity?
Well, what I've been told and what I see and what I experience diversity as is, diversity of race, diversity of ethnicity, diversity of ideas, and that's been presented as all of these different things. And it seems today that Britain has become a very diverse country. Common law was created in Britain, and this has produced this diversity. So, I mean, you can basically connect common law to diversity through that chain.
Sir, that's just word salad.
You think? Well, no, but do you think
that's literally salad you're doing, sir? That's so not. That's not true.
My question, though, Tariq, is like, do you think you can have a connection between common law and diversity be inseparable? because I think there.
Common law has zero to do with diversity, sir. I don't know where you conflating the two ideologies. It has literally nothing to do with diversity, and diversity
Would
itself is a trick word, sir.
would a system of white supremacy and a system of like white nationalism or white whatever it is allow for any sort of racial diversity? I
It
don't think that's
would.
possible
It,
unless you do embrace common law, because
yeah,
that
white
is the
supremacy,
British
sir.
system. Britain is
Okay, you're babbling now, and you asking a question, and you're not letting me answer, so I have to mute you. White supremacy allows diversity as long as all of the diverse parties have anti-black contempt. Now, did you soak that in that I just said? As long as all of the diverse parties have anti-black contempt.
So you said as long as all the diverse parties have anti-black
Black contempt. That's when they will allow diversity. As long as all of the other buffers who are non-white or
right
buffers who are
right
diverse based on their sexuality, as
right
long as they all understand the common law
right.
of anti-black contempt.
So as long as the diverse buffers,
Uh-huh.
be it other ethnicities,
Right.
have anti-black contempt, then it's
Right.
allowed for common law.
Right. And let me give you an example of that as well, based
Okay.
on court records. We just had another case in Minnesota
Okay.
with another police officer who unjustly killed a black man.
Okay.
They had diversity with an Asian judge this time.
Okay.
They said, we're not going to have a white judge, we're going to have an Asian judge. And what did that Asian woman do? She got on the same white supremacist anti-black code and gave that race soldier a slap on the wrist for murdering a black man. That right there is part of your diversity. As long as the diverse groups are anti-black, as long as the minority coalition is still anti-black, as long as the people of color coalition is still anti-black, sure they will allow diversity and minority coalitions, because all of these groups share the same anti-black contempt collectively.
Yeah.
That's common law.
I understand that. I mean, that's totally fair.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. I mean,
There you go.
totally makes sense.
So it
Listen,
doesn't seem like you're trying to replace that system out there, does it, Alex? Seems like you're not really trying to replace any of that.
well, you know what, Tariq, I'm here to listen. I'm like again. I have to say, I have to say because it's true. I'm a working class guy.
Right.
I work. No, but it's true though, Tariq. It's true. I only have so many hours in the day. I got to work for my family.
Oh,
I only have so many hours in the day, dude. Like, it's a grind out here. It's a grind out here.
there you go.
And no, but is this like a bad thing about me? I don't know. Like, is
Alex, my man,
no
enjoy your mayonnaise sandwich, sir.
what?
Okay. Because now I'm not going to have him just keep babbling incessantly. And family, I'm doing these as lessons. Notice how the folks in the dominant society, they try to play dumb. He understands exactly what I'm talking about. And when I give examples, he gives it up. He knows he can't really have a rebuttal to it. So the name of the game is, oh man, it's that DJ Glad. Hey, I'm a nice guy. Stop it. Watch out for these kind of people. I'm giving y'all some life lessons here. And you got to cut them off too. That's another thing, because what they'll try to do, they'll try to play dumb, and then they'll get into this time wasting thing. They'll try to waste your time and just sit here and, hey, we all the minority. Stop it. And he's making up some stuff talking about common law and diversity, just making stuff up. You got to watch out for the time wasting trolls. All right. You educate, but don't let them waste time. Okay. All right. There's a lot of people in here. Hold on, damn. Okay, a lot of folks, a lot of y'all crept up in here. Shout out to the family. There you go. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Accept to me.
Okay, what's on your mind? Okay, brother, come on. Okay, Tasif. Yeah, I don't think you understand the assignment. Okay, we got this brother here. What's your name, brother?
My name is Javorius.
Oh, there you go. What's on your mind,
All right.
man?
I just came to say, and I'm gonna keep it real buck with you. You make foundational Black Americans so fucking stupid. Like, look at you. This is what you do. You're a fucking cunt. Kill yourself. You.
Oh Lord. Okay, girlfriend. Come on, girlfriend. Calm down. Calm down, girlfriend. You're getting your little thong in a bunch. Okay, let's try it again because we're not gonna let you be an emotional little biatch. So let's try it again. Okay, we got a jealous tether in here. Now
Or I'm a bitch. You.
Okay, girl, calm down. Girl, wipe your pussy
Bro, you
juice
gay
off.
as fuck, you nigga.
Oh, girl, look at you. Don't project. Girlfriend, calm down. Calm down, girlfriend. Now, look, I know your hormone pills didn't come, so you didn't get the titties you want, but you gotta calm down, okay? Calm down. Hey, girl.
This is you, my brother. You foundational nigger American.
Okay, you using the hard ER. You're including yourself. You think your sexuality, because you're clearly a flaming little queen. And you think your sexuality makes you something other than black, don't you? That's why you're so mad.
This is why African Americans.
Stop it. Did somebody fondle your little boy hole at the immigration office, sir? Yeah. And you're Somalian. You're Somali, dude.
I'm Nigerian, you better read.
Okay, you know you're not. You're not Nigerian. You Somalian, dude. Oh, girl, look at you with a high-pitched laugh. You laugh like LaToya Jackson. You laugh like a little biatch. You laugh like a biatch. That's a Somalian accent.
All right, all jokes aside.
Okay.
Tariq,
So
all jokes aside, you need to pick up a geography.
you're Somalian. You're a little Somalian queen, aren't you? That's why you mad.
Geography book, you need it.
Stop it. You had to flee your homeland in some flip-flops with your toes done. You a little more.
Yeah, I will sell you again to.
Oh, stop it, girlfriend. Oh, you had to put a burqa on that forehead and creep out and pretend to be a woman to flee, didn't you? That's why you mad. Why are you so mad at Big Black FBA Daddy? Big Black FBA Daddy keeps sunning you, and you high on the cat.
You should have died instead of Floyd. Seriously.
Yeah, you over there high off cat. You over there on that cat. You chewing that cat, buddy. Are you chewing cat over there, dude? You high right now.
Bro, you eat fucking soul food, you nigger ass.
Okay, calm down. Calm down, little Captain Phillips pirate. Calm down. And stop. Y'all gotta stop chewing all of that cat over there. Because you're high, you're strung out, you're musty and angry. So calm down, sir. Calm down, sir. Listen. Look, girlfriend, get a cold towel and put it on that forehead of yours. Well, you're gonna need 2 towels, okay? That's a lot of forehead.
Get a cotton and shove it up.
Okay, no. We need you to get 3 towels. Make them cold and put them on that large forehead of yours, okay? And then we're gonna have to get you to cool down from that cat high. You high off that cat over there.
It's the fact you think I'm Somali, bro.
Yes, you are.
Like,
You're clearly Somalian, dude. I can tell. You're clearly Somalian, sir. Calm down. Yes, you are. You calling from your village. Okay, I can hear your stomach.
Guys, I'm Somali, y'all.
I hear your stomach growling, sir. Calm down. You really got to calm down, sir. Have some.
All right, I'm calm.
Okay, stop acting like
All right.
all
I'm
right.
not Somali for the last
Yes,
time.
yes, you are, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I hear flies in the back, sir. I'm sorry. Now, sir, you got to get your jealousy and envy. You got to get your jealousy and envy for Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. Get that out your system, sir. Get that out your system. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Calm down.
All right, I'm chill for
All
the
right.
last time.
Okay.
I'm not Somali. I'll tell you the truth right now. Like
Somalis
don't even like me. Like
no,
first of all.
you know why? Because you corrected me. I said Somalia and you said Somali, and only Somalis do that, sir. So that proves you're a Somalian. You just outed yourself. Just like you outed just like you outed yourself when you were selling Bucci Cat to get a green card, sir. Okay. You got to get off that cat. You're high on cat, sir. And not only you're high on cat, you're high on Bucci Cat, a man's butt.
On your lineage, stupid.
Okay. Okay, so my work with you is done, sir. Get out of here and take the flies with you. All right, let's try some other people in here. Lord. And y'all say that we're divisive? Really? We're divisive? And that's how y'all folks be talking? And y'all say we're divisive as foundational Black Americans. Listen to the dark Caucasians. What's up, Mikal? All right, let's get Miss Dubai in here. All right, let's get Miss Dubai in the room. Miss Dubai, hop on in the room, ma'am. And turn your microphone on. Miss
Hi,
Dubai.
good evening. Well, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are
I'm
you?
well, thank you. Tariq, I wanted to just ask a question. I noticed that I know your stance on the Democratic Party. I
Yes.
feel like Trump was moving so mad that people felt like he had to get out of office. What was the alternative? Because a lot of us, we did vote for Biden because we wanted this man to just go. And I was just, could
Right.
you just like talk about that for a while, please?
Yeah, I will. Thank you so much, beloved. Yeah, a lot of people, the white media scared people, and this is what I don't like, and I want Black folks to stop falling for this. They'll keep pointing the finger at Trump saying, hey, this is racist, this is racist. They only talk about racism when they're pointing the finger at the Republicans. Now, yes, are there racist, white supremacist Republicans? Of course. But the same thing goes with the Democrats. The Democrats are full of anti-Black racists too. And the white media never really points them out. Y'all not going to sit here and put all the racism on Trump and make him the embodiment of racism, or put all the racism on the Republicans and make them the embodiment of racism. Yes, they are, but so is Biden. Biden is worse than Trump. The Biden administration is worse than Trump. The Democrats, they put policies together that directly undermine and harm Black people. They're doing it now, and we support them. That's the thing. We support them in mass, and they don't give us anything, and they tell us to go to hell while they paper up every other group. They paper up every other group and even non-citizens, and tell us we got to wait, we got to stop asking for stuff. They blatantly disrespect us and then put together policies and crime bills that break up our families, that harm us. And truth be told, and I'm not a fan of Trump, but Trump did not put together any policies that harm Black people. Did Trump help Black people? No. He didn't do anything to proactively help Black people, but he didn't put together policies that harmed Black people. The Democrats not only did not help us, they actually put together a bunch of policies that targeted us and harmed us. So we want to talk about the lesser of the evils. Let's really talk about that. What's really the lesser of the evils? All right? Let's be real. Let's be realistic here. Let's not let people play mind games on us. We don't have to support none of this stuff, especially if we're not getting anything out of it. We're not benefiting from it. We got to be very realistic and stop being afraid. All right? So a lot of y'all in here. Let me get one more call. I say that, and then end up on here another 3 damn hours. chopping it up with y'all. All right. This Rambo guy. I think I had you on here before, didn't I, Rambo? Let's get Rambo, hop on again. I remember you. I kind of remember you because I think you were trolling before. Rambo, hop on. Jog my memory, man. Rambo.
And I want to say that first of all, I do listen to you a lot, and I agree with a lot of the stuff you say. But there's some things I disagree with, like what you just said there. I don't agree with that.
Like, what did I say? What did I say?
So if you talk about Donald Trump being worse than Biden, I disagree with that because Donald Trump, he emboldened white supremacists. You don't need to have a policy on paper. You have to have a rhetoric that encourages those people to harm black people, and that's what he did. When he called those white supremacists that they were good people, he told the Proud Boys to stand down, all of that. Called black people sons of bitches, shit, whole countries, all of that. You're never.
He wasn't talking about that. Wasn't us. He was talking about their country. He wasn't talking about us.
That's black people. I know you want to, separate FBAs from Africans on the continent and Caribbeans, but we're all black people. To the white supremacists, they don't distinguish between your FBA and your African.
And the white supremacists that Biden and those people in power by not punishing them. Biden ain't punishing no damn white supremacists. That emboldens them. The white supremacists really got emboldened under Obama's administration with Biden and Obama. That's when we started to see an uptick in the murders of black people. And they know that there's white supremacists within law enforcement. The Democrats have done nothing about that. They're not going to put all that on Trump.
Right. So I'm not here to defend Biden. I'm just making comparisons. And when you talk about how Biden is putting this whatever you call them, feather, whatever you call them, to the Supreme Court, the black lady there, she's a FBA, right? And when Trump appointed 3 white judges to the Supreme Court, I've been listening to you for years. I never heard you complain about that or say anything about that. So all I'm saying is, even though you guys don't get everything from Democrats, at least you have.
Okay, wait, slow down. Well, Trump putting other suspected white supremacists on the Supreme Court, that's just everyday business. I'm saying something about this woman being on the Supreme Court because they're running around talking about how black she is. They're making it a point to say she's black. They've been screaming black all day. So I want to know, what does that mean for black people? And nobody can answer that question. So why are they running around talking about how black she is? Like it makes a difference. Right?
Well, it does make a difference because you have to have representation in the government because, black people are not represented in the government. So you need to be in seats of power.
So how is she going to represent black people?
So being a black person, having been a lawyer, she's lived that life. She knows racism. She's dealt with white supremacists in her own personal life. And so.
And if you look at her background, there's cases where black people had a class action suit and they filed a discrimination suit against a company, and she sided with the company and threw the suit out. So what representation is she going to give?
Look, all I'm saying, I don't know everything about these people.
Well, I know everything about them. We got another black person. We got Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court. Is that representation?
Okay, I hear you, but I wanted to move.
Okay, thank you. God damn, I don't want to sit here and just keep debunking you and you change the subject. Okay, you're making it too easy to debunk you, brother. All right. Oh, okay, I don't know too much about it, but let me talk about something else. No, we're not doing that. You're too easy to debunk. Okay, thank you. Good Lord. No, see, black folks, and this guy's an immigrant. So yeah, of course you want to support Biden because they got all types of my tax dollars, my money going into the DACA program. So yeah, they benefit you as an immigrant. Yeah, you get all types of goodies. Don't try to sit here and flip it like we don't get nothing out of it. We don't get nothing. Foundational Black Americans, we don't benefit one iota. Nothing. Don't come around us talking about some representation and this woman already has a track record of anti-blackness. There's a reason why they get these women up here with these zaddies. I've been telling people about the bedwench game for 2 damn decades. I've been telling people how they set it up. Y'all watch out when they get these political figures here and they make sure that they're bed bucks or bed wenches, just like Clarence Thomas. He got that flabby white woman, and they got these Supreme Court women, all of the potential Supreme Court women, most of them had zaddies. That is not by accident. They know when they get certain people who are laying up with those in the dominant society, they're going to have a certain mindset. The white supremacists are very strategic when they deal with black folks. They know the mindset to cultivate in black folks and who to bring around them to do their bidding. So we have to understand that part of the game. But anyway, guys, a lot of folks in here. Much respect to everybody. I need y'all to go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. My Tariq Radio YouTube channel. Go to Tariq Radio and subscribe to my YouTube channel because I chop it up there all the time. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you want more information about our FBA culture, Foundational Black American Culture, we have a cultural website, officialfba.com. You can learn about foundational Black American culture. You can read up on it so you can get an understanding of it. Foundational Black American, that is a lineage of Black people who are not immigrants in the United States. Go to officialfba.com, ladies and gentlemen. Also, if you want to get my book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter, go to Amazon. Get that book. Foundational Black American Race Baiters, available right now on Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great collector's item. Anyway, man, I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I hope you guys have a very safe and productive weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So, Puppy Akute, La Lavuve. Hold on, I got one person on here talking about she's a sexologist. Who the hell is this? Hold on 1 second. Who is this? Okay. Okay, I ain't gonna. I'll be here another 2 or 3 hours. But let me.
Racism is the most powerful system on the planet, yet it is often perceived as the most taboo subject to discuss. World-renowned activist and best-selling author Tariq Nasheed takes on this challenge head-on in his new book, Foundational Black American Race Baiter. This is the most important book you will read in order to understand the mechanisms of systemic racism and how to counter this system. Get Foundational Black American Race Baiter now at Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com. Also get limited autographed collector's editions of the book at officialfba.com.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to go ahead and get started here.
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can rot in hell. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 either powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like Uno. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We out here lit. You know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate myself, it seems like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon based being, let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. These G don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Made is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my lead G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can rot in it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, gotta be major.